Chapter 1658. This scene was far beyond his expectations. Because when he saved everyone he didn't think so much at all. In short, he didn't ask for anything in return. But he didn't expect that because of this matter, he had completely subdued these people. Especially Li Yun. She actually announced the dissolution of Fengtian Palace. How much courage did she have to make such a choice? The inner demons walked to Qin Feiyang and said lightly, losing cultivation and wealth to gain people's hearts, is this a loss or a gain? A deal? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned at the inner demons. Everyone is sincere, how can it be called a deal? You continue to create, sooner or later you will kill yourself. The inner demons snorted and directly returned to the inner world. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that his use of the fourth move, the Gate of Rebirth, had annoyed the inner demons. Shaking his head, he looked at Willow Tree and the others and said with a smile, "Get up, we will be a family in the future, no need to be so polite." Yes. Everyone bowed and got up one after another. Wait. Why don't I see Chang'er and the others? A woman suddenly spoke. It was Li Yun's wife. She glanced at the crowd around, her eyes full of panic. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly helped to look for him. But there were only 100 people here. Looking through the crowd they didn't see Li Chang. Moreover, Li Chang's two brothers were also not found. Why don't I see Shimeng? Zhao Tailai suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Shimeng is also missing? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Ning Mingyi also said, and Yining and Yang, they are also not here. What's going on? Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd. Indeed, he didn't find Zhao Shimeng, Li Chang, Ning Yifeng, Ning Yang, and Li Chang's two brothers. Where did these people go? Could it be that they weren't reborn? But it was impossible. He could resurrect 1,000 people now, and there were less than 1,000 people here. Young master, what's going on? Where are they? Ning Mingyi, Li Yun, and Zhao Tailai looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ling Yunfei asked, where were they originally? When we were fighting with the fire dragon we were afraid that something would happen to them so we left them in the spatial divine item. Wait. They can't still be inside the spatial divine object, right? Li Yun hurriedly checked the spatial divine item, but she realized that it had not been reborn. Oh no. Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Luo Qingzhu asked, Feiyang, could it be that the people who died in the spatial divine object can't be reborn? No. As long as you have a little bit of blood, you can be reborn. And now they haven't been reborn. This can only mean one thing. They have been annihilated along with the spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Annihilated. Zhao Tailai, Ning Mingyi, and Li Yun trembled both physically and mentally. Zhao Tailai hurriedly ran up, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and begged, Young master, you have to save them. Ning Mingyi and Li Yun also looked at Qin Feiyang with pleading faces. There's no other way. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Zhao Tailai cried anxiously, You're so powerful, how can there be no other way? Calm down. Can't you see that boss's cultivation is gone? Even if we find Zhao Shimeng and the others' blood now, we can't save them. Fatso said angrily. Zhao Tailai's body trembled and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. His eyes were empty and lifeless as he muttered, I only have one daughter. God, why did you do this to me? Ning Mingyi and Li Yun also lowered their heads, their faces full of sadness. Damn small beast, I swear I will kill you. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai roared, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Qin Feiyang sighed softly, patted Zhao Tailai's shoulder and comforted him, My condolences. Let them calm down. Now let's think about how to take back Chang Shui. Fatso glanced at them and looked at Qin Feiyang. As soon as he heard Chang Shui, Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, and a strong murderous intent burst out from his eyes. But then, he weakly let go of his hands. Now that he had lost his cultivation, how could he take back Chang Shui from small beast? Wasn't this a daydream? Boss, you can't be discouraged. Have you forgotten? Chang Shui is the only thing your mother left for you. Fatso said. Mother. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Right. He couldn't be discouraged. Wasn't it just the loss of his cultivation? He could just cultivate again. Although we lost a lot this time, such as everyone's divine artifacts, herbs and so on, as long as we are still alive, everything can be redone. I also promise you that in the future each of you will have a divine artifact of your own. As for now, the fake god will stay here first, and the others will follow me to the castle to cultivate. Willow Tree, Yuhuang, you guys come with me. Qin Feiyang regained his composure and said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei. Ling Yunfei understood and led Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and the others, White-Eyed Wolf, and other beasts to appear in the castle. Let's cultivate in seclusion. Strength is the most important. If we don't have enough strength, we're just ants. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and the others and said. Ling Yunfei took out a Chengkuan bag and smiled. I still have a lot of battle chi pills here, you guys use them first. Fatso and the others nodded and took the Chengkuan bag. After distributing some battle chi pills to each of them, they sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Dan Wangkai also went into seclusion to cultivate. Because his alchemy fire had also been annihilated. Although the nether devil flame was still there was no 9th grade pill furnace. Moreover, even if his alchemy fire was still there, he couldn't refine pills now because he didn't have the herbs. So he could only choose to cultivate. Willow Tree glanced at everyone, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, the most important thing is to find the herbs. After all, so many people need to cultivate, how can there be no herbs? There's no rush. We still have a lot of blood-devouring bees honey, which is enough for everyone to cultivate. I think we should go to the main hall to take a look now. Because Zhuge Mingyang is still outside. Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Ling Yunfei and said, How about this? Willow Tree and Yu Huang will accompany me outside. You go back and continue to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god. When Li Yun and the others calm down, let them out. Okay, if there's anything, remember to inform me. After Ling Yunfei finished speaking, he disappeared. Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Young master, can you still control the castle now? No. But I can go out. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took Willow Tree and Yu Huang and appeared in the desert. Whoa! A terrifying storm swept over. Willow Tree hurriedly took Qin Feiyang and rushed into the main hall within 100 feet. There was no storm within 100 feet, so it was very safe. And after the battle ended, the place returned to peace. That bastard is really here. Yu Huang thought, his eyes as gloomy as water. In front of the main hall, Zhuge Mingyang looked at the door, holding his chin, his face full of confusion. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, took out the castle, and handed it to Willow Tree. Before my cultivation recovers, you keep the castle. I will take good care of it. Willow Tree said solemnly. Let's go. After Willow Tree kept the castle, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and walked towards Zhuge Mingyang. What is he thinking? He didn't even notice our aura. Yu Huang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and asked suspiciously. He should be thinking about how to open the door of the main hall. Qin Feiyang guessed. If that's the case, why don't we take the opportunity to kill him now? Yu Huang thought, killing intent flashing in his eyes. I agree. Willow Tree said. Let's do it. A sinister smile appeared on Yu Huang's face. She changed the color of her skin, blending together with the yellow sand as she silently sped towards Zhuge Mingyang. Seeing Yu Huang approaching step by step and about to succeed, Zhuge Mingyang suddenly raised his eyebrows, and a terrifying aura burst out. He was caught off guard. Instead, Yu Huang was sent flying. Zhuge Mingyang turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. When he saw Lu Mu at the side, a hint of bewilderment instantly crept into his eyes. He said, Didn't you die? I'm lucky I didn't die. Willow Tree sneered. Yu Huang also appeared next to Qin Feiyang, staring coldly at Zhuge Mingyang. You're not dead? Zhuge Mingyang looked at Yu Huang in shock. Yu Huang snorted, You're a scourge, how can we be willing to die when you're not dead? Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the man and beast and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. How did you do it? Wait, where's your cultivation? Why is it gone? Qin Feiyang ignored him and scanned the main hall. Zhuge Mingyang frowned. Could it be that the resurrection of Willow Tree and Yu Huang had something to do with Qin Feiyang's cultivation? Willow Tree and Yu Huang had been resurrected, then did that mean the others had been resurrected as well? Qin Feiyang stepped forward and asked, Why are you still standing outside? Zhuge Mingyang suppressed the doubts in his heart and turned around to look at the door of the Great Hall. He said angrily, I've tried everything but I just can't open this door. You should know how to open it. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You don't know? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and frowned. Then why are you here? Brother Qin, we're old friends, why are you hiding it from me? Old friends? Weren't you happy when Willow Tree and the others were killed? Qin Feiyang sneered. Hearing this, Willow Tree and Yu Huang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Zhuge Mingyang smiled embarrassedly and said, That was a joke, how can you take it seriously, right? Qin Feiyang glanced at him and took a few steps back, looking at Willow Tree and Yu Huang, saying, Try and see if you can open the door. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Even I can't do it, do you think they can? How will we know if we don't try? Lu Mu coldly snorted. He transmitted his voice. Yuang, go and protect the young master. You have to be careful. Right now you don't have a divine weapon, you aren't a match for Zhuge Mingyang. Got it. Baiming Yu Huang silently replied. After that, she sped towards Qin Feiyang with lightning speed. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the two men and the beast and also retreated to the side. Chapter 1659. Willow Tree stared at the door, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, constantly accumulating power. Ha! Suddenly, he roared. He punched the door. The power of the false god rolled out. A loud bang resounded through the sky. However, the door didn't move at all. So strong. Willow Tree raised his eyebrows. He took out the castle, poured the power of the false god into it and smashed the door. Clang. The door still didn't move. Let's try together? Zhuge Mingyang stepped forward and looked at Willow Tree. Okay. Willow Tree glanced at him and nodded. Boom. The two of them slapped at the same time. And they used all their strength. But the result was still useless. Willow Tree said angrily, even this can't open it? Stop. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree turned to look at Qin Feiyang, lowered his head and said, this subordinate is incompetent. It's not your fault. I suddenly remembered that when the fire dragon blasted the door with his divine power, the door didn't even tremble, let alone you. Qin Feiyang said. Then how do we open it? Willow Tree raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, glanced at the door and said, there should be some mechanism. I've searched everywhere outside this hall, but I didn't find any mechanism at all. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, you really don't know how to open it? Qin Feiyang said, if I knew, would I let Willow Tree spend so much effort? Then who knows? What if you saw me here and let Willow Tree put on an act? Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Do you think I'm a villain like you? Qin Feiyang retorted. Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang ignored him and walked to the front door, reaching out to touch the door. An ice-cold chill immediately spread from his palm to his heart. There was no mechanism. Brute force would not be able to break it. Didn't this mean that there was no way to enter the hall at all? Back then, the mysterious man had said that it would be very difficult to enter this hall, and it turned out to be true. Do I need blood? Qin Feiyang suddenly froze. Some of the doors had undergone special treatment and required a certain person's blood to open. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and asked, have you tested it with your blood? I've tried. Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Obviously, this method wouldn't work either. Otherwise, Zhuge Mingyang would have already gone in. After thinking for a moment, Zhuge Mingyang added, you can give it a try. After all, your purple gold dragon blood is even more noble than our bloodline power. Qin Feiyang said, why do I feel that your words sound so sarcastic? It's the truth. You're thinking too much. Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and bit the tip of his index finger. A drop of purple gold dragon blood appeared. His cultivation was abolished, but his bloodline power was not. And his potential imprint was still there. This was the biggest reason why he regained his confidence. As long as the purple gold dragon blood and potential imprint were there, it wouldn't take much time even if he cultivated again. He raised his index finger and pressed it on the door. But after waiting for a long time, the door didn't respond at all. Zhuge Mingyang raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, it seems that your bloodline power is nothing special. Do you think it will affect me if you mock me like this? It won't. On the contrary, it will make you look ridiculous. Qin Feiyang said contemptuously. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly had a trace of hostility between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang ignored it and raised his arm again, pressing it on the stone door and pushing it hard. Boom. Just as he pushed, the stone door actually made a deafening sound. This sudden change scared Willow Tree and Qin Feiyang so much that they hurriedly retreated. Yu Huang and Zhuge Mingyang also retreated at lightning speed. The 3 people and 1 beast sized up the stone door, their eyes full of surprise. The rumbling sound gradually dissipated. But the stone door was still tightly shut. There was nothing unusual and nothing jumped out of the hall. Was it an illusion? Zhuge Mingyang asked. We all heard it. How could it be an illusion? Willow Tree rolled his eyes and turned to Qin Feiyang saying, I'll go take a look. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. If it was before, he would definitely go by himself. But now it was different. Not to mention that his cultivation was destroyed, the castle was also with Willow Tree. If anything happened, even the gods couldn't save him. Willow Tree slowly stepped forward, his face full of vigilance. When he walked to the door, he carefully looked at the door. A trace of surprise gradually crept up in his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on the center of the door. A trace of ecstasy crept up his face and he shouted, "Young master, come here, there is a crack in the door." "What? A crack in the door?" Hearing that, Yu Huang immediately took Qin Feiyang and rushed to Willow Tree's side. Zhuge Mingyang also ran over with a look of bewilderment. Willow Tree pointed to the door and finally said, "See." The two people and one beast looked at the place where Willow Tree was pointing, and their eyes suddenly lit up. The whole door was originally one without any cracks. But at this moment, there was a small crack in the center of the door. Although it was very small and almost impossible to see with the naked eye, it did exist. Yu Huang said in astonishment, "Does this mean that the door has been opened?" Hearing Yu Huang's words, Zhuge Mingyang immediately stepped forward and slapped the door. With a bang, the stone door remained motionless. The crack in the door didn't change at all. "I don't believe this," Zhuge Mingyang said angrily, and then punched the door with all his strength. As a result, not only did he not blast the door open, but his arm was numb from the shock. What's going on? He was puzzled. Yu Huang and Willow Tree also frowned. Suddenly, the two people and one beast looked at Qin Feiyang together. "Why are you looking at me?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "No. I remember that earlier, it was because you pushed the door with all your might that the rumbling sound was heard. Furthermore, a crack appeared on the door. I think it must have something to do with you," Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. "It should be a coincidence. I'm just a mortal now and my strength is much weaker than yours. If you can't open the door, how can I open it?" "That's true." Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Even he, a fake god, couldn't open the door. How could a mortal open the door? Willow Tree pondered for a while, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young master, why don't you try again? Who knows, maybe this door will only give you face." "Only give me face? Do you think I'm the god of creation? Why should it give me face?" Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly but did as he was told. He went forward and pressed the stone door and pushed hard. Bang! That deafening noise sounded again. Willow Tree, Yu Huang and Zhuge Mingyang looked at each other. Was it really because of Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang was also shocked. What the hell was going on? When he came back to his senses, he looked at the door gap and found that the door gap had become a little wider. "Young master, it's really giving you face," Willow Tree said excitedly. "It doesn't make sense. Even I, a semi-divinity, am unable to smash it open. How can a powerless mortal like him be able to push it open?" Zhuge Mingyang wailed. "That's my luck," Yu Huang said proudly. "What does this have to do with luck?" Zhuge Mingyang rolled his eyes. Willow Tree thought for a while and asked, "Young master, do you think this hall has something to do with you?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Like you, this is my first time here. What can I do with it? Maybe it's just like Yu Huang said. I have a good luck." Zhuge Mingyang's face twitched. This bastard said that he was fat and he really panted. Yu Huang urged, "Since you can open it, hurry up and see what's inside." Qin Feiyang nodded. This time he pressed his hands on the stone door and pushed hard. Rumble. The loud noise was deafening again. The door gap also became wider and wider. The door of the palace was as big as a mountain. Qin Feiyang stood under the door like a tiny ant. But at this moment, he, the ant, was really pushing down the elephant in front of him little by little. As the door opened, a vast aura surged out of the hall. Whether it was Willow Tree, Yu Huang, or Zhuge Mingyang, they all felt a kind of fear from the soul. It was as if there was an ancient divine king lurking in this hall. As a mortal, he is actually more outstanding than me. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang's back and felt very unbalanced. Qin Feiyang was so tired that he was sweating profusely. Although he could open the door, he had to use all his strength. Fortunately, his current body was still the body of a false god. Otherwise, he would be exhausted. Rumble. After a long time, the door was finally opened half a meter wide, which was enough to enter. But inside it was pitch black. Even the three false gods, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and Zhuge Mingyang, couldn't tear open the darkness and see what was inside. Feeling. Behind this door, it was like a dark bottomless abyss that no one dared to set foot in. Willow Tree turned to look at Zhuge Mingyang and joked, "Didn't you want to go in? Now that the door has been opened by the young master, why are you still standing here?" Zhuge Mingyang said without blushing, "We are partners. Of course we should share the joys and sorrows." "Partners?" Willow Tree snorted and whispered, "Young master, I will go in first to explore." Wait for me here. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Willow Tree then transmitted his voice to Yu Huang. You must be careful of Zhuge Mingyang and protect the young master. Don't worry, Yu Huang said secretly. Willow Tree looked up at the dark area behind the stone door, took a deep breath and stepped forward. But before his step landed, a white light curtain appeared in front of him and directly bounced Willow Tree away. Qin Feiyang, Yu Huang and Zhuge Mingyang were surprised. After Willow Tree stabilized his body, he returned to Qin Feiyang's side with a look of surprise on his face. Qin Feiyang said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Willow Tree waved his hand and frowned. "The door has been opened. Why can't we go in?" "Let me try." Yu Huang rose into the air and flew inside. But the result was also blocked by the light curtain. Chapter 1660. The light curtain flickered with dim divine light, like a natural moat, blocking in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Zhuge Mingyang frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Brother Qin, why don't you try?" "Yes. Maybe only the one who pushes open the stone door can go in." Willow Tree's eyes lit up as he guessed. Hearing Willow Tree's words, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of coldness. "What do you want to do?" Willow Tree immediately stared at Zhuge Mingyang gloomily. "What do you mean, what do I want to do? What do I want to do?" Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. "Don't think I didn't see the cold light in your eyes. Let me tell you, if you dare to do anything, I will drag you to hell even if I have to self-destruct." Willow Tree said in a deep voice. "What cold light? I don't know what you are talking about." Zhuge Mingyang said expressionlessly. Willow Tree snorted and said in a low voice, "Young master, go ahead. Yu Huang and I will watch outside." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and stepped forward. As a result, the light curtain in front of him was as if it was nothing and he directly crossed it. "How can this be? I don't accept this. Why can only he go in and I can't?" Seeing this, Zhuge Mingyang's killing intent suddenly rose and he slapped at Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good, and his other foot quickly followed in. At that moment, Qin Feiyang disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Zhuge Mingyang slapped at the light curtain and a terrifying force came from the light curtain. He immediately flew out with a scream and smashed into the yellow sand, looking extremely embarrassed. "Do you know what this is called?" "You reap what you sow." Willow Tree and Yu Huang turned to look at Zhuge Mingyang and gloated. "You reap what you sow? I think you're courting death." Zhuge Mingyang was infuriated. His Bone Dragon Battle Soul appeared and he immediately activated his special ability. The cultivation of the Willow Tree and Yu Huang began to plummet. Willow Tree's eyes flashed with killing intent. He immediately led Yu Huang into the castle. Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. A trace of mockery crawled up his face as he said, "Let's see how long you can hide." Subsequently, he strode to the gate and stood guard there. His fighting soul and innate divine ability did not dissipate. Inside the castle, Willow Tree looked at Zhuge Mingyang through the screen with a gloomy face. "Not good. This bastard is obviously waiting outside for Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang comes out, he will probably be killed by him." Yu Huang said worriedly, "I won't let him succeed. As soon as the young master appears, I will immediately go out. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect the young master." Willow Tree said word by word. And then there was Qin Feiyang. The moment he entered the main hall, his eyes lit up. At this moment, he was standing at the entrance of the main hall, less than 2 or 3 meters away from Zhuge Mingyang. Moreover, he could clearly see Zhuge Mingyang. But Zhuge Mingyang couldn't see him. And in front of him was an extremely huge hall? Yes. In the air above there was a diamond-shaped crystal stone. That crystal stone was the size of an adult's palm. It had distinct edges and corners, like a sparkling and translucent diamond, blooming with bright light. Looking for? Fierce quail. Before. The vast chi that gushed out of the main hall came from that crystal stone. But the whole hall? Wo? Fourth knock poison? Shilaimu? No. There was no room. There were no tables and chairs. There was no trace of anyone. It seemed extremely empty. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at Zhuge Mingyang. Glancing around the huge hall? Wu Jun of the Broken Skeleton Dam Bloody Temple. His voice echoed in the hall for a long time. No one responded to him for a long time. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. Then he carefully walked around the hall. Wu Jun Suhu Chu? Yexian? Wu Jun. At last. After walking around the hall, he finally confirmed that he was the only one here. The mysterious man said that there was a treasure here that could control the Black Tortoise realm. But where is the treasure? Qin Feiyang looked around suspiciously. Suddenly, he looked at the crystal stone floating in the middle. Is it the treasure that the mysterious man said? He walked forward slowly, always vigilant. He walked to the bottom of the crystal stone and looked up at it. Is this really the treasure that the mysterious man said? After pondering for a while, he gritted his teeth, jumped up, grabbed the crystal stone and landed steadily on the ground. No danger? Looking at the crystal stone in his hand, he was quite surprised. He thought that this crystal stone might have hidden killing intent. But now there was no change at all. He worried for nothing. But the next moment, the crystal stone released a horrible qi. Without hesitation, Qin Feiyang hurriedly threw away the crystal. However, although the crystal stone was thrown away, the qi emitted by the crystal stone did not disappear. Like a tide, it rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He quickly turned around and ran away. Because this qi for him now was like the power of heaven. Even his body was cracking. His whole body was stained with purple gold dragon blood, like a bloody man. Damn the mysterious man, he lied to me. Qin Feiyang cursed and ran toward the gate without hesitation. But when he hit the light curtain was not as invisible as when he came in before. It blasted him out on the spot and rolled on the ground awkwardly. That qi also shrouded him. He could not move at all, like a fish on the chopping board. His fleshly body continued to crack. However, he could only watch as all of this happened. He was powerless to stop it. The purple gold dragon blood flowed all over the ground. The heart-wrenching pain hit every nerve in his body, making him feel worse than death. I didn't die in the small beast's hands, but I still die here. Is this fate? I'm doomed to die. Qin Feiyang was desperate. The qi emitted by the crystal stone, like ice, imprisoned him on the ground. Crack. Gradually, his body was torn apart and eaten by the crystal stone little by little. His consciousness also disappeared on the spot. Bastard, let him go. The inner demons rushed out of the inner world and pounced on the crystal stone crazily. Because the inner world he was in had also collapsed. And he could clearly sense that Qin Feiyang was on the verge of death step by step. Once Qin Feiyang died as the inner demons, he would also be annihilated. However, in front of the crystal stone, the inner demons were inferior to ants. Not only were they imprisoned in an instant, but even he could not escape the fate of being eaten by the crystal stone. His consciousness quickly dissipated. In the end, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons disappeared in the hall. Not even a hair was left, as if they had never been here. The purple gold dragon blood on the ground was also absorbed by the crystal stone. The crystal stone rose into the air, returned to its original position and fell silent. Boom. The gate of the palace also closed. The hall gradually returned to silence. The gate closed? Outside. Looking at the closed gate, Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of suspicion. In the castle, Willow Tree and Yu Huang were also confused. Suddenly, Willow Tree's eyes trembled. He looked at Yu Huang and said in surprise, "Why can't I feel the existence of the slave seal?" What? The slave seal disappeared? Yu Huang's body trembled. Fatso and the others also suddenly opened their eyes and got up to look at Willow Tree. Willow Tree carefully sensed for a moment and looked at everyone. The slave seal has indeed disappeared. When did it disappear? Lu Hong asked quickly. This, Willow Tree could not answer. Because he had been worried about Qin Feiyang before, so he did not pay attention to it. When we entered the miracle, weren't we also controlled by little Qin Zi with the slave seal? Quickly check, is our slave seal still there? White-Eyed Wolf urged. Yes. I actually forgot about this. Fatso patted his head hard. Immediately after, everyone closed their eyes one after another. Only Miss Longfeng and Yu Huang did not close their eyes. The reason for that was because her slave imprint had already been removed by Qin Feiyang when he found her. As for Yu Huang, Qin Feiyang had never controlled him. A moment later, White-Eyed Wolf, Fatso, and the others opened their eyes. Their eyes were full of disbelief. The slave seal had indeed disappeared. Boss? Fatso cried out in grief. What the hell is going on? What is hidden in the palace? Damn it, how dare you kill little Qin Zi? Willow Tree, take us out immediately and kill our way in. White-Eyed Wolf roared. Don't be impulsive. We can't get in at all. Besides, the door has already been closed. Willow Tree said. So what if it's closed? I don't believe that we can't break it open with so many false gods. White-Eyed Wolf said. Willow Tree said angrily, Even the fire dragon's divine power can't break it open. Do you think we can? White-Eyed Wolf was also angry. He rushed in front of Willow Tree and roared, "Then we can't just stand here and watch. Give me the castle." "I can't give it to you. If you run out like this you'll kill everyone. Because Zhuge Mingyang is still outside. None of us is his match." Willow Tree shook his head. "What's a Zhuge Mingyang? Give it to me." White-Eyed Wolf roared. "No." Willow Tree shook his head. "What? Seeing that little Qinzi is dead, you want to take the castle for yourself?" White-Eyed Wolf laughed sinisterly. "I didn't. I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you understand? If you want the castle I can give it to you, but you have to wait until we leave the desert." Willow Tree said. "Bastard." White-Eyed Wolf was burning with anger and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fatso, Lu Zheng, the double-winged snow eagle, Dan Wangkai and the others hurried to hold White-Eyed Wolf and persuade him, "Brother Wolf, calm down. Willow Tree is right. We can't be impulsive. Little Qinzi is dead. How can I calm down? Tell me." White-Eyed Wolf roared and 2 drops of blood tears fell from his eyes. Looking at the 2 drops of blood tears, everyone's eyes trembled. How sad must he be to shed blood tears? However, thinking about it, it made sense. The ingrate and Qin Feiyang had known each other since Iron Ox Town. Who knew how much they had gone through together? Although Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf did not usually mention this, there was no doubt that their feelings for each other were the deepest. It was even possible that in each other's hearts, they regarded each other as more important than their own lives. It was not difficult to imagine how the White-Eyed Wolf was feeling at this moment. Everyone fell silent. Chapter 1661. Suddenly, Willow Tree gritted his teeth, looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, "All right, let's go out." The White-Eyed Wolf immediately roared, "Ling Yunfei, come out quickly." Swish. In the next moment Ling Yunfei appeared. Looking at everyone's sorrowful faces, he asked in surprise, "What happened again?" The White-Eyed Wolf said with killing intent, "Call out all the fake gods, we'll kill our way out." Kill our way out? Ling Yunfei was stunned, looking at the main hall and Zhuge Mingyang in front of him. He asked suspiciously, "Did Zhuge Mingyang do something to you guys?" "It's not Zhuge Mingyang." Fatso quickly explained the situation. "What?" Ling Yunfei's body trembled and he hurriedly entered the space divine object, stood above the medicine field and roared, "All fake gods gather quickly." His voice was like a bell resounding through the sky. Whoosh! One figure after another flew into the sky. Not long later, more than 100 fake gods gathered around Ling Yunfei. Ning Mingyi, Zhao Tailai, Chuili and Li Yun were also there. Luo Qingzhu, the Miss of Dragon Phoenix House, and the Crocodile Emperor were also there. What's wrong? Looking at the angry and murderous Ling Yunfei, everyone was bewildered. Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice, "Qin Feiyang was killed in that hall." What? When everyone heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and their minds rumbled. Feiyang, the Miss of Dragon Phoenix House's body swayed slightly and she fainted on the spot. Ling Yunfei hurriedly went forward and hugged the Miss of Dragon Phoenix House, only to see that her face was deathly pale. What's going on? Could it be that she also likes Bosch Qin? Ling Yunfei was suspicious. Upon hearing the news of Qin Feiyang's death, she actually fainted. He really couldn't find any other reason to explain it. Sister Rushuang, Luo Qingzhu also hurried forward, her face full of concern. Ling Yunfei said, "Don't panic. She's just unconscious. She's fine." Luo Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, "Did you personally witness Qin Feiyang's death?" "No. It's Fatso and the others. They said that their enslavement seals have all disappeared." Ling Yunfei said, "Slave seal?" Ning Mingyi and the others who were being controlled immediately closed their eyes and tried to sense the existence of the slave seal. "How is it?" Luo Qingzhu looked at them nervously. Zhao Tailai opened his eyes and looked at Luo Qingzhu saying, "It really has disappeared." Ning Mingyi and the others also nodded at Luo Qingzhu. Luo Qingzhu's body also shook violently as her vision turned dark. Ling Yunfei used his other hand to support Luo Qingzhu. "Wait." Suddenly, the Golden Wolf King's voice rang out. "What is it?" Everyone looked at it one after another. Strange. Why didn't this king's slave seal disappear? The Golden Wolf King asked suspiciously. "Yes. My slave seal didn't disappear either." The Silver Wolf King followed. "And me." The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts also followed. What? Everyone looked at each other. What was going on? Luo Qingzhu heard this and quivered. She looked at the beasts and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes." The Golden Wolf King nodded. "So, Qin Feiyang is not dead? But why did Fatso and Ning Mingyi's slave seals disappear?" Ling Yunfei said in surprise. "I don't know." Everyone shook their heads. "Wait." Li Yun suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Ling Yunfei. "Could it be related to everyone's death?" "Death?" Ling Yunfei was slightly stunned. Then he became spirited and said excitedly, "Yes, it must be so. At that time, small beast will kill all of you. Fatso and Ning Mingyi's slave seals will naturally disappear. Later, Boss Qin saved them, but the slave seals did not regenerate. So, why did Fatso's slave seals disappear, but the Golden Wolf King's slave seals are still there? I think Li Jian's slave seal should still be there. I'll go ask him." After Ling Yunfei finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. Why hasn't he come out yet? What is he doing? Inside the castle, the white-eyed wolf was like an ant on a hot pan. He was extremely anxious. Lu Hong said, "Brother Wolf, Feiyang is dead. You are our backbone. You can't panic now." Backbone? I don't even know how he died. What qualifications do I have to be the backbone? It's all my fault. If I had enough strength, I could have stayed by his side. Maybe he wouldn't have died. The white-eyed wolf closed his eyes in pain. Swish. At this time, Ling Yunfei finally appeared. His face was full of ecstasy. "Why did you only come out now? Brother Wolf is so anxious." Lu Hong asked. Ling Yunfei was about to speak when the white-eyed wolf opened his eyes. Seeing that Ling Yunfei was alone, he immediately said angrily, "Where are Ning Mingyi and the others?" "They didn't come out." Ling Yunfei said. "They didn't come out?" The white-eyed wolf was instantly furious and roared, "Are they willing to come out?" No, don't misunderstand. They didn't come out because Boss Qin is not dead." Ling Yunfei quickly said. "Not dead?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and roared, "The slavery seal has disappeared. How can little Qinzi not be dead?" "It's true. Although the slavery seals of Fatso and the others have disappeared, the slavery seals of the Golden Wolf King and the others are still there. And I specially went to find Li Jian. His slavery seal is also there." "What does this mean?" "It means that Boss Qin is still alive," Ling Yunfei said. "Then how did our enslavement seal disappear?" Fatso asked. Ling Yunfei said, "We analyzed it inside. It should have something to do with your death." "Something to do with our death?" Everyone was stunned. The next moment, everyone came to their senses. Willow Tree asked, "So, young master is really not dead?" "Yes. As long as the slavery seal is still there, he is definitely not dead." Ling Yunfei nodded. Willow Tree gave a wry smile and looked at Fatso and the others, saying, "We were too careless to ignore this point." "Yes. Although the gate of rebirth can bring us back to life, it can't bring other things back to life. That's something that boss said himself. There are so many of us but none of us remembered it. We even made such a big mistake." Fatso shook his head. Thinking of his previous behavior, he couldn't help laughing. "This is called caring makes you confused. Of course, it's also because we don't care about being controlled by the slavery seal, so we didn't pay special attention to it." Ling Yunfei said with a smile. Willow Tree said, "I don't know about the others but I don't care at all now. It doesn't matter even if I'm controlled by young master." "You've made the right choice." Ling Yunfei looked at Willow Tree and smiled. Then he looked at the hall in the image and said, "Although I don't know what happened in the hall, at least I can confirm that Qin Feiyang is still fine. Let's wait here." White-eyed wolf said, "Even if he's fine now, you have to call Ning Mingyi and the others out just in case." "Okay." Ling Yunfei nodded and turned to look at White-eyed wolf, only to see that White-eyed wolf had secretly wiped the tears of blood from the corners of his eyes. White-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "What are you looking at with your little eyes?" Ling Yunfei smiled and said, "Brother Wolf, I didn't expect you to cry and it's—" "Shut up!" White-eyed wolf shouted and glared fiercely at Ling Yunfei. Then he glanced at all the people and dire beasts present and said, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, including little Qinzi. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." Although he had a ferocious look, everyone couldn't help but laugh. White-eyed wolf's eyes were very fierce at first, but gradually he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Time flew by and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Why hasn't young master come out yet? During this half a month, Willow Tree and Yu Huang had been observing the situation in the hall. As for White-eyed Wolf, Fatso and the others, under Ling Yunfei's persuasion, they had already gone into closed-door cultivation that day. After all, The rules of time in the castle were different. Wasting 1 day was equivalent to wasting 10 days. Ning Mingi and the others had also come out and were ready to fight at any time. Maybe young master encountered an accident inside? Or maybe he's trapped inside. Ning Mingi pondered. I'll go ask the Golden Wolf King and the others again to see if the slavery seal is still there. Ling Yunfei said and disappeared without a trace. During this half a month, he went to ask the Golden Wolf King and the others almost every day. Because only when he was sure that the slavery seal was still there, he could feel at ease. At the same time, in the hall, everything was the same as before. Except for the crystal, there was nothing else. It was dead silent. But in another place, a magical scene was happening. This was an ethereal space, boundless and filled with pure white clouds and mist. Somewhere in the clouds, 2 young men in their 20s were floating in the void. Whether it was appearance, height, or physique, the two looked exactly the same. But there was a difference. The man on the left had black hair like a waterfall. The man on the right had blood-red hair. That's right. The two were Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. At this moment, they seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, lying quietly in the void with their eyes closed and motionless. Their expressions were extremely peaceful. Even the inner demons didn't have any hostility in their expressions. No one knew how much time had passed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyelids moved, then he slowly opened his eyes and looked up in confusion. Where was this? Immediately after, that dusty memory surfaced in his mind. He stood up abruptly and scanned his surroundings in shock. Was this heaven? Wait a minute. Although he wasn't a bad person who did all kinds of evil, he wasn't a good person either. How could he enter heaven? He didn't see any angels either. When he saw the inner demons, he hurried forward and shouted, "Inner demons, wake up!" The inner demons slowly opened their eyes, looked around suspiciously and asked, "Where is this? Are we dead?" "I don't know where this is either. As for whether we are dead or not, I can't be sure." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, the inner demons raised their hands and slapped Qin Feiyang's face. Chapter 1662. However, just as Qin Feiyang grabbed the inner demon's wrist, a scene that made them turn pale with fright appeared. The inner demon's wrist collapsed on the spot. But that was not the point. The inner demons were a manifestation of consciousness. They had no flesh and blood. It was normal for them to collapse. But Qin Feiyang's hand, under the force, collapsed just like the inner demon's wrist. And there was no blood. What did that mean? It meant that he was not a flesh and blood body now. "You?" The inner demon stared at Qin Feiyang's collapsed hand, dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and shook his arm forcefully. At that moment, his entire arm disintegrated and turned into mist. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "It seems that we are really dead." Because this was the best proof. After a person died, their flesh and blood disappeared. When the inner demons heard this, their faces turned pale and they roared, "What the hell is that damn crystal? Why did it poison us?" Qin Feiyang also frowned. "And you? I don't understand. Have you never doubted that mysterious person's words?" The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "I did. But do we have a choice?" "No." The entrance to the Black Tortoise realm disappeared. "We can only choose to believe him. This is equivalent to a gamble." Qin Feiyang sighed. The inner demons fell silent. "To be honest, although I am a little unwilling to die like this, I feel relieved. Now I am most worried about Fatso and the others. If they can't leave the Black Tortoise realm, where should they go?" Qin Feiyang said. "You just won't change despite repeated admonitions. You can't even take care of yourself and still think about others all day long." The inner demons rolled their eyes at him, glanced around and said in a deep voice, "First, let's figure out whether this is hell or heaven." "Does it matter whether it is hell or heaven now?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Of course it matters. In the human world, we can be heroes. Even in heaven and hell, we can still carve out a path for ourselves." The inner demon said domineeringly, "We are already dead. Why are you still thinking about this?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You live as a hero, die as a ghost hero, don't you understand?" The inner demons glanced at him, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, waved his hand and said, "Let's go." "Where to go?" Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. Mental demon said, "How would I know? Let's go look around." The two randomly chose a random direction and walked step by step. Without cultivation, we can still walk in the void." The inner demons was surprised. "We are ghosts now. What's so strange about that?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "How can you still laugh?" The inner demons frowned. When a person dies, the light goes out. What's there to be unhappy about? Qin Feiyang shook his head. I just can't accept it. The inner demon snorted. Suddenly, between the clouds in front, there was a faint light. What's that? The two looked at each other and quickly flew over. Gradually, the light became more and more dazzling. And as they got closer, they also felt a divine power. Could it be that heaven and hell have divine weapons? The two were surprised. A moment later, when the two of them flew out of the clouds, it was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. A scene that shocked the two of them appeared before their eyes. They saw divine weapons of different sizes floating in the void in front of them. There were swords, blades, halberds, axes. There were also spears, bows, daggers, sticks, and so on. In short, there were all kinds of weapons in the world here. There were so many of them that they couldn't see the end. Every weapon was emitting a dazzling divine light. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons flew all the way, looking at the divine weapons one by one. Their faces were full of disbelief. In the end, they estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of divine weapons in front of them. Tens of thousands of divine weapons. What kind of concept was that? Even Qin Feiyang's breathing became rapid and his body trembled. This was simply a terrifying divine treasure. What the hell is going on? The inner demons grabbed the back of his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. God knows. Qin Feiyang shrugged. The inner demons looked at the divine weapons for a moment and said, let's split up and look around to see if there is anything else. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two immediately separated and shuttled through the clouds. Qin Feiyang saw another shocking scene. In the void, there were tens of thousands of jade slips floating. Each jade slip was emitting a hazy divine light. They were all divine arts. At the same time, the inner demons also found countless alchemy furnaces in the void. These alchemy furnaces were also divine-level alchemy furnaces. The two continued to search. Qin Feiyang found clusters of divine-level alchemy fire in all kinds of colors. There were tens of thousands of them. The inner demons also found a lot of medicinal herbs. And they were all the most precious medicinal herbs, such as the fruit of creation, the spiritual infant fruit, and so on. There were even many medicinal herbs that he had never seen before. Next, they also found a golden mountain that was tens of thousands of feet high, as well as countless divine pills and so on. What the hell is this place? There are so many treasures and divine objects? In the end, the two met at the place where they found the divine weapons. Both their faces and eyes were full of surprise. After a long time, the inner demons just recovered and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, are you sure this is heaven and hell? Hell, I don't think so. As for heaven, Qin Feiyang glanced at the divine weapons and said with a smile, you don't say. This place really does look like heaven. The inner demons said, in other words, these divine objects and treasures are all ours? We're already like this, why do we still need these treasures and divine objects? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. If it was before, he would definitely take out his Qingquan bag and put it all away. But now, at most he would be shocked, but he didn't care too much. You're bullshitting. I've said it before. We live as heroes and we die as heroes. The divine items and treasures here are our capital. Hurry up and put them away. The inner demons urged. After saying that, they flew to a divine weapon and reached out to grab it. Qin Feiyang frowned, stepped forward to stop the inner demons and said, do you think these things are still useful to us now? Let go. The inner demons raised his eyebrows. We've already come to this point, why can't you see past it? Besides, don't you feel that so many divine objects and treasures are a little unreal? Qin Feiyang said. They're right in front of us, isn't it real enough? The inner demons said angrily. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I always feel that what we see is not real. Nonsense. So many divine weapons, if it was anyone else they would think that they were dreaming. But these are all real. The inner demons said. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the divine weapons in the void and suddenly waved his hand. At that moment, a scene that the inner demons couldn't accept appeared. The divine weapons in the void actually collapsed one after another, and finally all disappeared into nothingness. Sure enough, there's a problem. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Who's playing tricks in the dark? Get out. After the inner demons came back to his senses, he roared. Ah! A childish laughter suddenly sounded behind the two of them. The two of them tensed up and hurriedly turned around to look, only to see a little boy standing behind them. This little boy was only 3 or 4 years old, wearing a small red belly band and a golden bell hanging around his neck. His little face was chubby and pink. A pair of big dark eyes blinking was quite cute. However, There was a sense of depth between his eyebrows, looking like an antique that had lived for countless years. Who are you? Qin Feiyang looked at the child warily. The little boy looked at the two of them for a moment and grinned. I'm the owner of this place. The owner of this place? Qin Feiyang looked at each other, glanced around the void, looked at the little boy suspiciously and asked, then what is this place? You don't have to worry about that. I came out to tell you congratulations on passing the test. The little boy said. Test? Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang were stunned. The little boy glanced at the inner demons, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, to be exact, you passed the test. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, what test? The test of greed. All creatures in the world have a fatal flaw, which is greed. Greed is endless and it's also human nature. For example, you humans. In the beginning, you only pursued a little bit of wealth, enough to support your family. However, after you obtained this wealth, you wanted even more wealth. So, the treasures that appeared in front of you before were all tests. The little boy said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Wait, just now you said you humans? Are you not human? The inner demons were suspicious. The little boy frowned and said, I just made an analogy. Why are you so worried about this? The inner demons pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy and asked, then what would happen if we didn't pass the test just now? What would happen? The little boy chuckled and said, both of you would disappear. Do you know what disappear is? It's death. We're already dead. Why are you afraid of dying again? The inner demons were disdainful. The little boy said, how do you know that you're already dead? The inner demons was stunned and frowned. What do you mean? Your physical bodies have indeed disappeared, but your consciousness is still fine, isn't it? As long as your consciousness is still there, you're not dead. The little boy said. Not dead? Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. Going back to what I said before, if you didn't pass the test, then your consciousness would have been ruthlessly erased. After the little boy said that, he looked at the inner demon and said, you should really be glad that your true body stopped you and didn't let you touch those divine artifacts. Otherwise, both of your consciousnesses would have been wiped out by now. The inner demons couldn't help but feel a lingering fear after hearing this. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and said with a smile, like I said, you can't just look at the surface of things. You just happened by accident. What are you so proud of? The inner demons snorted. Chapter 1663. The little boy said, even if the physical body disappears, it can still be reconstructed. Reconstruct? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were shocked. See for yourself. The little boy waved his hand, and an image immediately appeared in the void in front of him. The scene displayed in the image was the main hall. The crystal was still suspended in the void, emitting a dazzling light. Suddenly, strands of divine light fell from the crystal. A blurry outline gradually appeared. It was the outline of a person. Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy in surprise and said, that can't be me, right? The little boy did not answer. Qin Feiyang looked at the image again. As time passed, the outline became clearer. About 100 breaths later. Finally, the outline solidified. A young man in white with flesh and blood appeared in the line of sight of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Both of them were dumbfounded. Because that young man in white was their physical body. How could this be? The two of them looked at the little boy in surprise. The little boy said, it's the energy of the heart of origin that helped you reconstruct your physical body. Heart of origin? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other. What was this? The little boy said, the crystal you see is the heart of origin of the Black Tortoise realm. The heart of origin of the Black Tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were even more puzzled. Because they could not understand at all. What was the heart of origin that the little boy was talking about? The mystery of the heart of origin is not something that people of your level can understand. All you need to know now is that controlling the heart of origin is equivalent to controlling the Black Tortoise realm. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Who exactly are you? Were you the one who asked the heart of origin to help us reconstruct our physical bodies? The inner demons looked at the little boy and said, me. I've always been in front of you. Did you see me ask it to help you reconstruct your physical bodies? The little boy said. The inner demons frowned. The little boy did not say anything. You will know who I am in the future. As for now, you all have already passed the trial. I believe that the heart of origin should no longer reject you all. After the little boy finished speaking, he waved his little hand, and Qin Feiyang and the inner demons immediately appeared in the hall. That's it? The inner demons were astonished. What else do you want? Qin Feiyang asked. The inner demons said, he should have made it clear. The heart of origins will no longer reject us. What does that mean? Isn't that simple? Since the heart of origin will no longer reject us, we can obtain it. Qin Feiyang said. Yeah. The inner demons shuddered and immediately raised their heads to look at the heart of origins. Their eyes flickered as they urged, quickly go and try it. Qin Feiyang nodded and his consciousness entered his body to stretch his muscles and bones. His physical body was still the same as before. The purple gold dragon blood was still there. Even his Qinghuan bag was reconstructed. Wait a minute. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. What? The inner demons thought that something bad had happened and asked hurriedly. This is impossible. How could this be? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, turning a deaf ear to the inner demon's words. What's going on? The inner demons shouted. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the inner demons and said in disbelief, this physical body, speaking of which. He swallowed his saliva, his face full of shock and ecstasy. Hurry up and tell me what's wrong with this physical body? The inner demons said anxiously. This physical body? Qin Feiyang murmured and suddenly roared. There's actually the power of a pseudo-god in the energy reserve of this physical body. What? The power of a pseudo-god? The inner demons trembled. Wasn't having the power of a pseudo-god equal to having cultivation? The inner demons urged, hurry up. But before the inner demons finished speaking, a terrifying divine power immediately rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. It's really divine power. But what's going on? Our cultivation has clearly been completely crippled. The inner demons said in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, yes, this is what I can't figure out. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have thought of something. They looked at each other at the same time, and then raised their heads at the same time to look at the heart of origin floating above. Their physical bodies were reconstructed by this heart of origin. In that case, their cultivation must also be related to this heart of origin. Is it you? Qin Feiyang asked. But the heart of origin did not move, nor did it respond. It must be it, the inner demons said. Because other than this, there was no other explanation. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, bowed to the heart of origin and said, thank you. At this time, the inner demons also lowered their arrogant heads and sincerely thanked him. Cultivation was too important to them. Although Qin Feiyang showed an indifferent attitude when he was saving everyone, in fact, his heart had been aching faintly. After all, he had experienced too much along the way. Once his cultivation was lost, all his efforts over the years would be wasted and he would have to start all over again. Although with his talent, it would not take many years for him to cultivate to the pseudo-god realm again, it would still take time. Therefore, the recovery of their cultivation was simply a great fortune for Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. It was more precious than any treasure or divine item. The two of them finally calmed down. The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang and said, let me feel the feeling of regaining my cultivation. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and his consciousness left his body. The inner demon's consciousness followed into his body. He immediately looked inside his sea of qi. In his sea of qi, the three war souls were still there. But the difference was that there used to be three kinds of battle qi in his sea of qi, but now there were three kinds of pseudo-god powers. The battle qi was in a state of mist. The pseudo-god powers were in a liquefied state like flowing water. The three pseudo-god powers divided the sea of qi into three parts, each occupying one side. But in contrast, the purple gold dragon aura occupied the largest part, occupying half of the entire sea of qi. The remaining half was divided equally between the red sword aura and the flaming battle qi. Feeling, the purple gold dragon aura was the big brother. The red sword aura and the flaming battle qi were the little brothers. Feeling the terrifying aura of the three pseudo-god powers and the majestic power in his body, the inner demons couldn't help but clench his hands together. Boom. A terrifying divine power broke out of his body again. Then, the inner demons punched the ground. Boom. The ground did not break. On the contrary, his arm was numb from the shock. But even so, the inner demons couldn't help but roar, his face full of excitement. So this is the feeling of regaining something you lost. One word, cool. Two words, it feels fucking good. He laughed loudly. That's only two words. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The inner demons grinned. But then, he raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, let me tell you, you are not allowed to use the fourth move of the divine dragon technique in the future, otherwise I will not let you off. After all, this body is not only yours but also mine. Chapter 1664. Unless it's a last resort, who would be willing to use such a divine art? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Not even if it's a last resort. The inner demons said angrily. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Feiyang was helpless. The inner demon's expression finally eased. Next. The inner demons left the body and Qin Feiyang entered the body. Then, the two of them raised their heads at the same time and looked at the heart of origin. The inner demons said, "My lord, why don't you try again? Why don't you go?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The inner demons said, "Didn't that kid hear that the one who passed the test was actually you? I'm just basking in your glory." Qin Feiyang was speechless. We are the same person to begin with. Why do we have to be so clear about it? At this time we have to be clear about it. If this heart of origin doesn't acknowledge me, then wouldn't we be in trouble again? The inner demons said. That seems to be the case. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hurry. When you get the heart of origin, the entire Black Tortoise realm will be ours. The fire dragon and the giant python want to trap us to death. Dream on. The inner demons urged. Qin Feiyang exhaled, jumped, and landed in front of the heart of origin. Then he slowly reached out his hand and poked the heart of origin with his fingertip. After waiting for a while, he didn't see any reaction from the heart of origin, so he mustered up his courage and grabbed the heart of origin. He was quite nervous. However, after a while there was still no movement from the heart of origin. At this time he heaved a sigh of relief, grabbed the heart of origin, and landed next to the inner demons. The inner demons hurriedly said, "Quickly try and see if you can leave the Black Tortoise realm." Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's wrong? The inner demons were confused. Qin Feiyang said, "Although I don't know what the heart of origin is, I can imagine that if you want to control the heart of origin, you must first recognize a master." How? Could it be that it recognizes its master by dripping blood like a divine weapon? The inner demons said. How would I know? Qin Feiyang was helpless. However, he could still give it a try. A strand of false divinity energy surged out and slit his wrist. Purple gold dragon blood immediately appeared and dripped onto the heart of origin. Immediately, the heart of origin emitted a blazing light. All of the purple gold dragon blood that dripped onto it was absorbed by it. However, Qin Feiyang, did not feel the slightest hint of success. What happened? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Can't I? The inner demons asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The inner demons said angrily, since it can't recognize a master by dripping blood, why does it still absorb the purple gold dragon blood? They don't even know how to recognize a master. What two pigs? But suddenly, the familiar voice of the little boy sounded in the hall. The two of them hurriedly looked over and saw the little boy standing in the left corner of the hall, looking at them with a pair of mocking eyes. We don't even know what the heart of origin is. How would we know? How can we recognize a master? The inner demons said angrily. Don't make excuses for your stupidity. The little boy despised them. My bad temper. The inner demons flew into a rage out of humiliation. They rolled up their sleeves and were ready to fight. Calm down. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped them and transmitted his voice. Can't you see? This child is not simple. You're simply courting death by shouting at him. The inner demons' eyes trembled, and they immediately suppressed their anger. Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy and smiled apologetically. My inner demons have a bad temper. Please forgive me. Inner demons are all like this. It's understandable. The little boy glanced at the inner demons and looked at Qin Feiyang as if he was an old man. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise, You know the inner demons very well? I don't know them well. Back to the topic, this heart of origin is not an ordinary object like a divine weapon, so the way to recognize a master is different. The little boy said. An ordinary object like a divine weapon? Qin Feiyang and the little boy were stunned. A divine weapon was just an ordinary object in the eyes of this child? Oh my god. Just what kind of background did this little brat have? Qin Feiyang calmed himself down and asked humbly, Then how does it recognize a master? There is only one way for the heart of origin to recognize a master, and that is to gain its approval. If it recognizes you, it will take the initiative to merge with your soul. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang said, What if it doesn't recognize me? A sly look flashed in the little boy's eyes and he said, It will directly erase your soul. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Wouldn't erasing one's soul mean death? This was simply a huge gamble. That's right. This is a huge gamble. If you win, you will get the Black Tortoise realm and step onto the peak of life. If you lose, you will lose your life and become dust. The little boy said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes full of struggle. The inner demons hesitated for a while, looked at the little boy and frowned. He has already passed the test. There shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Wrong. The test is my test for you. It has nothing to do with recognizing a master. The little boy said. The inner demons said, but you just said that the Heart of Origin won't reject us anymore? That's right. I'm not wrong because it doesn't reject you now. Otherwise, how could it be in your hands? But rejection is one thing and recognizing a master is another. Don't mix them up. The little boy said. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other. They didn't expect that a mere recognition of a master would have such a big risk. The little boy said, answer me, are you going to recognize a master or give up? The inner demons glanced at the little boy, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, you decide. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons, gritted his teeth, looked at the little boy and said, I'm willing to take this gamble. You're really brave. There was a trace of admiration in the little boy's eyes. With a light wave of his little hand, the Heart of Origin immediately turned into a stream of light, entering the top of his head and into his sea of consciousness. The inner demons immediately became nervous. Qin Feiyang was the same. This was because he could clearly feel that the Heart of Origin was slowly moving around his soul. It was as if it was examining its soul. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his mind. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart by the Heart of Origin. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't bear this kind of pain. He couldn't help but scream and his face instantly distorted. You didn't get recognition? The inner demons was stunned. They quickly looked at the little boy and said, let's give up. Let the Heart of Origin out. Since you've made a choice, you have to face it bravely. Do you want to be a coward? The little boy said indifferently. Don't talk to me about principles. I don't understand. Let the Heart of Origin out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The inner demons said angrily. There's no turning back. The little boy said expressionlessly. But in the depths of his eyes, a hint of disdain for the inner demons flashed. Bastard, I'll kill you. The hostility that the inner demons had been suppressing all this time suddenly erupted. He took a step forward, carrying a monstrous murderous aura, and slapped at the little boy. You're really going to attack me? The little boy was stunned. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at the inner demons and said, this is the worst decision you've ever made in your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the little boy took a step forward and appeared behind the inner demons in an instant. What a fast speed. The inner demons turned pale with fright. With his current strength, he actually couldn't capture the trajectory of the little boy behind him. It felt as if he had teleported. Without waiting for him to turn around, the little boy raised his small arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the ground. The inner demons was instantly enveloped by the aura of death. He couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but feel despair. He felt that the child behind him was like a god of death. It made his hair stand on end. Chapter 1665. Little brother, stop it. At this moment, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and hurriedly looked at the little boy. The little boy was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked in confusion, I'm clearing the inner demons for you now. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Why are you stopping me instead? In the eyes of the world, the inner demons are ominous things, the embodiment of evil. To be honest, I used to want to get rid of him. But after getting along with him, I realized that he is actually no different from us. And now, he has become a part of my life. Qin Feiyang glanced at the inner demons and smiled at the little boy. This body? Hearing these words, the inner demons stared at Qin Feiyang in a daze. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. A part of my life, the little boy muttered to himself and slowly lowered his arm. Looking at the inner demons, he said lightly, you are very lucky to have met such a body. Cherish it. This time the inner demons did not refute. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Wasn't Qin Feiyang in great pain before? Why did he seem to be fine now? Could it be that he had succeeded in recognizing him as the master? That's right. Yes, I have succeeded in recognizing him as the master. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and said with a smile. The inner demons were overjoyed and asked, then why did you scream just now? I said you were stupid, but you didn't admit it. Although the Heart of Origin is merged with the soul, it is not merged with the entire soul. The little boy said disdainfully. Yes, I screamed just now because the heart of origin split my soul. As for the strand of soul that was split off, it fused with the heart of origin. This is how the heart of origin recognizes its master. Qin Feiyang said. I see. The inner demons were enlightened. To be honest, he was really frightened previously. He thought that the heart of origins was going to erase Qin Feiyang's soul. Otherwise he wouldn't have attacked the little boy. Of course. If he hadn't attacked the little boy, he wouldn't have known that the little boy was hiding such a terrifying technique. Originally, he and Qin Feiyang both thought that this little boy didn't have much strength and only had a terrifying background. But the result was the exact opposite. They could not figure it out either. How could a child who was only 3 or 4 years old possess such terrifying strength? Qin Feiyang looked at the little boy and asked, May I ask, where do you live and who are your parents? Don't ask what you shouldn't. A cold light flashed in the little boy's eyes. He said expressionlessly, I have successfully recognized you as my master. I should also take my leave. See you again. After saying that, the little boy instantly disappeared without a trace. Leaving just like that? The inner demons were stunned. Don't tell me you want to treat him to dinner? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The inner demons smiled embarrassedly and asked suspiciously, Do you think this little brat is the child of the creator of miracles? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying methods? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. It's possible. Because this black tortoise realm was created by the creator. The little boy could enter and leave the black tortoise realm at will, so it must be related to the creator. But he didn't understand. If the little boy was really related to the creator, then he must also know small beast, giant python, and fire dragon. But why did small beast, giant python, and fire dragon want to harm him, but the little boy wanted to help him? Could it be the little boy and small beast were not on the same side? The more he thought about it, the more confused Qin Feiyang's mind became. He rubbed his forehead and temporarily put this matter aside. The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Is the heart of origin in your sea of consciousness now? Qin Feiyang nodded. The inner demons urged, Then quickly take a look and see if you can touch the devil imprint? His expression was rather nervous. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, the heart of origin immediately rushed out from between his eyebrows, emitting a hazy divine light. However, he didn't know how to control it. He tentatively grabbed the heart of origin and placed it on the devil imprint on his chest. But suddenly, a ray of divine light emerged and entered the devil imprint. The next moment, under the excited gazes of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, the devil imprint actually dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Really? The inner demons was stunned and overjoyed. You really didn't deceive me? Qin Feiyang was also overjoyed. The mysterious person in the soul-sealing valley was still somewhat honest. Since the devil imprint can be removed, then it can definitely leave the black tortoise realm. The inner demons said excitedly. Indeed. Just now, when the master recognition was successful, my perception was infinitely magnified. The entire black tortoise realm could clearly see it. Including Zhuge Mingyang outside as well as those mortals, beasts, wild beasts and so on. Even my perception penetrated the black tortoise realm and saw the miraculous scene outside. Qin Feiyang said. So powerful? The inner demons were surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. The inner demons hurriedly said, Let me take a look. Qin Feiyang put away the heart of origin and his consciousness left his body. The inner demons immediately got into his body and then closed his eyes. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang said, the moment he closed his eyes, his perception began to expand infinitely at an astonishing speed. Zhuge Mingyang and the desert outside the door, as well as the storm in the desert, immediately appeared in front of his eyes. His perception was still expanding. His perception passed through the entire desert and entered the mountains and rivers outside. He was like a ghost wandering between heaven and earth. The 4 forbidden areas, mountains and rivers, humans and beasts, all entered his sight one by one. Moreover, whatever the people of the world were doing and saying, he could clearly see and hear. This feeling was very strange. He felt that at this moment he was the ruler of this world and could dictate the fate of any living being. There was even a kind of confidence that with just a thought, he could erase a pseudo-god beast. Finally, his perception passed through the black tortoise realm and entered the miraculous scene outside. In front of him was an endless sea of fire. Waves of fire rolled, and a terrifying high temperature enveloped all directions. This land was like a big furnace. The inner demons looked at this scene in surprise. Wasn't this the place where they entered the black tortoise realm? Can I come out with just a thought? The inner demons muttered. Immediately after, His thought moved. Swish. The next moment, he and Qin Feiyang both appeared above the sea of fire. Can I really come out? The inner demons were stunned. Qin Feiyang also had a look of surprise. Boom. Crack. But the next moment, in the sky, the wind suddenly surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A terrifying rule force descended. Rule force. Damn it, it's the giant python causing trouble again. The inner demons was furious. Oh. This rule force is a bit different from the rule force controlled by the giant python. This rule force is stronger. Qin Feiyang said. You mean it's that small beast? The inner demons were bewildered. It shouldn't be. With the strength of the small beast to deal with us, it doesn't need to use rule force at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what's going on? The inner demons looked at the descending rule force, and their eyes were filled with confusion. I know. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. What? The inner demons quickly asked. It should be because of our cultivation base. Now that we've broken through to the false god realm, once we leave the Black Tortoise world, the rule force will send us to the second layer. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. I actually missed this point. But when the willow tree left the Black Tortoise world, why wasn't it sent to the second layer? The inner demons was stunned and puzzled. It must be because of the devil mark. Quickly go to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang urged. Yan Wei, Wang Zicheng, and the others had not been found yet, so they definitely couldn't go to the second layer. The inner demons waved their hands, and the two immediately appeared in the main hall. In the main hall, everything was calm as usual. The inner demons scanned the main hall and asked, Do you think this main hall is also a terrifying divine tool? This, Qin Feiyang pondered and didn't say anything. To be honest, it was really hard to judge. According to the sturdiness of the main hall, it should be a divine tool. However, there was another possibility. This main hall might have been tempered by divine power, or it might be because of the heart of origin that it was so sturdy. In other words, this main hall was very likely to be a very ordinary building. Qin Feiyang said, Look at what Zhuge Mingyang is doing. The inner demons closed their eyes. The scene outside immediately appeared in front of them. A moment later, the inner demons opened their eyes and sneered. Not only did he activate his battle soul, but he also activated his innate ability. He should be planning to catch us off guard when we go out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent and said, This person must be eliminated. Leave this matter to me. You go to the inner world and stay there first, let me have some fun outside. The inner demons laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and instantly disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Zhuge Mingyang, today is the day you die. The inner demon's eyes flashed with a cold light. He withdrew his aura and stepped across the main hall, appearing a few miles behind Zhuge Mingyang. Now, he could go anywhere in the Black Tortoise realm with just a thought. Boom. The moment he left the main hall and the stone tablet in front of the main hall collapsed. Dust billowed and turned into ruins. The sudden change shocked Zhuge Mingyang, who was standing in front of the main hall, and he quickly retreated with his battle soul. At the same time, in the ancient castle, Willow Tree and the others were also surprised. Fatso and the others heard the movement and hurriedly got up and looked at the screen in surprise. What's going on? Lu Hong asked. We don't know either. The main hall and the stone tablet suddenly collapsed. Willow Tree said. Then where's little Qinzi? White-eyed Wolf said. I don't see young master. Willow Tree shook his head. Everyone stared at the ruins. The main hall collapsed and Qin Feiyang must be under the ruins. Hey Zhuge, what are you looking at? I'm here. Suddenly, a laugh sounded behind them. Qin Feiyang. Zhuge Mingyang trembled. He turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Qin Feiyang standing on a sand dune with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was looking at him with a mocking expression. Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of disbelief. When did he come out of the main hall? Chapter 1666. Willow Tree and the others in the castle looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. But more than that, they were happy. These days, because they were worried about Qin Feiyang's safety, they had been in a state of anxiety. If it weren't for their strong minds, they would have collapsed. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang come out alive, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, what followed was also a lot of doubts. How did Qin Feiyang come out? One had to know. Not only Zhuge Mingyang but also they had been staring at the door of the hall. From the beginning to the end, the door had not been opened. White-eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in the picture, raised his eyebrows and said, No, he is not little Qinzi but the inner demons. Listening to the laughter, Fat Lord already knew that it was the inner demons. However, since the inner demons appeared, the boss must be fine, Fatso said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Outside, Zhuge Mingyang looked at the inner demons and frowned. When did you come out? Just now, the inner demons said. Just now. Zhuge Mingyang frowned more and more. Did this guy come out by opening the portal? But it seemed that the portal couldn't be opened in the desert. And Qin Feiyang was now a disabled person, so he couldn't open the portal. At this moment, the inner demons didn't have the slightest aura of cultivation from head to toe, just like an ordinary person. Of course, he was deliberately teasing Zhuge Mingyang. Surprised, aren't you? You were waiting outside just to catch me off guard, but in the end you didn't show off. Are you very angry now? The inner demon sneered. Yes, I'm very angry now. But answer me, can you withstand my wrath in your current state? Zhuge Mingyang sneered and charged towards the inner demons with a terrifying demonic aura. Save the young master. Ning Mingi shouted. Willow Tree waved his hand. Ning Mingi, Cui Li Li Yun, and Willow Tree himself immediately appeared above the inner demons. Following closely, the four of them unleashed their auras, and their quasi-divinity energy gushed out, rushing towards Zhuge Mingyang. It's best that all of you come out, lest I have to deal with you one by one. Zhuge Mingyang let out a maniacal laugh. The grayish-white power of the false god emerged and roared in the sky. Rumble. Willow Tree and the other three's false god powers were instantly shattered. The four of them turned pale. They quickly looked at the inner demons and said, Young master, let's go to the castle. The inner demons, however, turned a deaf ear to him. They laughed and waved their hands. Rumble. In the sky, a terrifying power of the rules came crashing down. This is... Willow Tree and the other three were shocked. How could the young master control the rule force? Zhuge Mingyang looked at the rule force with a look of horror. What was going on? What did he get in the main hall? Rumble. The rule force fell and its aura firmly locked onto Zhuge Mingyang. No matter where Zhuge Mingyang escaped, the rule force would follow. That terrifying aura caused his body to crack continuously, and blood flowed out like a fountain. In the nick of time, Zhuge Mingyang entered the Space Divine item. With a loud bang, the rule force blasted on the Space Divine item, but it didn't shatter it. Young master, you, Willow Tree and the other three flew to the side of the inner demons, their faces full of shock. Step aside. But before the four of them finished speaking, the inner demons shouted coldly. They glanced at the place where Zhuge Mingyang disappeared, and their eyes were extremely hazy. Yes. The four of them hurriedly retreated behind the inner demons. The inner demons sneered, Come out, what's the point of hiding? Swish. Zhuge Mingyang appeared in the opposite void and said in a deep voice, What did you get? You can control the rule force of a miracle. Wrong. I'm not controlling the rule force of a miracle, but the rule force of the Black Tortoise world. The inner demons said. The rule force of the Black Tortoise world? Could it be that you've already controlled the Black Tortoise world? Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of disbelief. Yes. The inner demons nodded. How is this possible? Zhuge Mingyang roared. The inner demons waved his hand and another rule force fell. He sneered, Isn't this the best proof? It can't be. Zhuge Mingyang looked at the rule force and shook his head frantically. But Willow Tree and the others were incomparably excited. The Black Tortoise world had fallen into the young master's hands? Did that mean that the young master could now help them remove the devil mark? Not to mention the devil mark, just the Black Tortoise world being controlled by the young master was already something worth celebrating. I don't believe it. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly roared, and the Bone Dragon Battle Soul roared in the sky. With its innate ability, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward Qin Feiyang. Young master, be careful. Willow Tree hurriedly shouted. The inner demons smiled disdainfully, and the rule force blasted toward the Bone Dragon. Boom. The Bone Dragon wailed and shattered on the spot. Off. Zhuge Mingyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Come kill me. But Zhuge Mingyang was even crazier. He ignored his injuries and directly pounced toward the inner demons. I don't believe that you're really immortal. The inner demon's bloody eyes were as cold as a blade. Brr. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a purple gold divine dragon rushed out from behind him. This is Purple Gold Dragon Soul. Willow Tree and the other three were dumbfounded. Zhuge Mingyang was also stunned. Didn't Qin Feiyang lose his cultivation? How could he still activate his battle soul? Emperor Prison. The inner demons roared. A monstrous dragon aura and emperor aura erupted between heaven and earth. A divine prison immediately appeared. It's an innate ability. He didn't lose his cultivation, Zhuge Mingyang muttered and roared. You bastard, you actually lied to me, despicable, shameless. Lied to you? There's really no need for that. The inner demons smiled contemptuously. The divine prison fell, and Zhuge Mingyang was immediately imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Immediately, the inner demons shouted to Willow Tree and the other three, "Go and kill him immediately." Yes. The four responded respectfully, and immediately rushed toward Zhuge Mingyang with monstrous killing intent. Kill me? With just you guys? Zhuge Mingyang smiled proudly, and a terrifying demonic aura burst out of his body. The Emperor Divine Prison had been torn apart. Qin Feiyang, there's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly and did not continue to fight. He immediately entered the divine space item and drove it away. The inner demons released their divine sense and rushed toward the divine space item. It's divine sense. We're not dreaming. The young master's cultivation has really recovered. Willow Tree and the other three were overjoyed. Very quickly, the inner demon's divine sense locked onto the divine space item, and then took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of the divine space item. This speed is even faster than teleportation. Ning Mingi was shocked. You don't understand. The young master controls the black tortoise world. He can go anywhere with just a thought. Willow Tree laughed. Ning Mingi couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Not only did he recover his cultivation, but he also obtained the black tortoise world. Such luck and opportunity was really enviable. In my world, where can you ask for it? The inner demons looked at the divine space item with ridicule in his eyes. Boom. Rays of rule power continued to fall, forming a cage that was dozens of feet wide, trapping the divine space item. Bang bang bang. Zhuge Mingyang drove the divine space item and crazily hit the cage. However, although his divine space item could withstand the bombardment of rule power, it couldn't break the rule power. However, although Zhuge Mingyang was trapped, the inner demon's face was a little ugly. Because according to the current situation, he didn't have the ability to break the divine space item. If he couldn't break the divine space item, then there was no way to kill Zhuge Mingyang. Willow Tree and the other three flew over and looked at the inner demons. Young master, why don't you try using the castle? Castle? The inner demon's eyes flickered and nodded. Okay, call out all the false gods for me immediately. Okay. Willow Tree responded and immediately entered the castle. Not long after, Yu Huang, Li Yun's woman, Zhao Tailai, and the Grand Deacon and Ling Yunfei's divine space item all appeared with the Willow Tree. Greetings, young master. More than 100 false gods bowed in unison. The inner demons shouted, Revival Castle, break his divine space item for me. Yes. Everyone responded respectfully. Swish. Before his voice died away, Zhuge Mingyang appeared in the cage. There was a hint of anxiety on his face as he asked, Brother Qin, are you really going to kill them all? What? Are you finally afraid? It seems like it's just as we expected. Your undying demon technique is only effective on me. In other words, no matter how many times I kill you, you will revive. But if someone else kills you, you will completely disappear. The inner demon sneered. Hearing this, Zhuge Mingyang's face darkened slightly. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. So, the inner demon said. So I must die in your hands because only then can I become stronger. By the way, I'll tell you one more time. If I die again, I can step into the war god realm. Zhuge Mingyang sneered again and again. You won't have a chance. The inner demon's eyes turned cold, and a ray of rule force suddenly fell, penetrating the cage and blasted towards Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang disappeared in an instant. Clang. Boom. The rule force immediately blasted the divine space item that was exposed outside. A wave of destructive energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The cage was smashed into pieces. The moment the cage was smashed, Zhuge Mingyang appeared like lightning and rushed towards the inner demons at an astonishing speed. Stop him, don't let him come near me. The inner demons shouted. Ning Mingi and the others immediately went forward. Willow Tree even used the castle as a brick and smashed it towards Zhuge Mingyang. Do you think you can stop me? Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Divine light burst out from under his feet, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. He easily passed by Willow Tree and the others and rushed to the inner demons and punched towards the inner demon's head. Even the inner demons didn't have time to react to this sudden increase in speed. He instinctively raised his arm and met Zhuge Mingyang's fist with his palm, and the false god's power roared out. Zhuge Mingyang smiled as if his plan had worked. He loosened his fist and took the initiative to meet his death. Oh no. The inner demons came back to his senses and quickly retracted his arm. Seeing this, Chapter 1667. Crack. Immediately, Zhuge Mingyang's heart shattered, his entire chest caved in and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, who was slowly falling down, the inner demons were stunned. Willow Tree and the others were also dumbstruck. All of a sudden, the inner demons came back to their senses and shouted, "Quickly check if he's dead, we can't let him die in my hands." Willow Tree immediately swooped down, caught Zhuge Mingyang, and then lay flat in the void to check on Zhuge Mingyang's injuries. A great enemy is in front of us but we can't kill him? This is so fucking frustrating. The inner demons roared angrily, then rushed to Willow Tree's side and asked, "How's the situation?" "He's not dead yet. He's just seriously injured and fainted." Willow Tree looked up at the inner demons and said in surprise, "Not dead?" The inner demons was stunned. "I think he has underestimated the strength of his current physical body. Last time, he ate the divine meat of the giant python with us, and the strength of his body has been greatly improved. And just now, in a moment of desperation, you also held back some of your strength so you didn't kill him in one blow." Willow Tree analyzed. "Haha, the heavens are really helping me." The inner demons couldn't help but laugh. Zhuge Mingyang didn't die in his hands, then everything was fine. On the contrary, Zhuge Mingyang overreached and fell into a coma, which was equivalent to being a fish on the chopping board at their mercy. The inner demon's eyes flashed with killing intent, lowered his head to look at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "You didn't expect that, right? You didn't die even though you wanted to, but instead put yourself in a real desperate situation." Now that Zhuge Mingyang was unconscious, Willow Tree and the others next to him could easily kill him. If he died in the hands of Willow Tree and the others, then Zhuge Mingyang would not be able to be reborn. The so-called undying demon art was nothing more than an empty shell. The inner demons said, "Kill him." Willow Tree nodded. The power of the false god emerged in his palm as he slapped toward Zhuge Mingyang's head with all his might. However, at this moment, Zhuge Mingyang, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of grayish-white light shot out from his eyes. Following closely, he raised his arm and punched out, colliding with Willow Tree's palm. Bang! Willow Tree was knocked back on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. On the other hand, Zhuge Mingyang looked as if nothing had happened. He stood still in the air. The inner demons raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. "Are you pretending?" "Hee hee." Zhuge Mingyang smiled but said nothing. But that laughter made the inner demons and the others' scalps tingle. Because Zhuge Mingyang's voice had changed. It became hoarse and old as if he was a different person. And if one looked carefully, his eyes had also changed, filled with a sense of vicissitudes and coldness. What's going on? Willow Tree and the others looked at each other. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the Willow Tree group and looked at the inner demons. "Let your original body come out." The inner demons said in shock and anger, "You are not Zhuge Mingyang. Who are you?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "When your original body comes out, this old man will naturally tell you." The inner demons raised an eyebrow, and his consciousness entered the inner world. Qin Feiyang's consciousness also entered the body. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Say it." Zhuge Mingyang said, "Do you know where the mermaid princess and Lin Yi are?" "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and he said in surprise, "What do you want to say?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "They are this old man's last disciples. They are now cultivating in seclusion somewhere, and they are probably about to become gods now." Last disciple. Qin Feiyang's body shook and he said angrily, "Who the hell are you?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "It doesn't matter who this old man is. What matters is the mermaid princess and the others." "What do you want to do? Last disciple? Is it really that simple?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Yes, it's that simple. In order to train them, this old man has spent a lot of effort. Tell me, shouldn't you be grateful to this old man?" Zhuge Mingyang laughed hoarsely, his eyes full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, "So it was you who took them away?" No. They left with this old man willingly. Of course, this old man also admits that I did use some dirty tricks." Zhuge Mingyang said proudly. "Where are they now?" Qin Feiyang said. "They are fine now, don't worry about them. Also, this old man guesses that there is someone you will be interested in." Zhuge Mingyang said again. "Oh." Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhuge Mingyang said, "Your grandfather." "Grandfather?" Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled, and he stepped forward to grab Zhuge Mingyang's clothes and shouted, "What about my grandfather? Don't you think it's strange? Why have you never seen your grandfather when you went to the Liu family several times? And why are the people of the Liu family unwilling to give you a direct answer whenever you ask?" Zhuge Mingyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "I have seen through this long ago, you don't need to remind me. Just tell me what happened to my grandfather." Zhuge Mingyang said playfully, "How can this old man answer you when you grab me like this?" Qin Feiyang looked gloomily at Zhuge Mingyang, and then let go of his hand. Zhuge Mingyang tidied up his wrinkled clothes and said with a smile, "You won't find the answer you want in Miracle. I don't want to listen to nonsense, just tell me." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said angrily, "Young man, how can you be like this? Don't you know that you should be nicer to the elderly? How can this old man tell you when you are like this?" Zhuge Mingyang said unhappily. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, loosened his fingers and said with a smile, "Is this okay? Can you tell me now? Smiling is considered a good attitude? This old man can do that too." Zhuge Mingyang grinned and smiled very brightly. Qin Feiyang's anger suddenly became uncontrollable. This person was obviously deliberately playing with him. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. If you want to know the answer, go to the reincarnation ocean after you leave Miracle," Zhuge Mingyang said. Reincarnation ocean? Qin Feiyang was stunned, lowered his head and frowned. He remembered that his mother also disappeared in the reincarnation ocean. Could it be related to this? Reincarnation ocean. What secrets were hidden in it? Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked up at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Are you done? If you are, it's time to send you to hell." This is what this old man is going to say next. Don't kill Zhuge Mingyang. Because if Zhuge Mingyang dies, even if you search the entire reincarnation ocean, you won't find anything, Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Ensure Zhuge Mingyang's safety and follow him to the second level of the godly site to do something. As for what it is, when you reach the second floor, Zhuge Mingyang will naturally tell you. Remember, if he loses a single hair, this old man will settle the score with you." After Zhuge Mingyang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted again, falling down. Willow Tree looked at Zhuge Mingyang, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Young master, what's going on with him? Is it a possession?" "It's not a possession. Because if it's a possession, Zhuge Mingyang's consciousness will be devoured. But now Zhuge Mingyang's consciousness is still there. I think it should be some old monster hiding in his body," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "Old monster?" Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Ning Mingi said, "Then what do we do now?" "What else can we do? Save him," Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Okay." Ning Mingi quickly flew down and caught Zhuge Mingyang, took out a healing pill and a heart protection pill, and fed them to Zhuge Mingyang. The healing pill and heart protection pill were naturally given to everyone by Ling Yunfei. "You still want to save him? How annoying." Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, who was gradually getting better, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel angry. Willow Tree said carefully, "Young master, I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." "Speak," Qin Feiyang said. "What's the situation with Lin Yi, the mermaid princess, and your grandfather? Why are you so passive?" Willow Tree was suspicious. Li Yun and others were also puzzled. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said, "It's a long story. You can ask Fatso and the others. They all know." Willow Tree and others nodded. After a while, Zhuge Mingyang finally woke up. He stood in the void, glanced at Willow Tree and others, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, frowning. "Why am I not dead?" "You're lucky." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly and said, "Who is the old man lurking in your body?" "Old man?" Zhuge Mingyang was taken aback, and then showed a look of realization. He smiled and said, "I see. It seems that Master has come forward." "Master?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't expect that Zhuge Mingyang and the mysterious old man were actually master and disciple. Zhuge Mingyang asked, "Did Master tell you anything else?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Zhuge Mingyang grinned and said, "Then let me interview you. How do you feel now? What are you proud of? If it weren't for your master, you would be a corpse now. With your brain, I really don't understand why the old man would take a fancy to you. He even accepted you as his disciple." Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "Whatever you say, I don't care. I only know that the women you care about the most are now my junior sisters. Master also said that when everything is dealt with, he will betroth them to me. You can rest assured that I will take care of them for you." Zhuge Mingyang teased. You're courting death. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly surged with murderous intent. Kill me if you have the ability. Zhuge Mingyang raised his neck with a fearless look on his face. You're powerful, aren't you? Okay. Then you can slowly return to the undead mountain range alone. Qin Feiyang sneered and disappeared without a trace with the Willow Tree group. What do you mean? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. Returning to the undead mountain range alone? The next moment, a monstrous anger rose from his body as he roared, Qin Feiyang, you bastard, you actually left me here. Believe it or not, I will ask Master to kill Lin Yi and the others. One should know. It took him almost a year to come here from the undead mountain range. Moreover, they were still rushing on without stopping to rest. In other words, it would take him a year to go back now, or even longer. After all, there was no one to take care of him on the road. He had to walk alone in this desert for a year without anyone to talk to. Just thinking about it, he couldn't help but collapse and go crazy. However, no matter how he roared and threatened, Qin Feiyang did not appear again. He regretted it. Why was he so impulsive? Why didn't he wait until he left the desert and then yell at Qin Feiyang? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Chapter 1668. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and his group landed in the sky above a square. Aeon City? Li Yun and the others stood in the square, scanning the surrounding buildings, their faces full of shock. This was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they actually came to Aeon City from the deepest part of the desert? Young master, now you are equivalent to the master of the Black Tortoise world. Then the fire dragon, the giant python, and the small beast, can they still break in now? Ning Mingyi asked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this question. Logically speaking, without my permission they can't break in, but what? Everyone looked at him nervously. Although this Black Tortoise world is an independent small world in some aspects, it is actually the same as a spatial divine object. If the other party's strength is strong enough, it will be difficult to stop him. The fire dragon and the giant python, I'm basically sure that they won't be able to come in again. But the small beast, it's really hard to say. Because its strength is too terrifying, it has mastered the power of law. Qin Feiyang said. Heard about it? Everyone's heart sank. But you don't have to worry too much. The small beast went to the third floor, it shouldn't appear again. As for the giant python and the fire dragon, they didn't pose a threat to us before and now they can't hurt us. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the willow tree and said, Give me the castle. Okay. The willow tree waved its hand, and the castle immediately flew out from between its eyebrows, flew in front of Qin Feiyang, and erased the blood contract. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hands and held the castle in his hands, secretly swearing that no matter what, he would not lose the castle again. Whoosh. After he dripped a drop of blood on it to claim ownership, the ancient castle disappeared into his glabella. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, Fatso and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, appeared one after another. What are you doing? Fatso looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, What else? Of course, it's to remove your demon imprints. Can I? Everyone was stunned and asked. Of course. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took off the clothes covering his chest. Everyone looked over and was pleasantly surprised to find that the devil mark on Qin Feiyang's chest had disappeared. The group of people instantly became excited. Especially Ning Mingyi, Li Yun, Chui Li and Willow Tree, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lu Zheng glanced at Ning Mingyi and the others, then suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Little cousin, come here for a moment. After saying that, he soared into the air and flew out of the city. Qin Feiyang followed him suspiciously. The two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived in the sky above the plains outside the city. What's wrong? Why are you being so mysterious? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lu Jing said, Do you know that the slave imprints on Willow Tree and the others have disappeared? You're talking about this. When they were resurrected, I already knew that the slave imprints didn't come with them. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. How can you still laugh? Do you know how big of a hidden danger this is? Lu Jing said angrily. Hidden danger? Aren't you thinking too much? Isn't everyone quite amiable now? Look at Willow Tree. The ancient castle is on him and I don't see him having any bad thoughts. And just now, when I asked him to return it to me, he didn't say anything and just gave it to me. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jing said, I've seen Willow Tree's loyalty and have never doubted it, but you'd better restrain Ning Mingyi and the others. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Think about it, they have already reached stage 10 of the false god realm. Once the devil imprints are removed, they will immediately break through and become real war gods. Lu Jing said in a deep voice. That's a good thing. They will be of great help to us when they step into the war god realm. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, it's indeed a good thing. But at the same time, it's also an extremely risky thing. Think about it, when they break through to the war god realm without the restriction of the slave imprints and the devil imprints, will they still be respectful to you and listen to you? Let me tell you, a false god is different from a war god. How can someone who has stepped into the war god realm willingly submit to others, especially when your cultivation is lower than theirs? Lu Jing sneered. This, Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened and he muttered, they won't do such an ungrateful thing, right? After all, I was the one who let them be reborn. Don't be naive. Don't you know the cruelty of cultivation? Lu Jing snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang fell silent. After a while, he said, then what do you think we should do? Either we use the slave imprint to control them again, or we don't help them remove the devil imprint. In short, we have to control everything in our own hands. This way we won't be afraid of accidents. Of course, I'm not saying that we have to control them forever. After confirming that they really don't have any ulterior motives, just like the willow tree, we can remove the slave imprint. Lu Jing said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, you're right, we can't let our guard down. We can take this opportunity to test them. Kid, you're quite smart. Lu Jing laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The two turned around and quickly returned to the square. Lu Jing silently walked to Lu Hong's side. Qin Feiyang stood in front, glancing at Ning Mingyi and the others and said with a smile, you'll be able to remove the devil imprint soon. Are you very excited? Of course. Willow Tree nodded. Ning Mingyi and the others were also full of smiles. Removing the devil imprint is a small matter. But I have a question to ask you, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. Qin Feiyang said. Young master, please ask. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang said, if I say that I want to use the slave imprint to control you again, will you be willing? Everyone was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter. Willow Tree was the first to react. But Ning Mingyi and the others hesitated. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said disappointedly, if you were like Willow Tree and didn't hesitate at all, I wouldn't control you anymore. So you were testing. Willow Tree suddenly realized, turned around to look at Ning Mingyi and the others and coldly snorted, so you have other thoughts. Young master exhausted his cultivation to save you, you really don't know how to be grateful. It's not like that. Ning Mingyi quickly said. Then what is it? You guys are really good at acting. When young master saved you, what did you say? Swear to follow and never betray. Since you all swore to follow young master, then why are you afraid of the slave imprint? Since you're afraid, doesn't that mean you still have other thoughts? Willow Tree angrily said. Everyone lowered their heads in silence, their faces full of shame. I was right. Actually, what are you thinking? I know. Once the devil imprint is removed, you rank 10 false gods can immediately step into the war god realm. War gods still have to work for others, just thinking about it makes you feel unreconciled, right? Willow Tree coldly sneered. These words were exactly what Ning Mingyi and the others were thinking. Lu Jing secretly sneered, little cousin, did you see that? This is the human heart. Sigh. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh, looked at Ning Mingyi and the others and said, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet, I won't force you guys, those who are willing to stay come to my side. Yu Huang said, what if they don't want to stay? Even if they don't want to stay, I will still help them remove the devil imprint and send them out of the black tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. Young master has already done his best, you guys think about it carefully. Willow Tree looked at Ning Mingyi and the others and said, then strode to Qin Feiyang's side. This emperor thinks that following Qin boy will have a bright future. Yu Huang chuckled and also ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Ning Mingyi, Li Yun, and the others looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. You used your cultivation to save them, was it worth it? Inner demons saw this scene in the inner world and angrily said. It was worth it. At least Willow Tree and Yu Huang stayed by my side. There is a good saying, friends are not many but understanding. In this life, being able to make a few close friends is already very good. Qin Feiyang laughed. Nonsense. The inner demon snorted through its nose. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at Ning Mingyi and the others and said, it seems that this is your choice, forget it, do as you wish. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the heart of origin appeared, passing through the hearts of the group of people one by one. Ning Mingi and the others hurriedly checked their hearts and were pleasantly surprised to find that the devil mark had really disappeared. Thank you, Brother Qin. If there is a chance, Li Yun will definitely repay your kindness today. Li Yun bowed and said, It's nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and then waved his hand, and the people of Fengtian Palace immediately disappeared. Because Li Yun's words were enough to represent his decision to leave the Black Tortoise realm. Ning Mingi glanced at Lu Zheng and the others, took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and bowed. This is the last time I call you young master. Young master, take care. Take care. Qin Feiyang smiled. Young master, wait. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai ran in front of Qin Feiyang and said, I want to stay. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhao Tailai, what are you doing? Ning Mingi said angrily. Zhao Tailai said, only by following the young master will I have a chance to avenge Shi Meng. You guys go. You're confused. Ning Mingi said angrily. Lu Jing sneered, the Vanga League no longer exists, he is no longer one of your people. If he wants to stay, it is his freedom, what can you do? Ning Mingi glanced at Lu Zheng, looked at Zhao Tailai and said, are you sure you want to stay? Zhao Tailai nodded. Young master, I have also decided to stay. At this time, Cui Li, who was standing in the crowd, gritted his teeth and stood out, looking at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ning Mingi glanced at Cui Li, then looked at Zhao Tailai and said angrily, idiot, idiot, all idiots. Immediately, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, send us out. His attitude changed in an instant. Not only did he not have the slightest respect, but it also made people feel that Qin Feiyang owed him millions. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the group of people from the Vanga League immediately disappeared. Fatso stepped forward and patted Zhao Tailai and Cui Li on the shoulder and said with a smile, Old Zhao, old Cui, believe in Fat Lord, you made the right choice. Zhao Tailai and Cui Li looked at each other and smiled, looked at everyone and said, then in the future, please take care of us. Since you are staying, you are one of us, taking care of you is necessary. White-Eyed Wolf laughed. Lu Hong and the others were also smiling. Chapter 1669. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying divine power rushed out of Zhao Tailai's body. Qin Feiyang and the others were taken aback for a moment before their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was a sign that Zhao Tailai was about to break through. Quickly retreat. Qin Feiyang shouted. Whoosh. The group of people suddenly rushed into the sky and left Aeon City. Zhao Tailai was also surprised. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Boom. Crack. Above the sky, the wind gradually blew, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. What's going on? Could it be that he also has a heavenly tribulation? White-Eyed Wolf said in surprise. This is just a vision of becoming a god, not a heavenly tribulation. Only someone like my little cousin who defied the heavens and became a god would have a heavenly tribulation. Lu Jing said. Not necessarily. Zhuge Mingyang also defied the heavens and became a god, but why didn't he have a heavenly tribulation? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jing asked, did you see him become a god with your own eyes? Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, if there really was a heavenly tribulation, the beasts in the devil's land would definitely have sensed it, and there would also be traces of the heavenly tribulation on the ground. But at that time, the Vanga League and Fengtian Palace investigated, but they didn't find any relevant information. Doesn't this mean that when he became a god there was no heavenly tribulation? Qin Feiyang said. Then I don't know. Lu Jing shook his head. Boom. Zhao Tailai's aura was also getting stronger and stronger. Aeon City had already begun to crack and collapse. Even the earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles began to tremble violently. Abyssal cracks continued to appear and spread towards the end of the world at an astonishing speed. Boom. About 10 breaths passed. Aeon City had been razed to the ground and no longer existed. Accompanied by an even more terrifying aura, Zhao Tailai's body was suddenly enveloped in endless divine light. It was an extremely pure divine light without any impurities. Boom. Following closely, streaks of black divine power rolled out of his body like a tide, exuding a destructive aura. Brr. The next moment, following a loud roar, a huge ferocious beast soared into the air from behind him. It was a Qilin. It had the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of an elk, and the scales of a dragon. However, unlike the fire Qilin, its entire body was as black as ink and was surrounded by black flames. This is an ink Qilin. Lu Jing was shocked. Did not expect that this Zhao Tailai actually activated the divine beast battle soul. There were many types of Qilins. Fire Qilin, blood Qilin, snow Qilin, ink Qilin, and so on. Among them, the fire qilin was the rarest. Although the ink qilin was inferior to the fire qilin, it was still a type of qilin and was a supreme divine beast. Those who possessed such a fighting soul were extremely rare. The black qilin raised its head and roared. Black flames covered the sky. Very soon, its aura also began to transform. A pure aura of a divine beast was emitted. Meanwhile, in the sky, wisps of auspicious light fell and merged into the glabella of the black qilin and Zhao Tailai. This is the gift of becoming a god. It said that after merging with this auspicious light, the person who becomes a god will be able to manifest a spirit. The fighting soul can also break out of its cocoon and evolve into a body of flesh and blood, born from my consciousness. Lu Jing said. A body of flesh and blood? Isn't that equivalent to a true divine beast? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. That's right. However, even if it evolves into a body of flesh and blood, it's closely related to its master. When the master dies, the fighting soul will be annihilated as well. Lu Jing said. Qin Feiyang said, what if it's a weapon soul or a fighting soul? For example, my crimson sword soul and the nine-leaf fire lotus? Lu Jing said, they'll solidify as well. That's amazing. If a weapon soul solidifies, doesn't that mean it's a true divine weapon? The white-eyed wolf said in surprise. That's right. Lu Jing nodded. There are so many benefits to becoming a god? The others exchanged glances. Their desire to become a god grew. When the auspicious light merged with Zhao Tailai and the black qilin's foreheads, the phenomenon in the sky quickly dissipated. Zhao Tailai opened his eyes as well. His dark eyes shone with a divine light. They were like two bottomless pits that sucked in one's soul. Did it work? Qin Feiyang landed in front of Zhao Tailai and asked. MHM. Zhao Tailai nodded. He recalled his fighting soul and said, now all that's left is to fuse with the auspicious light. Qin Feiyang asked, how long will it take to fuse with it? No one in the Black Tortoise realm has ever reached the War God realm. That's why I don't know. Zhao Tailai shook his head. Lu Jing appeared out of thin air and said with a smile, it won't take long. 2 or 3 months at most. That long? Zhao Tailai was surprised. 2 or 3 months? Is that long? Lu Jing was speechless. He said, if you think it's too long, you can go to your cousin's castle. A day outside is 10 days inside. 2 or 3 months will pass in no time. All right. Zhao Tailai nodded. He then said, Ning Mingi and the others should have become true gods by now. Young master, I think you should control them by force. What? Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. Think about it. Li Yun, Ning Mingi, and those deacons and elders have all reached rank 10 false god realm. If you control them, you'll have more than 20 war gods under your command. What kind of concept is that? Zhao Tailai said. Brother Zhao is right. With more than 20 war gods, as long as that small beast doesn't appear, we can basically sweep through the divine ruins. Chui Li flew over and nodded. Don't think of the divine ruins as a simple matter. It's impossible for just 20 war gods to do it. Lu Jing said. Michim? Zhao Tailai and Chui Li looked at Lu Jing in surprise and asked, Young master, do you know a lot about the divine ruins? Not really, but I know a thing or two. Even war gods might not be able to survive the 2nd floor, let alone the legendary 3rd floor. Lu Jing said. Zhao Tailai and Chui Li's pupils suddenly shrank. Although they had been in the divine ruins for so many years, they had always been in the Black Tortoise world and had never been to the 2nd floor. Even so, it's still a pity to let Ning Mingi and the others go just like that. Zhao Tailai said. If it's not yours, you can't force it. There's nothing to pity. Besides, do you really think that without the restriction of the devil mark they can live freely after leaving the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang sneered. Young master, what do you mean? Zhao Tailai was surprised. That's right. The fire dragon and the giant python won't let them go. Leaving the Black Tortoise world means death for them. Even if they don't die, their days will be very difficult. Qin Feiyang said. They deserve it. They don't deserve sympathy. Willow Tree coldly snorted. The white-eyed wolf said, Little Qinzi, can you see if they're still outside? They shouldn't be. When the inner demons and I were still in the main hall, we already went out. As soon as we went out, the principal force wanted to send us to the 2nd floor. Qin Feiyang pondered. Already went out? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. Then after we went out, where did we end up? The place where we first entered the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and urged, quickly take us out to have a look. Zhao Tailai and Chui Li also had a look of yearning. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Zhao Tailai. There's a volcano outside. Old Zhao created a divine barrier to protect everyone. Although they would be sent to the second floor if they went out now, as long as they brought everyone into the Black Tortoise world in time, they would be fine. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Zhao Tailai waved his hand and a barrier suddenly appeared. Then, Qin Feiyang led everyone out of the Black Tortoise world and descended above the sea of fire. Boom. As soon as they appeared, they felt a terrifying divine power. What's going on? The group of people was surprised and quickly scanned their surroundings. Their expressions were suddenly stunned. They saw that Ning Mingyi, Li Yun, and the others were still here. What's going on? Why weren't they sent to the second floor? Qin Feiyang was suspicious and looked up at the sky. Even if he and Willow Tree came out now, there was no principal force. Boss, what's going on? Fatso asked suspiciously. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Ning Mingyi and the others again. Ning Mingyi, Li Yun's wife, as well as the deacons and elders, were all sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment, exuding a shocking divine power. In the sky there were also strange phenomena. Obviously, these people were also breaking through. As for the other false gods, they surrounded Ning Mingyi and the others with vigilant looks on their faces. They had already noticed the appearance of Qin Feiyang and the others at the first moment. However, there was no longer any respect in his eyes. On the contrary, they looked at Qin Feiyang as if they were guarding against a thief. Looking at the eyes of those people, Qin Feiyang felt quite uncomfortable. Anyway, he was the savior of these people. Even if they parted ways now, there was no need to guard against him like this, right? When others faced their savior, they would usually repay evil with kindness. But this group of people repaid kindness with evil. How ridiculous. Time passed bit by bit. Ning Mingyi and the others successfully broke through one after another and stepped into the true war god realm. Li Yun stood up, restrained his aura, looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, this should be the first time you've seen so many people become gods together. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ning Mingyi also stood up and said with a high and mighty attitude, Witnessing us become gods with your own eyes is also an opportunity for you. Fatso raised his eyebrows and said, Why don't you say that it's a fortune? Fortune. Wasn't this clearly humiliating Qin Feiyang? Ning Mingyi said with a smile, It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a fortune. Everyone, am I right? The deacons and elders nodded one after another, their faces full of smug smiles. Now they were all war gods. Qin Feiyang was only a false god. War gods and false gods were completely from two different worlds. Therefore they no longer took Qin Feiyang and the others to heart. Willow Tree glanced at the group of people, his eyes full of disgust, and said, Look at your faces now, you're a typical villain intoxicated by success. Chapter 1670. Touch me? You even dare to humiliate the young master who saved your life. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Tell me the truth. I, Willow Tree, have never seen a villain like you in my entire life. Willow Tree sneered. Ning Mingyi's eyes darkened as he said word by word, Say it again if you dare. So what if I said it? Ungrateful. Do you still think you're right? Willow Tree shouted. You're courting death. I'm now a war god. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Ning Mingyi said with a sinister smile. Even if you break through to the war god level, you can't hide your vile heart. Willow Tree sneered. Looks like you really want to die. Ning Mingyi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother Ning, calm down. Li Yun reached out to stop Ning Mingyi. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and then at Willow Tree and said, Actually, saving us is what Brother Qin should do. What? Saving you is what I should do? Willow Tree was stunned. Fatso and the others' mouths twitched. They couldn't figure out how someone could say such a thing so naturally. We were killed by the small beast because we followed Brother Qin. Shouldn't Brother Qin save us? Li Yun asked. So fucking shameless. If you didn't follow boss, you would have died in the hands of the fire dragon and the giant python. Fatso couldn't help but shout. Didn't we fight against the fire dragon and the giant python because of Brother Qin? In other words, if Brother Qin didn't instigate us, would we do this? For this I lost 3 sons. Brother Ning's 2 sons were also killed. I think the price we've paid is already big enough. Although my words will make you all very angry, they are the truth, right? Li Yun smiled. Li Yun, you're going too far. Zhao Tailai frowned. Too much? Although our Black Tortoise world is constantly in conflict, we have never offended the protectors. But because of Qin Feiyang's arrival, everything became a mess. The person you should be blaming now is him, not me. Furthermore, your daughter died because of him. Li Yun said. Zhao Tailai frowned. He felt disgusted with Li Yun and the others in front of him. Old Zhao, don't waste your breath on them. Fatso waved his hand and looked at Li Yun and the others. He said calmly, actually, after saying so much, it's nothing more than saying that you've already obtained your freedom and don't need to ask boss for help anymore. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Fatso, it's rare for you to finally speak human words. You're right. If they hadn't removed the devil mark and left the Black Tortoise world now, would they dare to be so presumptuous? I'm afraid they can't wait to curry favor with us. The white-eyed wolf joked. Lu Hong and the others, as well as the double-winged snow eagle and the other beasts, looked at Li Yun and the others with ridicule. The faces of Li Yun and the others were quite gloomy. The atmosphere here was very solemn. Enough. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, spoke, breaking the atmosphere here. You used me to obtain your freedom and I used you to obtain the Black Tortoise world. It can be considered as each taking what he needs. So there's no need to push all the blame on me. Because this will only make you look particularly funny, especially ridiculous like clowns. Qin Feiyang said calmly. His expression was neither sad nor happy. He looked like he didn't care at all. Hearing these words, the faces of Li Yun and the others turned green and red, and they looked very ugly. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Yun and smiled faintly. To be honest, I used to admire you very much. You're straightforward and not sloppy, but now that I see your face, I know that I was wrong in the past. In fact, you're more hypocritical than the people of the Vanga League. Li Yun's face darkened. Okay, let's say goodbye here. I hope that the next time we meet we won't be enemies. Take care of yourselves. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he was ready to lead everyone into the Black Tortoise world. What a waste of time. But suddenly, an angry voice sounded in the sky. Giant Python. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He looked up and saw the giant python and the fire dragon appear out of thin air in the void above. Willow Tree and the others immediately became vigilant. When Li Yun, Ning Mingi and the others saw the giant python and the fire dragon appear, their expressions changed and they said angrily, "Didn't you go to the third level with the small beast?" It was because they thought that the giant python and the fire dragon also went to the third level with the small beast that they dared to run out. To the third level? The giant python and the fire dragon were stunned, then they looked at Ning Mingi and the others as if they were looking at idiots. The giant python said contemptuously, "You will never understand how terrifying the third level is. In today's world, only the creator and the beast god dare to enter. As for us, we can only walk around the door." "It's so dangerous," Qin Feiyang murmured. The giant python glanced at everyone and shook its head. "I thought that you would fight, but after waiting for a long time, I didn't see you do anything. How boring." Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "You controlled the power of the rules so they weren't sent to the second level?" "Of course. Other than me, who else can control the power of the rules of the miracles? As soon as they came out of the Black Tortoise realm, I had already sensed it and came here immediately. When I heard their discussion and knew that they had fallen out with you, I thought of a plan. The plan was to let them stay here and break through to the War God realm. When you came out and saw them, you would definitely fight. But I didn't expect you to be so tolerant. They humiliated you like this, but you didn't do anything?" The giant python said, looking extremely angry. "It's not that I can tolerate it, it's that I don't care. Because fighting with people like them will dirty my hands." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "On this point, this sovereign agrees with you. I sacrificed so much to help them regain their freedom, but what did they do? Not only did they not know how to be grateful, but they even mocked you? To be honest, even I sympathize with you." The giant python laughed. "And then?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Then this sovereign will teach them a lesson on your behalf. These people who don't care about morality are just wasting air by living." The giant python's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. The next moment, waves of power of the rules fell from the sky and locked onto Ning Mingi and the others. The group of people changed their expressions and quickly counterattacked. But there was no suspense. Except for Ning Mingi and the others who had broken through to the War God realm, the other fake gods were instantly killed by the power of the rules. Not even a strand of hair was left. "How terrifying," Zhao Tailai murmured. Without the ancient castle and a divine artifact like Chang Shui, even if they broke through to the War God realm, it was impossible to resist the power of the rules. Ning Mingi and the others also tried their best to resist, but it was to no avail. The power of the rules continued to fall. Any means such as battle souls, divine power, and divine arts were disintegrated one after another. A sense of despair shrouded their hearts. Li Yun was bleeding all over and shouted anxiously, "Brother Qin, quickly help us." Fatso and the others were stunned. He actually asked them for help? Where was his shame? The giant python looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I believe you won't intervene now. Go ahead." Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. "Brother Qin, we were wrong. We are bastards. Please, for the sake of us fighting side by side, please help us." Not only Li Yun, the deacons, elders and even Ning Mingi kept begging. "The young master helped you get rid of the devil mark because you fought side by side. But how did you repay him? Now you still want to ask the young master to help you, is it possible?" Willow Tree sneered with a gloating face. Hearing this, the group of people suddenly regretted it. "You won't save us, right? Then don't blame us for being ruthless." Ning Mingi roared. Willow Tree and the others were stunned again. Didn't they turn hostile long ago and they still turned hostile? Sure enough, they were a group of shameless old men. Ning Mingi looked up at the Guardian and shouted, "Lord Guardian, please let us go. We are willing to work for you to eradicate Qin Feiyang. Yes, we have all broken through to the War God realm. With our help, killing him is as easy as turning your hand." Li Yun and the others also hurriedly shouted. "Ha!" The giant python and fire dragon looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Lord, what are you laughing at?" The group of people was suspicious. Willow Tree said, "I'm laughing at your stupidity." "That's right. Would the dignified guardian care about war gods like you? I'm afraid that in their eyes, you are not even as good as ants. Only you will take yourself seriously." Fatso and the others also mocked. Even Zhao Tailai couldn't help but sneer. "You think that breaking through to the war god realm is so awesome, but in fact you are just a few self-righteous clowns." Damn it. Hearing that, Ning Mingi and the others suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Sure enough, you are not on the same level as Qin Feiyang. No, you are not even as good as the people around him. Because even the people around him can guess what we are thinking and you can't guess it. You are so stupid that you are cute. If you are Qin Feiyang, this lord will definitely agree without hesitation and spare you. Unfortunately, you are not Qin Feiyang. This lord also doesn't want to keep a group of idiots around me because idiots usually can't do anything right, but are good at spoiling things. The most important thing is that you are a group of white-eyed wolves. What if one day you bite this lord? At that time, this lord won't even have a place to cry. Moreover, you have eaten this lord's flesh, which is absolutely unforgivable." The giant python's face was full of disdain. With a flash of murderous intent in its eyes, the rule force suddenly fell. "No, young master, we were wrong, really wrong, save us. We will be your cattle and horses." The group of people roared in despair and even their intestines were green with regret. However, Qin Feiyang still had a cold face, without even a trace of sympathy. "Ah, rumble!" Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the group of people were bombarded by the rule force one after another, and not even their bones were left. Zhao Tailai shook his head and sighed. They have just broken through to the war god realm and haven't even experienced the taste of being a war god, but they were already killed by the guardian. I think they must be very unwilling. They only have themselves to blame, even death can't wipe out their crimes. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Chapter 1671. The giant python's methods shocked everyone. A few dozen divine gods of battle were killed as easily as slaughtering dogs. With such strength, without a heaven-defying artifact like Chang Shui, it was indeed difficult to compete with it. The giant python turned its gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Young master, be careful." Zhao Tailai hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feiyang. "Don't be nervous. If it wanted to attack me, it wouldn't have waited until now." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Even if the giant python really wanted to attack him, he was not afraid. Although Chang Shui was gone, there was still the ancient castle and now the Black Tortoise realm. So, unless Small Beast came in person, it was almost impossible for the giant python to kill him. He believed that the giant python was also very clear about this point. The giant python looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "How are you going to thank me for killing these unscrupulous fellows for you?" Qin Feiyang said, "If you can return Wang Yu to me, I will really be grateful to you and even become friends with you." "Ah, friend? Are you worthy of being my friend?" The giant python's eyes were full of ridicule and said, "If you want me to hand over Wang Yu you have to give me something in exchange." "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang said. The giant python said word by word, "The ancient castle, the Black Tortoise realm, or your life. You have a big appetite, but unfortunately I won't give you any of these things." Qin Feiyang said. The giant python said, So, you don't care about Wang Yuer's life? I do. Qin Feiyang said. Then what are you hesitating for? The giant python said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, I didn't hesitate, I've already said it very clearly, I won't give it to you. It seems that you really don't care. The giant python laughed sinisterly. I care. Qin Feiyang nodded. Are you playing with me? Since you care about Wang Yuer, then why are you still guarding those worldly possessions? The giant python said angrily. My life isn't a mere worldly possession, is it? As for the ancient castle and the black tortoise world, although they are mere worldly possessions, they are of great significance to me. Qin Feiyang said. Let's not talk about the castle for now. You've just obtained the black tortoise world. What does it mean to you? The giant python frowned. A beast like you won't understand. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Without the black tortoise world he would be sent to the second layer. At that time he would not be able to find Yan Wei, Wang Zicheng and the others. Wang Zicheng aside, let's focus on Yan Wei. All these years, Yan Wei had been lurking by the imperial tutor's side. God knows how many hardships he had gone through. If something happened to Yan Wei in the miracle, his conscience would be condemned for the rest of his life. You still dare to insult me? You really don't know the meaning of death. The giant python's eyes were as gloomy as water. Did I insult you? You are an animal. Qin Feiyang said. Impudent. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. The giant python was furious and shouted, Fire Dragon, get Wang Yuer out for me. Yes. Fire Dragon nodded. The void in front of him shook, and a beautiful figure immediately appeared. Who else could it be but Wang Yuer? Feiyang, don't worry about me. As soon as Wang Yuer appeared and saw Qin Feiyang, she immediately shouted. Shut her up. The giant python shouted. Fire Dragon immediately activated his divine power and sealed Wang Yuer's mouth. Qin Feiyang glared at the giant python and said, Let her go, let's have a fair fight. Do you think I'm that idiot, Fire Dragon? I have a bargaining chip in my hand but I don't use it. Why would I fight you one-on-one? Is there something wrong with my head? The giant python sneered. Fire Dragon raised his eyebrows and glanced at the giant python. A trace of hostility flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why do you have to say so much nonsense? The giant python was not angry and said indifferently, I'll give you a choice now. Either you give me the castle or the black tortoise realm, or you collect Wang Yuer's corpse. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer. Woo. Wang Yuer shook her head desperately. Her pale face was also full of anxiety. Although he did not know what she was saying, as long as he was not a fool, he could see that she was telling Qin Feiyang to ignore her. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and said sadly, If you had listened to me and killed Wang Yuanshan back then, how would this have happened? Wang Yuer calmed down, and her eyes were full of pain. Although she could not say it, everyone knew how she was feeling at this moment. In fact, it was not her fault. It was Wang Yuanshan who did not change, and she was also very upset. The giant python said impatiently, Don't put on a sad show here, quickly hand it over. Qin Feiyang said coldly, If you dare to touch a hair of her, I will make you pay the price. Ha! You actually dare to threaten me? It seems that you still don't understand the situation. The giant python laughed wildly, and a wisp of divine power emerged and entered Wang Yuer's lower abdomen. Immediately, a bloody hole appeared, penetrating from the front to the back, and blood spurted out like a pillar. Wang Yuer's face was distorted by the pain. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands. This seems to be more than just hurting a hair of hers, but what can you do to me? The giant python looked down at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Qin Feiyang was silent, his eyes flashing with shocking killing intent. Don't look fierce, it's useless in front of me. The only way is to hand over the castle or the black tortoise realm. I will count to 3. If you don't hand it over, then I will collect her corpse. No. I'm afraid there won't even be a corpse left. 1, 2, 3. The giant python was in high spirits as if everything was under its control. However, just as the word 3 left its mouth, a sudden change occurred. The fire dragon's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. It took Wang Yuer away, raised its giant tail, and slapped the giant python's back fiercely. Moreover, it used all its strength. It was caught off guard. The giant python immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the snake scales on its back were all shattered, and its flesh was a mess. A few of the divine bones on its back were also broken. Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. What was going on? The fire dragon actually attacked the giant python? The giant python was also dumbfounded. The fire dragon suddenly roared, "Qin Feiyang, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its giant tail again, and divine power surged out, smashing toward the giant python's head. Qin Feiyang shuddered and sent Fatso and the others to the ancient castle, leaving only Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Cui Li and Yu Huang. After all, this was a battle between war gods. Fatso and the others couldn't interfere at all. Instead, they would implicate everyone. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang took out the ancient castle, and 3 types of fake god power poured out, entering the ancient castle, and the ancient castle immediately entered a state of revival. Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Cui Li, and Yu Huang also immediately activated their divine power and fake god power to revive the ancient castle. Boom. The ancient castle's aura immediately soared crazily. Although only Qin Feiyang and the others revived the ancient castle this time, the speed of revival was several times faster than the previous time when more than 100 fake gods were revived at the same time. All of this was because of Zhao Tailai's divine power. Divine power and fake god power were on completely different levels. Fake god power could only barely revive divine artifacts, but divine power was enough to revive them. "Let's kill together." Qin Feiyang roared and rushed into the sky like a bolt of lightning, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, high up in the sky, the giant python finally came to its senses and suddenly turned around to stare at the fire dragon's raised giant tail. It was immediately furious and roared, "How dare you offend your superior? If it weren't for that incident back then, you wouldn't be the guardian." The fire dragon snorted and smashed its dragon tail down crazily. A large part of the void was annihilated. "You're courting death." The giant python was unable to restrain its anger and raised its tail. Boom. The 2 giant tails collided with a loud bang and shattered at the same time with a crack. Divine blood dyed the sky red. What? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. They had always thought that the giant python's strength would be stronger than the fire dragon's. After all, the giant python was the guardian. But they never expected that the 2 beasts were actually on par. "Good chance." Zhao Tailai secretly shouted. "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he activated the walk formula and instantly landed behind the giant python. Then he grabbed the ancient castle and smashed it on the giant python's head. Brr. The giant python immediately wailed in pain as its head was split open. "You guys are really unforgivable." The giant python roared in the sky as rule force fell from the sky like a waterfall. "You guys block the rule force, I will kill it." The fire dragon shouted. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand. The ancient castle rushed into the sky and collided with the rule force. Boom. Between heaven and earth, there was a loud explosion. The ancient castle and the rule force continued to collide, and the terrifying aura surged in all directions. What a terrifying divine artifact. The fire dragon's pupils constricted. The next moment, a scorching sun rose from the fire dragon's back. In the scorching sun, a dragon shadow circled and danced, and the dragon's roar was deafening. That's right. This was the fire dragon's god art. The giant python's eyes trembled as it glared at the fire dragon. "Are you serious? Do you think I'm joking right now?" The fire dragon sneered, and the dragon shadow roared out from the blazing sun, carrying with it a world-destroying dragon's might as it pounced towards the giant python. "Bastard." The giant python roared as black fog surged around its body. Whoosh. The next moment, a wave of arrows shot out from the black fog, heading straight for the dragon shadow. The arrows were densely packed. Each arrow was completely black as if it was forged by a divine weapon, exuding a shocking sharpness. Clang. All the arrows bombarded the dragon shadow's body. The dragon shadow was collapsing. The arrows were also collapsing. In the end, it was a situation where both sides suffered. Zhao Tailai said in surprise, "The giant python is also a guardian. Why can't it beat the fire dragon?" It seems that this fire dragon is not simple. And listening to the fire dragon's previous words, it seems that he has some unknown grudges with the giant python. Qin Feiyang said. "What words?" Yu Huang was suspicious. Didn't the fire dragon just say that if it wasn't for that incident back then, the giant python wouldn't have become a guardian? The 2 of them are comparable in strength. I think they might have been competitors in the past. Qin Feiyang guessed. In other words, the one who won in the end was the giant python, and the fire dragon has a grudge in his heart? Willow Tree asked. That's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the second confrontation, the giant python and the fire dragon's injuries were even more serious. Blood rained down from the shattered giant tail. "Today is the day you die." The fire dragon roared and stared at the giant python, his eyes filled with a bone-piercing killing intent. Boom. All of a sudden. Chapter 1672. The moment this divine might appeared, Huang's body started to tremble. "What's wrong with you?" Willow Tree noticed its abnormality and asked suspiciously. However, Huang turned a deaf ear and stared at the fire dragon with fear in its eyes. The next moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, a giant dragon surrounded by divine flames rushed out of the fire dragon's body. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, shocking everyone. "This is..." Willow Tree and the others were surprised. This giant dragon was also a fire dragon. But the dragon's might it emitted was several times more terrifying than the fire dragon itself. At the same time, the purple gold dragon soul in Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi also opened its eyes and two rays of divine light burst out. Following closely, an even more shocking scene appeared. The purple gold dragon soul actually rushed out of the Sea of Qi by itself and suspended above Qin Feiyang's head, looking at the giant dragon across the air. What's going on? The sudden change caught Qin Feiyang off guard. This was the first time the purple gold dragon soul had appeared by itself. What exactly was that giant dragon? How could it interest the purple gold dragon soul? "You actually activated the ancestral dragon fighting soul." Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the giant python's voice. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked over. They saw the huge python raising its head and staring at the huge dragon. Its huge eyes were filled with fear. "Ancestral dragon fighting soul?" Willow Tree frowned. "That's right, that's the ancestral dragon fighting soul," Huang said in a low voice. "What's the ancestral dragon?" Li asked. "The ancestral dragon is the first dragon born in the world. Whether it's the golden dragon, fire dragon, earth dragon, water dragon, ice dragon, black dragon, white dragon, silver dragon, purple dragon, etc., the first dragon born is called the ancestral dragon. In other words, these ancestral dragons are the ancestors of all kinds of divine dragons. When the later generations of divine dragons face the ancestral dragon, no matter how strong their cultivation is, they will feel a pressure from the soul. Similarly, the appearance of the ancestral dragon will also create a huge pressure for us snakes, just like me and the giant python now. This is an instinctive fear," Huang said. "I see." Willow Tree understood. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the purple gold dragon soul. It turned out that the purple gold dragon soul was interested because it encountered the ancestral dragon. This fire dragon is not simple. It actually activated the ancestral dragon fighting soul. Rumor has it that as long as a divine dragon activates the ancestral dragon fighting soul, he will eventually become an existence on par with the ancestral dragon. Huang. "How can I tell if the other party is the ancestral dragon?" Li asked curiously. Huang said, "Look at its glabella. There is a divine flame pattern." Qin Feiyang and the rest looked at the glabella of the ancestral dragon fighting soul. There was indeed a palm-sized divine flame pattern in the middle of the fighting soul's glabella. It was like a fire lotus, exuding an amazing charm. However, the divine flame pattern and the dragon scales of the fighting soul were of the same color. It was hard to notice if one did not look carefully. The fire dragon looked at the giant python in disdain and said, "I am the most honorable divine dragon in the world and you are just a bug. What right do you have to ride on my head and show off?" The giant python's eyes trembled. The aura of the ancestral dragon made it fearful and fearful. It could not muster any courage to fight. This was the pressure from the soul. "Little bug, prepare to die." The fire dragon sneered. The ancestral dragon fighting soul swooped down. It was like the lord of all beasts had descended. The terrifying aura made the giant python tremble. It even forgot to resist. In the nick of time it shuddered and roared, "So what if your bloodline is noble? I control the power of laws and am the only one in the world. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog." As the giant python's words landed, a deafening explosion exploded in the sky. Waves of power of laws poured down from the sky like a torrent. The terrifying aura was enough to destroy the world. The fire dragon's pupils constricted and he hurriedly roared. Qin Feiyang quickly blocked the power of laws. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, "Give Wang Yu to me first." The fire dragon said anxiously, "After killing the giant python, I will naturally return her to you. Your words can't be trusted." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Damn it. The fire dragon was furious. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "If you don't give Wang Yu to me, I will bring everyone back to the Black Tortoise world now. Do you know what the situation is now? Is a mere woman as important as the guardian?" The fire dragon was flustered and exasperated as he roared again and again. But in the current situation he didn't dare to offend Qin Feiyang. Because he had already come this far, he had to get rid of the giant python. Otherwise he would be in trouble. Swish. He gritted his teeth and the void in front of him shook. Wang Yu appeared and immediately released his divine power to protect her. Immediately after, it blew a breath of air and a gust of wind instantly appeared. It swept Wang Yu up and flew towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and grabbed Wang Yu. Without saying a word, he sent her to the Black Tortoise world. "Quick!" the fire dragon urged. Qin Feiyang glanced at the fire dragon and immediately brought the ancient castle to meet the power of laws. Zhao Tailai and the others followed him, their divine power and fake divine power continuously poured into the ancient castle. The might of the ancient castle had already reached a certain limit. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancient castle and the power of laws collided. The power of laws was immediately shattered. "No!" the giant python roared in despair. At the same time, the ancestral dragon fighting soul arrived. The giant python screamed and its body was torn apart on the spot. Blood splattered all over the sky. "Ah! You didn't expect that in the end you would still die in my hands. Disappear completely for me?" Fire dragon raised its head and laughed wildly. He opened his mouth wide. A gust of wind immediately blew in this world. Immediately after, the flesh and blood of the giant python was sucked into the fire dragon's mouth and swallowed completely. This scene caused Qin Feiyang's heart to palpitate. Although the giant python's body was torn apart with its cultivation, it wouldn't die. So, the fire dragon had swallowed a war god alive. As soon as the giant python died, another power of laws descended from the sky, firmly locking onto Qin Feiyang and the others. However, this power of laws wasn't to kill them, but to send them to the second floor. Qin Feiyang looked up at the power of laws, took a deep breath and looked at the fire dragon. "It is a guardian after all. Aren't you afraid of angering the creator of the small beast and the miracle?" "The creator isn't at the miracle at all. And the beast god is now studying Chang Shui on the third floor. He doesn't have time to care about the things here. As for the death of the giant python, when the beast god investigates, I can tell him that you killed it." The fire dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "A dignified war god actually wants to do some shady business of framing others. Truly admirable." But in the face of such sarcasm, the fire dragon wasn't angry at all. Qin Feiyang frowned. "Then why did you kill it?" The fire dragon said, "Because it was the one who took away my position as a guardian." What? Qin Feiyang was surprised. "In the past, I was the true guardian of the miracle. But because of something, the giant python ran to inform the beast god. In a rage, the beast god stripped me of my authority as a guardian and ordered me to guard the entrance of the Black Tortoise world. This matter has made me very displeased. You should also be able to see that I'm actually much stronger than it. But because it replaced me as the new guardian and can control the power of laws, I didn't dare to do anything to it. And this time, it actually called me an idiot in front of me? That's simply unforgivable." The fire dragon laughed. "So, you borrowed my hand to get rid of the giant python. Then, you can once again gain the attention of the small beast and become the guardian of the miracle." Qin Feiyang said. "Yes. Now that you also control the Black Tortoise world, you should be able to understand what it feels like to control the power of laws. Those who control the power of laws are the true gods," the fire dragon said. Qin Feiyang did not deny this point. He took a deep breath and said, "Wang Yuanshan, the Nether Hall, and the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire, where are they? You want to know? Go find them yourself." The fire dragon laughed mockingly and put away the ancestral dragon fighting soul. He turned around and streaked across the sky, disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Telai stared at the direction where the fire dragon disappeared, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Young master, why don't we just kill it? The power of laws is coming soon. How can we kill it?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and put away the purple gold dragon soul and the ancient castle. He then led Zhao Tailai, Yu Huang, and the other two into the Black Tortoise world. "Little cousin, what's the result? Why did the fire dragon and the giant python kill each other?" In the sky above the vanished Aeon city. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the others appear, Lu Zheng and the others immediately surrounded them and asked at once. The giant python is dead. Qin Feiyang said. Dead. Everyone was stunned. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So there is such a grudge. No wonder the fire dragon would sneak attack the giant python. Is power really that important? After listening, Lu Hong shook her head and sighed. Hong, after experiencing so many things you still don't understand? For some people, power is more important than life. Lu Zheng said. I really hope we can live in a world without disputes and desires. Lu Hong sighed deeply. That's impossible. Just like this black tortoise world. Even if it is now controlled by little cousin, it is absolutely impossible for him to create a world without disputes and desires. In short, as long as there are people and living creatures, there will definitely be fighting and death. Little cousin, don't you think so? Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance came to his nose. Following closely, a beautiful figure ran out of the crowd and threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms. It was Wang Yue. Seeing this, the others were tactful and kept silent. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm always causing you trouble. If something really happens to you this time, I will hate myself to death. Wang Yue hugged Qin Feiyang tightly, fearing that if she loosened her grip, Qin Feiyang would disappear in front of her eyes. Her face was full of self-blame. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and wanted to hug Wang Yue, but he didn't know if he should do so. Chapter 1673. You're so stupid. Ling Yunfei shook his head in disappointment. He stepped forward, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hands, and pressed them on Wang Yue's back without any explanation. Wang Yue's face immediately turned red. Qin Feiyang also looked embarrassed. Ling Yunfei glared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Isn't it just talking about love? Why are you dawdling? Can't you act like a man? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. You can talk about your feelings slowly. Don't worry about us. We are all blind and can't see it. Ling Yunfei smiled evilly, turned to look at everyone and said, Don't you think so? Yes. We are all blind. Lu Jing chuckled. Lu Hong immediately glared at Lu Zheng and said unhappily, Why are you fooling around with us? We're not fooling around. We're obviously helping our little cousin. Wait. What do you mean? Are you still in love with him? Hong, you're being unfair to me. I'm infatuated with you. What do you take me for? Lu Zheng looked at Lu Hong and said unhappily. Ling Yunfei and the others were stunned, and then they looked at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng. Feeling the gazes from all around, Lu Hong's cheeks turned red. She pulled Lu Zheng's arm hard and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Zheng grimaced in pain and said, I'm just uncomfortable. Since you and our little cousin have nothing to do with each other now, why do you care so much? Who says I care? Lu Hong scolded. Lu Zheng was stunned. Then he chuckled, grabbed Lu Hong's hand and said, So, I'm thinking too much? Let go? Since you think so, I'm really going to throw myself into your arms now. Lu Hong shook off Lu Zheng's big hand and walked toward Qin Feiyang. Don't. I was wrong, okay? Lu Zheng's face changed. He quickly grabbed Lu Hong and smiled apologetically. Lu Hong snorted and said angrily, Let go of me. No. Lu Zheng shook his head. You really won't let me go? Lu Hong frowned. I won't let go. Lu Jingji said firmly. Why are you so shameless? Hong said angrily. I'm a scoundrel. I'm going to stick to you for the rest of my life. What can you do to me? Lu Jing snorted. Lu Hong felt a pain in her head and said in a low voice, Let go, there are so many people watching. I want them to see with their own eyes that you're my woman. Lu Jing smiled proudly. Then he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Lu Hong's red lips. Lu Hong was dumbfounded. Fatso and the others were also dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue also looked at the two of them with their mouths agape. They kissed? And he resisted. This guy is crazy. While kissing Lu Hong, Lu Zheng did not forget to wink at everyone. He was very proud. Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes and sighed. This is the difference between people. Yes. If little Qin Zi could be as shameless as that guy, I would have been a godfather. White-Eyed Wolf said. Listening to the conversation between Ling Yunfei and White-Eyed Wolf, Wang Yue suddenly lowered her head shyly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily in his heart, That's enough. There should be a limit to the trouble. Idiot. You're not a man. But her words did not work. Instead, Ling Yunfei and White-Eyed Wolf despised her even more. Qin Feiyang was also helpless. Wang Yue raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang affectionately, saying, I promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will listen to you and won't make trouble for you. It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. Suddenly, there was a scream. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng quickly pushed Lu Hong away, covered his mouth and retreated quickly. Drops of blood flowed from his fingers. Ah! Everyone was stunned, and then a trace of schadenfreude crept onto their faces. Then they looked at Lu Hong. She glared at Lu Zheng angrily, her cheeks flushed, and said, "You're a bastard." After that she turned around and ran away. I was wrong." Lu Zheng quickly reached out to grab it, but he didn't manage to. There was a bite mark on his lips. Obviously it was bitten by Lu Hong. White-eyed Wolf looked at Lu Zheng and said with a smirk, "Young man, weren't you very proud just now? How about it? You've suffered retribution. Don't be smug, understand?" Lu Zheng glanced at White-eyed Wolf and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, his face full of embarrassment. Fatso walked up and patted Lu Zheng on the shoulder meaningfully, saying, "Brother, Fat Lord appreciates your courage, but the consequences are very serious. Get lost." Lu Zheng angrily slapped away Fatso's hand and chased after Lu Hong, saying, I was really wrong. Wait for me. Don't get separated. I'll be worried." How mushy. Qin Feiyang shuddered and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Then he looked at Lu Zheng's back and muttered, "Is he a little too hasty? Well, you have to ask little Hong-er about that. If little Hong-er has sincerely accepted him, then this is nothing. But then again, you really should learn from your cousin. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take before I can hug." Before White-eyed Wolf could finish, Qin Feiyang grinned and looked at White-eyed Wolf maliciously, saying, "What do you want to hug?" "Hug." White-eyed Wolf stammered and looked around. "Tell me, what do you want to hug?" Qin Feiyang walked toward White-eyed Wolf step by step, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Nonsense, of course I want to hug the fat boy." White-eyed Wolf roared and immediately turned around and ran away, faster than a rabbit. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Willow Tree and the others next to him could not help but snicker. "What are you laughing at? Are you all bored out of your mind?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Everyone looked at each other and lowered their heads in silence, but the smiles on their faces were almost gone. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Wang Yuer, saying, "Where were you imprisoned before?" "In the Fire Dragon's spatial divine item," Wang Yuer said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, "Did you see anyone from the Heavenly Sun Empire?" "No. I didn't see anyone from the Nether Hall in my zoo. Wang Yuanshan either," Wang Yuer said. "Where are they?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Yuanshan glanced at Qin Feiyang and suddenly found Chui Li in the crowd. She immediately walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Chui." Chui Li hurriedly said, "Miss you, there's no need to be so polite." "No. I should apologize to you. You kindly took me and my zoo, Wang Yuanshan, in and even risked your life to help us escape, but Wang Yuanshan did such a wicked thing. Not only did she kill everyone in Seven Fiend City, but she also killed your 6 brothers. I'm really sorry." Wang Yuer lowered her head and said, her face full of guilt. Chui Li looked at Wang Yuer in silence. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed, saying, "If you really want to pursue the matter, do you think an apology can resolve it?" "I know." Wang Yuer nodded. "Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's Wang Yuanshan, that despicable person. I'll settle this score with him." Chui Li waved his hand. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior," Wang Yuer said gratefully. "Actually, I can tell that you're a good girl, sensible and reasonable. However, your grandfather is not a good person. You'd better keep a distance from him in the future. Because to some people, kinship is nothing at all," Chui Li said. "You will remember. From now on," Wang Yuer hesitated and gritted her teeth, saying, "You doesn't have such a grandfather either." "That's enough." Chui Li smiled. Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also worried that Chui Li would blame Wang Yuer. After all, although this matter was done by Wang Yuanshan, it was also related to Wang Yuer. Fortunately, Chui Li did not take it to heart. Of course, he also knew that Chui Li was doing it on his account. Otherwise, with Chui Li's character as the leader of the 7 evils, regardless of whether Wang Yuer was in the wrong or not, he would definitely kill her. "All right, go and cultivate if you need to." Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Yu Huang and Chui Li, saying, "The devil mark has been removed. You guys can also cultivate now, especially Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and Chui Li. You guys have to strive to break through to the War Immortal realm as soon as possible." The 2 men and 1 beast nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led everyone to the ancient castle, helping the 6 elders to remove the devil mark. Then, everyone entered seclusion one after another. Wang Yu looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, are you really not going to blame me? It's not a big deal, why would I blame you? Moreover, you have already severed your relationship with Wang Yuanshan. Everything is in the past. Don't think too much and cultivate well." Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted her. "All right." Wang Yu nodded, sat on the ground and closed her eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone, and then went to look for Luo Qingzhu and the others with Ling Yunfei. This was because the devil mark on them, the Scorpion Emperor and the 6 beasts as well as the blood-devouring bee, had not been removed. Medicine Field, under the Tree of Good Fortune. Knowing that the giant python was dead, Luo Qingzhu, the Miss of Dragon Phoenix House, and the 6 beasts were overjoyed. Although this was the fire dragon scheme, at least they had one less powerful enemy in the miracle. After helping Luo Qingzhu, the Miss of Dragon Phoenix House, the 4 beasts, and the blood-devouring bee remove the devil mark, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei came to Li Jian's seclusion place. On the peak of a mountain there was a simple wooden building. At this moment, on the balcony on the 2nd floor, Li Jian was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun comfortably. Just like Qin Feiyang, he had forgotten everything and completely became an ordinary person. Qin Feiyang did not go over. He stood not far away and watched for a while, then turned to Ling Yunfei and whispered, "Let's go." "Go. Aren't you here to help him remove the devil mark? Why did you leave?" Ling Yunfei was suspicious. "He is now at a critical juncture. We can't disturb him. If we deny it, all our previous efforts will be wasted," Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yunfei nodded in realization. Boom. But just as the two turned around, an aura suddenly emerged. However, it was very weak. And the source of the aura was Li Jian on the balcony of the wooden building. Ling Yunfei looked over in surprise. Chapter 1674. Ling Yunfei said, "Judging from the smile on your face, Li Jian must have succeeded." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Life is truly unpredictable. I always thought that I was talented, but who would have thought that Li Jian would take first place?" Ling Yunfei shook his head, filled with emotions. Becoming a divinity is actually related to experience. Although your talent and comprehension are both better than Li Jian's, your experience isn't as much as Li Jian's. In this aspect, he has an advantage. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Seems like I'll have to work harder. Once Li Jian succeeds, I'll give you this castle," Ling Yunfei said. "Give it to me?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes, for you, so that you won't wake me up every time you come in. After giving this castle to you, I'll be able to focus on my seclusion. If I don't become a divinity this time, I won't come out." Ling Yunfei clenched his fists and said resolutely. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Seems like Li Jian becoming a divinity was a big blow to this guy. While they were talking, Li Jian's aura became stronger and stronger. A few hundred breaths later, boom. Finally, Li Jian's aura climbed to another level. Pseudo-divinity. He also stood up, his eyes flickering with light. "Is this the power of a pseudo-divinity?" Li Jian muttered to himself as a divine sense gushed out from the top of his head and spread out in all directions. Right away, he saw Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei. "Young master." He hurriedly rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ling Yunfei asked, "How do you feel?" "Very strong," Li Jian replied. "I really envy you." Ling Yunfei shook his head. Li Jian was surprised, then smiled. "What's there to envy? With your talent, becoming a divinity is only a matter of time. Let's not talk about it, let's go out." Ling Yunfei waved his hand and led the two back to the castle. Li Jian. This guy has already become a god? When Fatso and the others sensed Li Jian's aura, they opened their eyes and looked at him with disbelief in their eyes. But then, everyone closed their eyes again, not saying a single word from beginning to end. Li Jian's ascension to godhood was undoubtedly a form of motivation for them, making them even more eager to cultivate. Ling Yunfei took out the ancient castle and threw it to Qin Feiyang, saying, "Take it. I'm going into seclusion." Qin Feiyang caught the castle, nodded, and sent Ling Yunfei inside. After Qin Feiyang dripped a drop of blood on Li Jian, he put away the ancient castle. Then he summoned the origin core and removed Li Jian's demon imprint. "What is this?" Li Jian was doubtful. Qin Feiyang smiled. "The Black Tortoise World's Heart of Origin. Controlling the Heart of Origin is equivalent to controlling the Black Tortoise World." "This?" Li Jian was stunned and said excitedly, "You mean you're now the master of the Black Tortoise World?" "You can say that." Qin Feiyang said. Congratulations, young master. Li Jian was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, asking, How is it? You've been in seclusion for so long, do you want to go out for a walk? Of course. I'll also get a few pots of good wine to celebrate our ascension to godhood. Li Jian smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and then appeared in the black tortoise world with Li Jian. Looking at the land in front of him, Li Jian was filled with emotions. In the past I was still thinking about how to escape, but now, it has become our home, our back garden? The world is really unpredictable. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, Go. Aren't you coming? Li Jian was suspicious. I want to see someone. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Oh, do you need my help? Li Jian asked. No need. Now that the entire black tortoise world is mine, who can hurt me? Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. That's true. All right then, I'll go for a walk. Saying so, Li Jian turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Qin Feiyang looked around, closed his eyes and magnified his perception. He saw a stone tower in the deepest part of the soul-sealing valley. Swoosh. Immediately after, his figure flashed and directly entered the soul-sealing valley, appearing in front of the stone tower. The stone tower was 9 stories tall, completely black, and filled with an ancient aura. 2 iron chains were tied to the stone tower. Each of them was as thick as an arm, emitting wisps of black light. You're here. That black figure stealthily appeared behind Qin Feiyang and laughed with a hoarse voice. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the black shadow and asked, This is where you were sealed? Yes. My main body is sealed in this stone tower. The black shadow nodded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at the stone pagoda. There was indeed a sealing aura on the stone pagoda. He then looked at the shadow and said, You said that you would give me a great fortune. What exactly is this fortune? Seems like you've succeeded. The black shadow said. Yes. The black tortoise world is now under my control. Qin Feiyang nodded. Amazing. But I'm curious, how did you break open the door of the palace? The black shadow was suspicious. I don't know either. At that time, I had a lot of people around me, they were all false gods, but they couldn't open the door. At that time, I lost my cultivation, yet I was able to push it away. Tell me, could this be fate? Qin Feiyang said. What? Lost your cultivation? The black shadow was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Yes, for some reason, I became a cripple at that time. False gods couldn't open the door, but a mortal like you was able to. This is too unbelievable. The black shadow lowered his head and pondered. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. Wait, could it be, suddenly? The black shadow seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Qin Feiyang. Although he couldn't see his expression and eyes, Qin Feiyang could clearly feel that the black shadow was very shocked. What did you think of? Qin Feiyang asked. Ha, so that's how it is? The black shadow laughed crazily and angrily. Qin Feiyang frowned. After a long time, the black shadow finally calmed down. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you know why you were able to open the door? Qin Feiyang shook his head. The black shadow said word by word, Because the door of the palace can only be opened by mortals. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It means that as long as you have cultivation, no matter if you are a false god, a war god, or a stronger existence, you will not be able to open the door of the palace. Only mortals can. This is the trap set by the Creator. Think about it, how can a mere mortal run to the undead mountain range and enter the deepest part of the desert? Even if they dare to enter, even if the storm and undead in the desert don't kill them, they won't be able to reach the deepest part of the desert. Because a mortal's life only lasts for a few decades. The black shadow said. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The difference between a mortal and a false god's speed was like heaven and earth. It took Willow Tree and the other false gods almost a year to reach the palace. With the speed of a mortal, even if they were unimpeded all the way, it would be impossible for them to reach it in their lifetime. Cultivators can't open it, only mortals can open it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This creator was really interesting to actually set up such a trap. But then again, this time it could be considered a blessing in disguise. If Small Beast hadn't killed everyone, he wouldn't have used the 4th move of the Dragon God technique, the Gate of Rebirth, to save everyone. If he didn't save everyone, he wouldn't have lost his cultivation. If he didn't lose his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to open the door of the palace, obtain the Heart of Origin, and control the Black Tortoise realm. Speaking of which, he should thank Small Beast. Wait, Could it be that the little beast was doing this on purpose? That's not right. Because small beast didn't know that the fourth move of the Dragon God technique, the Gate of Rebirth, could revive everyone. The Black Shadow suddenly said, "Little friend, the fortune you mention can only be given to you after I escape." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "I remember you said last time that even if I get the Black Tortoise Realm, I won't be able to break your seal. If the Black Tortoise Realm is in your hands, you definitely won't be able to break the seal. But if the Black Tortoise Realm is in my hands, then I can easily tear the seal on the stone tower," the Black Shadow said. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows. The Black Shadow hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand, I just want to borrow the Black Tortoise Realm. After I break the seal, I promise to return it to you immediately." "Return it to me? You should know what the Black Tortoise Realm is, right? It's not a spatial divine object, it's a real small world. Do you think I'm stupid enough to give you a small world? Or do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Little brother, it's not a gift, it's a loan," the Black Shadow said anxiously. "What's the difference between lending it to you and giving it to you? Don't waste your time, I won't give it to you. And now, I won't help you break the seal anymore because you're very dishonest." Qin Feiyang sneered and turned to leave. The Black Shadow hurriedly stopped Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, this is really a misunderstanding, let me explain." Qin Feiyang said, "Well then tell me, who are you? Why are you sealed here?" The Black Shadow was silent for a while, then sighed, "I'm not human." "Not human?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, this answer was really unexpected, and asked, "Then what are you?" "I'm a divine artifact," the Black Shadow said. "A divine artifact?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and he said in surprise, "Then aren't you?" "Yes, I'm the artifact spirit you're talking about. My body is very powerful. It's even stronger than the castle in Changshui on you," the Black Shadow said proudly. "What?" Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. "Stronger than the castle in Changshui?" The Black Shadow said, "This creator of the miracle Wuxian should be an extremely terrifying existence in your heart." Qin Feiyang nodded. To be able to create the miracle and the Black Tortoise world, this person's strength must be very terrifying. "I was born in the same period as him. No, to be exact, I've been in the world for a long time, longer than him," the Black Shadow said. This, Qin Feiyang's eyes were dull. "Even older than the creator of the miracle?" Chapter 1675. "Although I have existed for a longer time than him, this creator possessed extraordinary talent. Not only did his strength surpass mine, but even the little beast beside him also surpassed me." The Black Shadow sighed. "You know the small beast too?" Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. "Of course I know it. The reason I ended up like this is because of it," the Black Shadow said angrily, emitting a strong aura of hostility. Qin Feiyang said, "So the small beast and the creator are both your enemies?" "Yes. I can't wait to rip out their tendons, pull out their bones and tear their bodies into pieces," the Black Shadow said sternly. Qin Feiyang snorted, "That's quite similar to me. I also want to kill the small beast." "Isn't that enough? You help me break the seal and I help you kill the small beast. It's mutually beneficial," the Black Shadow said. "Even so, I still can't give you the Black Tortoise Realm. After all, you're so scary. If I give it to you and you don't return it to me, I can't do anything to you," Qin Feiyang said. "Why don't you trust me?" the Black Shadow sighed. "It's because I trust people too easily that I suffered so much in the past. You still haven't answered me. Why did they seal you here?" Qin Feiyang said. "Humiliation. They did this purely to humiliate me," the Black Shadow said hatefully. "Humiliation?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, "What does sealing you here have to do with humiliating you? When the seal is broken, you'll understand when you see it with your own eyes. Right now, I really don't want to talk about this matter because it's the biggest stain in my life," the Black Shadow said. "All right. Give me some time to think about it. You can stay here for now." After saying that, Qin Feiyang walked away and brushed past the Black Shadow. "Little brother, I beg you, I really don't want to stay here for a moment longer. Can you help me?" The black figure hurriedly cried out, his voice filled with despair that could not be dissolved. "If you don't give the Black Tortoise Realm to you, I can still consider it," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. After saying that, he disappeared from the Black Shadow's sight. "What a damned little bastard. Just you wait. When I get out of here, the first thing I'll do is kill you," The black shadow mumbled, his entire body was filled with killing intent. And then there was Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he appeared in an underground secret room. The secret chamber was about 1,000 feet wide and over 100 feet tall. A statue stood in the middle of the chamber. The statue was of a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure. His brows were sharp like swords and his hair was mottled with white. He imperceptibly emitted a shocking aura of dominance. In the middle-aged man's hand was a saber. Although it was carved from stone, it emitted a bone-piercing sharpness. The appearance of this saber was exactly the same as the divine phoenix saber. That was right. This was the place of inheritance of the Jianghu League. It was located in the deepest part of the underground. And the statue in the middle of the secret chamber was undoubtedly the first leader of the Jianghu League, the true owner of the divine phoenix saber. After gaining control of the Black Tortoise realm, he could find anything in the Black Tortoise realm, no matter how well hidden it was. After looking at the statue, Qin Feiyang looked around the secret chamber with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Although this place was in the deepest part of the underground, a false god's divine consciousness could still penetrate this place. But why didn't Zhuge Mingyang and Li Yun discover this secret chamber? Suddenly, he turned his gaze and it fell between the statue's eyebrows. There was a very small black crystal there. It was so small that it was only the size of a baby's pinky nail. It was covered with a layer of dust and looked simple and unadorned. What is this? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He jumped and landed between the statue's eyebrows. He reached out his hand and carefully took the black crystal. Then he landed on the ground and wiped off the dust on the crystal. He turned it over and over to examine it. After removing the dust, the crystal immediately shone brightly. It was crystal clear like a black gemstone. Could it be because of this that Zhuge Mingyang and Li Yun didn't discover this place? Qin Feiyang mumbled and released his divine consciousness. He was surprised to find that his divine consciousness couldn't see this crystal. Is it really because of this? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It could actually block the divine consciousness search? Wasn't this equivalent to finding a treasure? One had to know. No matter where it was hidden, no matter how small it was, it could be found. For example, the ancient castle. Although it was very powerful, it couldn't escape the divine consciousness search. But if this crystal was integrated into the ancient castle, then no one would be able to find the ancient castle with their divine consciousness in the future. If he couldn't find the ancient castle, then he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. He couldn't help but get excited just thinking about it. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would unintentionally obtain such a treasure. After calming down, he put away the crystal and looked up at the statue. In addition to this unexpected gain, he was also determined to get the puppet technique. Although the puppet technique was not as cruel as the slave seal, it was more useful than the slave seal under some special circumstances. Because the puppet technique could directly read the other party's memory. And it could also turn the other party into a puppet. Speaking of which, it was still a trump card. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and cut his fingertip. A drop of purple gold dragon blood flew through the air and landed between the statue's eyebrows. However, the purple gold dragon blood slid down the statue's face. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. There was only one explanation for this situation. The first leader of the Jianghu League didn't recognize him. In other words, she wouldn't pass on the puppet technique to him. You're quite bad-tempered. I'm the lord of the Black Tortoise realm. Do you want me to kneel before you? Give me the art of puppetry right now or you'll lose even this little shelter. Qin Feiyang shouted. A terrifying rule force appeared out of thin air and oppressed the statue from all directions. The statue suddenly shook. The entire secret chamber was also shaking. However, the statue didn't respond. You're really bad-tempered. Qin Feiyang was startled and his brows wrinkled. Suddenly, he thought of the divine phoenix blade. When he was in the main hall, although the divine phoenix blade was shattered together with his physical body, the divine phoenix blade was also reconstructed when the Heart of Origin helped him reconstruct his physical body. The first leader was the owner of the divine phoenix blade. If he took out the divine phoenix blade now, would he be recognized by this person? With that thought, he immediately took out the divine phoenix blade. But as soon as the divine phoenix blade appeared, it flew toward the statue and emitted a hazy divine light as if it was paying tribute to its former owner. Suddenly, a divine light flashed out from the statue's glabella and went straight to Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang didn't dodge. Instead, he closed his eyes with a smile. The next moment, the divine light flashed into Qin Feiyang's glabella. At that moment, A huge inheritance memory entered his mind. It was the cultivation method of the puppet technique. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and quietly comprehended. 10 days passed in a flash. Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. His hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and a blood-red mark gradually condensed. That's right. This thing was the puppet imprint. After looking at the puppet imprint for a while, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the puppet imprint dissipated. He then got up and looked at the statue. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior." The statue was indifferent. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He put away the divine phoenix blade and appeared above the entrance of the soul-sealing valley in a flash. "You're finally out." Immediately, a familiar voice entered his ears. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down and saw Lu Zheng and Lu Hong standing side by side in front of the entrance. There was still a trace of worry on their faces. However, Qin Feiyang noticed that the two's hands were tightly clasped together. An imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and landed in front of the two. He asked suspiciously, "What are you standing here for? Still not worried about you?" Lu Zheng rolled his eyes. "Worried about me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, "How did you know I entered the soul-sealing valley?" "It's very simple. You found out about the Great Hall in the desert today. When you come back you will definitely come here again. So we waited for you here. But we waited for so long. What are you doing inside?" Lu Zheng frowned. "These days I've been comprehending the puppet technique." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Puppet technique?" The two glanced at each other. They would never forget the horror of the puppet technique. Qin Feiyang said again, "By the way, I met that mysterious man. Do you know his background?" "What's his background?" The two were surprised. "His body is a divine artifact. And his existence is even older than the creator of the miracle." Qin Feiyang said. "What? In that case, isn't it an antique?" The two were shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded but then shook his head and said, "But this is only its side of the story. We can't believe it for the time being." "Then you have to be careful. If what it said is true, then it is a terrifying existence that we can't afford to offend," Lu Zheng said. "I know, so I didn't help but break the seal." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked down at their clasped hands and said playfully, "It seems that you two are making good progress." Hearing this, Lu Hong immediately let go of Lu Zheng's hand in a panic. Then she lowered her head and blushed. Lu Zheng glanced at Lu Hong, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "She's shy. Don't talk nonsense. Look at how proud you are." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, "But I'm sincerely happy that you two can be together. Have you thought about when to get married?" Lu Hong heard this and dared not look up even more. Her red cheeks were burning. But Lu Zheng looked indifferent. After thinking seriously, he shook his head and said, "There's no hurry to get married." "No hurry?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Don't think too much. I'm not the kind of person who abandons a woman. What I mean is, getting married is a big deal after all. At least wait until we leave the miracle and return to the village to inform second grandpa and the others." Lu Zheng said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. "But when the time comes you have to prepare a big gift. I don't want ordinary things." Chapter 1676. "That's a must. I promise I'll give you a shock." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Then I'll wait and see. Okay, take us to the castle. Now that you have a family you're under a lot of pressure. You have to cultivate quickly. Otherwise, when your child is born and sees that I'm not as strong as you, I'll lose face." Lu Zheng sighed. "Family? Child?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He shook his head speechlessly and said, "Don't think about these things until you're married. You haven't even gotten married yet." "What do you mean?" Lu Zheng looked at him with a frown. Qin Feiyang said jokingly, "I mean our Miss Lu Hong is very popular." Lu Zheng immediately scowled and said angrily, "I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about Hong-er, or I'll fall out with you." "What are you talking about?" Lu Hong looked up and glared at Lu Zheng. Nothing. Lu Zheng quickly smiled apologetically. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I guess you'll be a henpecked husband in the future." "I'm happy. It's better than having no one to control you." Lu Zheng looked proud. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "I'm convinced. You can go to the castle. You don't have to worry about things outside. Even if we want to worry about it now, we don't have the ability to." Lu Hong sighed faintly. "You don't think so much now. Take good care of yourself and give the Lu family a big fat boy. I can guarantee that when the time comes, second grandpa and the others will spoil you to the heavens. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Lu Jing nodded and smiled. You two bastards. Lu Hong glared at the two of them with shame and anger. Her cheeks were extremely hot. By the way. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang took out the black crystal, handed it to Lu Jing and asked, Do you know what this is? Lu Jing was slightly stunned. He took the black crystal suspiciously and looked it up and down. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and his face was full of surprise. You recognize him? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked upon seeing this. Lu Jing said, Answer me first. Can this crystal block the probing of telepathic thoughts? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. Lu Jing smiled. What is it? Don't keep me guessing. Qin Feiyang urged. Lu Jing said, This thing is called Hidden Soul Stone. It's a very rare treasure, and its only function is to isolate the probing of divine sense. Hidden Soul Stone, Qin Feiyang murmured. Lu Jing smiled and said, My Lu family has one. It's much bigger than this. Does that mean that as long as we carry this soul-sealing stone, no one will be able to detect our whereabouts with their divine sense? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Lu Jing nodded. What if it's integrated into the castle? Qin Feiyang said. Integrated into the castle? Lu Jing was stunned and shook his head. There's no need. It's fine as long as it's in the castle. Of course, this hidden soul stone has its limits. If your cultivation is strong enough, you can still see through it. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Lu Jing said, Any other questions? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head and waved his hand to send the two of them to the castle. As for the hidden soul stone, he thought for a while and put it into his sea of qi. I have to find Yen Wei. However, without the slave seal, how can I find him when the miracle is so big? Qin Feiyang murmured. Whoosh. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf and Li Jian flew over. Qin Feiyang looked at the man and beast and asked, Why are you two together? Li Jian said with a smile, We met in a city. Why did you go to the city? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Of course it's to inspect the people for you. The white-eyed wolf patted its chest and said, Its breath reeking of alcohol. Inspect the people? I think you're going to indulge in wine and women. Qin Feiyang glared at it and asked Li Jian, It didn't mess around, did it? This. Li Jian glanced at the white-eyed wolf and stammered. The white-eyed wolf secretly cast a threatening look, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, What do you mean by this? Do I make you so distrustful? Who doesn't know your character? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, Since you're going to inspect the people, what's the situation in the Black Tortoise world now? There may be a big turmoil in the near future. The white-eyed wolf said. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although the people in the Black Tortoise world don't know about what happened recently, some forces are already ready to make a move. I dare say that when they learn that the Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire have left the Black Tortoise world, and that the Vangu League and the Fengtian Palace have been destroyed, they'll definitely start to expand their forces. At that time, in order to seize territory, plunder resources, and climb to the throne of the strongest force, the Black Tortoise world will definitely be stirred up by a storm of blood. The white-eyed wolf said. Not bad. It seems like you're really going to inspect the people. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf said proudly, Of course. You're so arrogant just because I said you're fat? Qin Feiyang glared at it and asked, Is there anything else? Anything else? Nothing. It's just that they're talking about you. They're saying that you're a jinx, bringing disaster to the Black Tortoise world. Even some children are spurning you. The white-eyed wolf said gloatingly. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Li Jian. Is what it said true? Brother Wolf isn't lying about this. Many people are cursing you. Li Jian sighed. Let them curse me. Qin Feiyang said. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Li Jian asked. Is there a need? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This kind of small matter didn't matter to him. Do as you wish. Li Jian said helplessly. As for the chaos in the future, don't worry about it. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of survival. In short, the Black Tortoise world will develop naturally from now on. And don't let anyone know that I'm in control of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang reminded. Okay. Li Jian nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled. You've played enough. Go and cultivate. Yes. Li Jian replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Li Jian to the castle. Then he looked at the white-eyed wolf. What are you doing? You can't be so petty. Are you still fussing about what happened 10 days ago? The white-eyed wolf stared at Qin Feiyang warily. Do you think I'm you? I asked you to stay here to tell you to hurry up and cultivate. Because only you can deal with Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf suddenly understood and said, Didn't you force him into despair after coming out of the main hall? What do you want me to do? That's because of the power of laws. And he will leave the Black Tortoise world sooner or later. Once he leaves the Black Tortoise world, the power of laws won't be able to deal with him. Qin Feiyang sighed. Then don't let him leave the Black Tortoise world, the white-eyed wolf said. He has the news of Grandpa and Mother as well as the Mermaid Princess and Linyi. Do you think I dare to stop him? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Speaking of this, I really want to have a good talk with you. Do you really believe that what they said is true? What if they are just fooling you? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. I have thought about it, but I feel that they are not trying to scare me. In any case, regarding Mother and the others, it's better to believe it's true than not. Zhuge Mingyang's biggest threat is his war soul. Without that war soul, he is nothing to worry about. And to restrain his war soul, only your war soul can do it. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf took a deep breath and nodded. Understood, I will work hard. As long as you understand. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. Then he waved his hand, and a magnificent picture appeared in the void in front of him. The scene shown in the picture was the miracle outside. Instead of looking around, it's better to go directly to the passage on the second floor of the miracle. He murmured and immediately drove the Black Tortoise world to the southwest. The scene in the picture immediately began to move backward at lightning speed. This proved that the Black Tortoise world was moving at high speed. Controlling the Black Tortoise world was like controlling a space-divine object. Not only could one see the outside scene from inside, but one could also drive the Black Tortoise world to fly. In other words, now Qin Feiyang didn't have to stay in the castle. Time passed day by day. Sure enough, as the white-eyed wolf expected, the Black Tortoise world gradually began to become turbulent. All the major forces were secretly recruiting and purchasing troops. Even those previously unknown small forces wanted a piece of the pie. But at the moment they didn't blatantly snatch it. Because they didn't know where the Fengtian Palace and the Vanga League, the former super forces, were. But this situation wouldn't last forever. After a long time, if the Vanga League and the other super forces didn't appear, chaos would definitely erupt. 2 months later, Qin Feiyang drove the Black Tortoise world through countless barren mountains. Suddenly, a green dot appeared in the picture. Could it be a water source? Qin Feiyang murmured. As he got closer, an oasis appeared. This place was about 10,000 miles long with mountains and rivers, verdant vegetation and pleasant scenery. It really is a water source. Qin Feiyang was quite excited. Because in the miracle only water sources would have oases. And water sources usually had divine artifacts, divine arts and all kinds of precious herbs. Especially herbs, which were what Qin Feiyang desired the most now. I hope to get some herbs for the Spirit Congealing Pill, 5 Elements Universe Pill, and Great Creation Pill. Qin Feiyang murmured. White-eyed Wolf, Fatso, and the others who were about to break through to the 9-star War Emperor, had to take the 5 Elements Universe Pill and Great Creation Pill. And the Spirit Congealing Pill was what he needed the most now. Because as long as he had a large number of Spirit Congealing Pills, he could step into the true War God realm at the fastest speed. And not only him, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, Li Jian, and the others also needed the Spirit Congealing Pill. Wait. But suddenly. Chapter 1677. Although everyone's herbs were gone, he still had the Black Tortoise realm. There were countless rare treasures in the Black Tortoise realm, and there were even more herbs. Weren't these ready-made resources? He actually didn't think of it in the first place. What a fool. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, Cui Li, the 6 elders and Li Jian appeared. Young master, what's wrong? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You guys go to the Devil's Land and the Netherworld Sea now. If you encounter any precious herbs you must get them. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood and looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. We promise to complete the task. Old Zhao, you're the strongest. You must protect everyone. In addition, go and find out who has a 7th grade or above pill furnace. But remember, you can't take it by force. It's best to hide your identity. In short, you can't let the world know that you're still alive, otherwise it will cause an unnecessary commotion. Qin Feiyang reminded. Understood. Zhao Tailai nodded. Then he led Lu Mu and the others away like lightning. With this Black Tortoise realm, are there any resources to worry about? Qin Feiyang smiled and retracted his gaze, looking at the water source in front of him. For now. Within his line of sight, there were no ferocious beasts or humans. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and rushed into the water source. He rushed to the sky above a lake. The lake was about 100 miles long. The lake water was clear and rippling, surrounded by mountains and lush vegetation. Suddenly, he looked at a mountain range on the left side of the lake. That mountain range was undulating and stretched for thousands of miles, exuding a shocking majestic aura. Among them, 5 giant peaks were the most eye-catching. 5 giant peaks towered into the sky, side by side. The lowest one was 5 to 6,000 feet. The highest peak in the middle reached more than 10,000 feet, and the peak towered into the sky. From afar, it looked like a giant hand that was holding up the world. Why does he look so familiar? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This mountain range that was shaped like a giant hand gave him a feeling of déjà vu. However, this was indeed his first time here. Wait a minute. Suddenly, his gaze trembled. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surfaced in his mind. He remembered that the mysterious madam had said that after entering the divine ruins, they would keep walking in the southwest direction. Somewhere in the southwest, there was a mountain range the size of a palm. The passageway to the second level was at the peak of the tallest mountain. Could it be that the place the mysterious madam was talking about was this mountain range? He hurriedly controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew towards the highest peak. On the peak of the mountain, clouds and mist lingered, and the cold wind rustled. The Black Tortoise world silently flew out from the clouds and entered the sky above the mountain peak. His eyes immediately lit up. The entire mountain peak looked as if it had been flattened by a giant axe. It was about 5 to 6 miles wide and it was filled with medicinal herbs. Purple spirit flower, dragon saliva grass, profoundine grass. Almost all of them were the most precious medicinal herbs. He could even see the fiery glaze tree whose trunk was as thick as a water bucket. In the middle of the herb field were the spiritual infant tree and the creation tree. There was more than one. There were a total of 8 spiritual infant trees. There were also 6 creation trees. Even if 5 or 6 people held hands, they would not be able to hug each tree trunk. They were extremely old and strong and no one knew how long they had been there. On the branches, the spiritual infant fruits and creation fruits were like ripe peaches, and one could not help but drool. So many, Qin Feiyang muttered. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of spiritual infant fruits and creation fruits. What kind of scene was this? Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he could not help but feel his blood boil at this moment. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the center of the 6 creation trees, and his pupils constricted. There was a huge fire python coiled on the ground. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its entire body was like fire, as if it was cast from magma. It coiled together like a small mountain, and its entire body exuded a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, its eyes were tightly shut, and it was motionless as if it was in a deep sleep. That's right, this is it. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The mysterious lady said that there was a giant python guarding the passageway to the second level. The fire python in front of him and this palm-like mountain were exactly what the mysterious lady said. However, why did he not see the passageway to the second level? Qin Feiyang scanned the peak of the mountain. Apart from the fire python and herbs, there was not even a stone door, let alone a passageway. This is strange, Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Swoosh. Suddenly, the beast shadow of the fire dragon teleported from afar at lightning speed, and it descended above the fire python without concealing its aura. Fire dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When the fire dragon appeared, the fire python coiled on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Its pair of fiery red eyes were like 2 lanterns that shone brightly. Why does this fire python look so familiar? Especially this gaze, where have I seen it before? Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python with a trace of suspicion on his face. The fire python raised its head and looked at the fire dragon and laughed. So it's Uncle Fire Dragon, little nephew greets uncle. His expression was rather respectful. Uncle? Little nephew? Qin Feiyang was startled. How have you been? Fire Dragon lowered his head and looked at the fire python. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he asked with a smile. Pretty good. Uncle Fire Dragon, where is my father? What has he been busy with recently? The fire python asked. Fire Dragon's eyes darkened and said, This time I came here to meet the beast god, and also to tell you about your father. Looking at the fire dragon's expression, the fire python's eyelids twitched and hurriedly said, "Uncle Fire Dragon, what happened to my father?" "It has been killed," Fire Dragon said. "What? Killed?" The fire python's huge body trembled and hurriedly said, "How is this possible? Father is now the guardian of the miracle, who can kill him." "So it's like this," Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. This fire python was the guardian python's child, no wonder it looked so familiar. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon again. He already knew what the fire dragon was going to say to the fire python. Fire dragon sighed and said, "It's a human. His name is Qin Feiyang and his strength is extremely terrifying. He is the one who killed your father." Qin Feiyang. The fire python suddenly roared and roared, "Uncle, quickly tell little nephew where is this Qin Feiyang. Little nephew will definitely swallow him alive and avenge father." What a despicable guy. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What the fire dragon said was exactly as he guessed. He obtained the Black Tortoise realm and I don't know where he is now. However, he will come here sooner or later. Because if I'm not wrong, he should be going to the second floor. Fire dragon said. With me here, he still wants to go to the second floor, it's simply wishful thinking. The fire python laughed again and again. Child, don't be impulsive. Even your father is not that Qin Feiyang's opponent, let alone you. Although you have stepped into the war god realm, compared to Qin Feiyang's methods, you are still a lot weaker. Do you know? When he killed your father, I was also there, but we couldn't stop him even if we joined hands. It was not easy for me to escape. You can imagine just how terrifying his methods are. Fire Dragon sighed. I don't care, in short, I must kill him. The fire python said word by word. Why don't you listen to my advice? Fire Dragon said angrily. Uncle, don't say any more, in short, this Qin Feiyang, I must kill him. The fire python said. You have the same personality as your father. If he could endure and not act on impulse, he wouldn't have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Fire Dragon shook his head and sighed. On the surface he was persuading the fire python, but in fact he was provoking the fire python, making the fire python hate Qin Feiyang even more. The hatred of killing my father, I can't bear it. Sure enough, the more Fire Dragon persuaded, the more the fire python wanted to kill. Shut up. I won't let you mess around. Listen to me. When Qin Feiyang arrives, you will let him enter the second floor. When he goes to the second floor, we will think of a way to deal with him slowly. I am not discussing with you, this is an order. I will go to the third floor now and report this to Lord Divine Beast. Get out of the way. Fire Dragon shouted. The fire python dragged its body and soared into the air. At that moment, a simple and unadorned stone door appeared before him. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the stone door. It turned out that the passage was under the fire python's body, no wonder he couldn't find it. Remember my words, don't mess around. Fire Dragon reminded the fire python again, then shrunk its body, turned into a flame, rushed into the stone door and disappeared. Don't mess around? Humph. No one can leave here alive. Fire Dragon smiled coldly, murderous intent surging in its eyes, then it covered the stone door with its body and closed its eyes. The mountain peak quickly returned to peace. Strange? Qin Feiyang frowned. Listening to Fire Dragon's words, it seemed that it hadn't told Small Beast about the death of the giant python. In other words, Fire Dragon had just arrived here. But this didn't make sense. Although Fire Dragon wasn't the guardian of the miracle and couldn't enter the first and second floor with a thought like the giant python in the past. But Fire Dragon was a genuine god of war. By right, with its speed, it should have entered the second floor long ago. However, it took it until now to arrive here. What was it doing on the first floor these days? Could it be that there were still secrets hidden on the first floor? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Swish. His eyes flashed slightly, took a step forward, and directly descended in front of the fire python. The rule force descended once again. At the same time, the fire python also opened its eyes and found that it was a human. Its eyes suddenly became fierce. Sir, don't be impatient. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. You are not afraid of me? The fire python was stunned and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Where were you hiding just now? I didn't sense your aura. Qin Feiyang said, I am the Qin Feiyang that Fire Dragon mentioned. What? It's you. Chapter 1678. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Wait, listen to me first. You killed my father. What else is there to say? Die. The fire python laughed sinisterly. I didn't kill your father. Qin Feiyang said. Uncle Fire Dragon said it himself. How can it be false? The fire python shouted. Qin Feiyang said, the rule force is about to descend. Why don't you follow me to the Black Tortoise world and I'll tell you slowly. Go to the Black Tortoise world? You think this emperor doesn't know that you've already taken control of the Black Tortoise world? When this emperor goes to the Black Tortoise world, even if this emperor has the cultivation of a newborn war god, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the rule force. Don't waste your time. Fight me fair and square right now. The fire python roared. Qin Feiyang was quite angry. He suddenly looked behind the fire python and exclaimed, Beast God. What? Lord Beast God. The fire python's body trembled. It quickly turned its head, but there was no one behind it. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an invisible force rushed towards the fire python. The next moment, a man and a beast appeared in the Black Tortoise world. He lured the fire python and forcefully brought it to the Black Tortoise world. Firstly, it was because of the rule force. Secondly, it was to protect the medicinal herbs on the mountain peak. Because once he fought with the fire python, the medicinal herbs on the mountain peak would definitely be destroyed. This was a reckless waste of resources. The fire python didn't care, but he did. The fire python looked around in surprise and said angrily, Where is this place? The Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. You despicable person. The fire python was burning with anger. The fiery red god force rolled out, destroying everything in its path. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. With a wave of his hand, the Black Tortoise world's rule force descended from the sky and blasted towards the god force. With a loud bang, the god force shattered on the spot. It shattered the god force so easily? Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. Seeing this, the fire python's eyes trembled. His godly aura burst out as he screamed hysterically, Even if you have the rule power, I won't let you off easily. Listen to me. I really didn't kill your father. Qin Feiyang said angrily. If you didn't kill him, then who did? Would Uncle Fire Dragon lie to me again? The fire python was enraged. It raised its huge tail high up in the air and aggressively swatted towards Qin Feiyang. A large part of the void was shattered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted to continue using his rule force. But after thinking about it, he chose to give up. Activate the battle character formula. He waved his hand in the air. Golden light burst out from his palm and collided with the fire python's tail. Boom. Crack. Buff. Qin Feiyang's arm shattered on the spot. Blood gushed out from his mouth. His entire body crashed into the ground like a meteor. A huge crater appeared in the ground. The fire python was stunned. It lowered its head to look at Qin Feiyang lying at the bottom of the pit, covered in blood. It said angrily, Why didn't you use your rule force? Are you looking down on me? The might of the god of war is indeed not something a false god can block. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the battle arc protecting his body, he would probably be a corpse now. He slowly got up and walked out of the pit step by step. He looked up at the fire python and said, I didn't use my rule force not because I looked down on you, but because I want to prove my sincerity. Sincerity? The fire python murmured. It suddenly swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. You really didn't kill my father? Yes. If I killed him, I would definitely kill you without hesitation to eliminate future troubles. I'm afraid you've seen it too. I'm only a false god. No matter how heaven-defying my means are, it's impossible for me to kill your father. Qin Feiyang said. That seems to make sense. Father controls the power of the rules of the miracles. How can a mere false god hurt father? The fire python lowered its head and murmured. It looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Then who killed my father? I'm afraid you won't believe me. The one who killed your father was your Uncle Fire Dragon. Qin Feiyang said. What? The fire dragon's body trembled. It said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Fire Dragon and my father were good friends. How could he hurt my father? That's just an illusion. Let me ask you. Before your father became a guardian, was the fire dragon the guardian of miracle? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The fire dragon nodded and said suspiciously, This was a long time ago. How did you know? I heard it from the fire dragon. Back then, because of your father's snitch, it was removed from the position of guardian by the small beast and replaced by your father. Although the fire dragon didn't say anything on the surface, it had always held a grudge in its heart. That's why it ambushed your father this time to take revenge for what happened back then and frame me for it. Qin Feiyang said. That's impossible. I also know about the snitch. Father did this for the sake of Uncle Fire Dragon. The fire python said. For the sake of the fire dragon? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The mistake that Uncle Fire Dragon made back then was very serious. It even angered the heavens. If Father didn't take the initiative to tell Lord Beast God at that time, when Lord Beast God knew about it, Uncle Fire Dragon's punishment would be even heavier. He might even lose his life. In other words, my father was completely kind-hearted and even pleaded for Uncle Fire Dragon in front of Lord Beast God. How can it repay kindness with ingratitude now? The fire python said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and sighed. Your father was kind-hearted, but the fire dragon might not think so. It won't. The fire python shook its head. What did the fire dragon do back then? There were actually such serious consequences. Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The fire python said, it wanted to leave the miracle. Leave the miracle? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Back then, it carefully planned to leave the miracle and even asked my father to leave with it. But my father didn't agree and repeatedly persuaded it to give up this idea. But Uncle Fire Dragon was already obsessed at that time and didn't listen at all. Left with no choice, my father could only report this matter to Lord Beast God. Lord Beast God was furious and removed it from its position as a guardian on the same day and sent it to the second floor of the miracle to guard the passage. The fire python said. Sent to the second floor? Why do I remember that the fire dragon said that the small beast asked it to guard the entrance to the Black Tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This is already a matter of later. When Uncle Fire Dragon planned to leave the miracle, it was 20,000 years ago. The fire python said. 20,000 years ago? Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised and asked, isn't that the time before the miracle opened? Yes. After Uncle Fire Dragon was sent to the second floor, it was still quite obedient. But when the miracle opened last time, it had this idea again. And this time, it had an even bolder plan. The fire python sighed. Last time? Isn't it the time when my ancestor and the others entered the miracle? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, what's the bolder plan? It wants to possess a human and use the human body to quietly leave the miracle. And the person it wants to possess, this emperor heard from my father that his surname is Qin. The fire python said. Surname Qin? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes, his surname is Qin, the same as yours. What's his name again? The fire python lowered its head and pondered. Qin Badian? Qin Feiyang asked tentatively. The fire python nodded and said, yes, his name is Qin Badian. How do you know? Yes. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, did the fire dragon succeed in possessing him? The fire dragon actually possessed his ancestor? This was too surprising. If the possession was successful, Uncle Fire Dragon would have already left the miracle. I heard from my father that Qin Badian is very talented, which is why Uncle Fire Dragon chose him. At first, Uncle Fire Dragon was full of confidence. Because at that time, Qin Baishan's cultivation was only at the initial stage of war, while Uncle Fire Dragon's cultivation was at the Deshang stage of war. But what Uncle Fire Dragon never expected was that Qin Baishan's strength was beyond imagination. Not only did he fail, but his consciousness was also severely injured by Qin Badian. And they even fought on the second floor. Qin Baishan's means were not inferior to Uncle Fire Dragon's. Uncle Fire Dragon was seriously injured. Fortunately, my father rushed there in time and saved him from Qin Badian. Tell me, my father saved its life twice. How could it hurt my father? The fire python said angrily. I can only say that there is no knowing what is in a person's heart. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, what happened after that? He was only concerned about what happened after that. How did his ancestor get forced to the third floor? Did the python have a part in it? After that, my father didn't report this to the beast god because he was friends with Uncle Fire Dragon. But Uncle Fire Dragon failed to possess the body and became angry out of humiliation. He wanted to take revenge on Qin Badian. In the end, he instigated the divine beasts on the second floor to set up a trap and kill Qin Baishan's subordinates. However, Qin Badian grasped a heaven-defying divine art and actually managed to save all of his dead subordinates. However, because of this, Qin Badian lost his cultivation and became a cripple. He even almost lost his life. When Uncle Fire Dragon saw this, he attacked Qin Badian. But Qin Baishan's subordinates were also very loyal. They didn't leave him behind and fled with him. In the end, they had no choice but to take Qin Badian to the third floor. The fire python sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang murmured. This matched what the fire dragon said. Long had once said that Ancestor was forced to enter the third level because Ancestor was too loyal and righteous. He didn't understand at first, but now he did. If his Ancestor didn't use the fourth move of the Divine Dragon Art, the Gate of Rebirth, to save his subordinates, he wouldn't have lost his cultivation. If he didn't lose his cultivation, the Fire Dragon wouldn't have been able to force him to the third floor with his strength. This bastard deserves to die. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and looked at the Fire Python. Did your father get involved? He secretly helped the Fire Dragon. The Fire Python nodded. They are indeed jackals of the same tribe. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 1679. What? My Ancestor also has a divine artifact with the power of law? Qin Feiyang was shocked. I have never seen that divine artifact, but my father has. It's very terrifying. The reason why Uncle Fire Dragon was defeated by him was because of that divine artifact. As for what happened after that, it's very simple. Not long after Qin Badian was forced into the third floor, Lord Beast God learned about this matter. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, my father told him the truth about Uncle Fire Dragon's possession. Then Uncle Fire Dragon was demoted to the first floor to guard the entrance of the Black Tortoise realm. As for my father, because he was secretly helping, even Uncle Fire Dragon didn't know about it, so he kept it a secret. When the Fire Python said this, it was slightly stunned and shook its head. No, no. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The time isn't right. The Fire Python said. Time? Qin Feiyang became more and more suspicious. Yes, it's the time. Uncle Fire Dragon set up a trap to kill Qin Baishan's subordinates after the miracle closed. The Fire Python said. What? After the miracle closed? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Yes. My father mentioned this before, but it's been too long, so I didn't remember it just now. Actually, this is what happened. After Uncle Fire Dragon failed to possess Qin Badian led his men and left the miracle not long after. Not long after, the miracle closed as well. But about half a year after the miracle closed, Qin Badian led his men and appeared on the second floor again. Uncle Fire Dragon wasn't willing to give up. When he saw Qin Badian appear again, he instigated the beasts on the second floor to kill his subordinates and force him into the third floor. The Fire Python said. How is that possible? Don't miracles only open once every 10,000 years? Qin Badian has only left the divine ruins for half a year. How could he have come back? Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. The Fire Python said, I've also thought about this problem. I've also asked Father, but he doesn't know either. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, could it be that there are other ways to enter the divine site? That's impossible. There's only one entrance to the divine site. The Fire Python said resolutely. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. The divine site wasn't open, but they could enter it. How did the ancestors do it? However, from what the Fire Python had said, he could basically associate it with what had happened 10,000 years ago. The ancestor and Mu Tianyang entered the divine ruins together. Mu Tianyang didn't die at that time, which meant that the Heavenly Sun Empire still existed. In other words, my ancestor only destroyed Mu Tianyang, destroyed the Heavenly Sun Empire, and established the Great Qin Empire after coming out of the divine ruins. Moreover, the legendary divine beast in the endless sea of Forgotten Continent should have also been suppressed during this period of time. After destroying the Heavenly Sun Empire, suppressing the divine beast, and waiting for the Great Qin Empire to stabilize, the ancestor led his subordinates back to the divine ruins. Then he was attacked by the Fire Dragon and entered the third floor. But it was still the same question. The divine ruins had already closed at that time, so how did the ancestor come in? And after half a year, why did the ancestor enter the divine ruins again? What was there that made the ancestor want to barge in even though he knew that he had offended the Fire Dragon? Although Qin Badian lost his cultivation and became a cripple, Uncle Fire Dragon has also suffered a lot over the years. Think about it, he was once a guardian but now he has become a gatekeeper. Anyone would collapse. The Fire Python sighed. It deserves it. Even if I kill it, it won't be enough to extinguish the anger in my heart. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The anger in your heart? Wait, your surname is Qin and so is Qin Badian. What is the relationship between the two of you? The Fire Python asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, you should know that Qin Baishan's bloodline power is purple gold dragon blood, right? I know. The Fire Python nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and cut his wrist. Drops of purple gold dragon blood immediately floated down. What? You also have purple gold dragon blood? Are you a descendant of Qin Badian? The fire python's eyes trembled as it exclaimed. That's right. The Qin Emperor is my ancestor, Qin Feiyang said. Are you here to take revenge on Uncle Fire Dragon and my father? The fire python asked. Before this I didn't know about this at all, but now I know. The fire dragon must die. As for your father, it's already dead, so it can be considered as paying the blood debt, Qin Feiyang said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Are you using this emperor to get information from me? The fire python's killing intent soared to the sky. I didn't use you. I didn't lie to you either. Your father was indeed killed by the fire dragon. If you don't believe me, I can set up a trap and let the fire dragon say it himself, Qin Feiyang said. Really? Seeing Qin Feiyang's sincerity, the fire python began to waver. Qin Feiyang nodded. What are you going to do? The fire python asked. You will know when the time comes. For now, I will have to trouble you to stay here for a while. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he appeared on the mountain peak again. In fact, he also hid something from the fire python. Although he didn't kill the giant python, he could be considered an accomplice. Because if he didn't block the rule force of the miracle, the fire dragon wouldn't be able to kill it at all. But these things couldn't be said now. Descending above the mountain peak, Qin Feiyang glanced at the herbs and waved his hand. The false god force rolled out and rushed towards the herbs. The next moment, all of the medicinal herbs were uprooted under the restraint of the false divinity. Then, Qin Feiyang took these herbs and returned to the black tortoise world again. Preposterous. You actually dare to rob this emperor's medicinal ingredients? Do you know how long it took this emperor to cultivate these herbs? The fire python was furious. I want to create a fake battle scene outside. These herbs must be moved. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Fake battle scene? The fire python was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the herbs immediately turned into streams of light and took root in the ground below. Then, Qin Feiyang left the black tortoise world again and descended on the mountain peak. He waved his hand. Boom. The peak of the mountain immediately split into pieces and collapsed. But the stone gate was like Mount Tai. Even though the giant peak collapsed, it didn't disappear. It was suspended in the void, motionless. But Qin Feiyang was already used to this kind of thing. With another wave of his hand, the nearby giant peaks also collapsed with a rumbling sound. Moreover, he also destroyed the surrounding 10,000 miles, leaving only ruins in an instant. Naturally, the water source no longer existed. After doing all this, he returned to the black tortoise world and asked for some blood from the fire python. He sprinkled it in a conspicuous place and returned to the black tortoise world, never to appear again. Time passed day by day. 5 days later in the morning, the fire dragon suddenly descended above the stone door without any warning. It looked very pleased with itself and was in high spirits. However, when it saw the giant peak that had disappeared in the broken ground, its eyes were immediately filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, it saw the blood that Qin Feiyang deliberately sprinkled. Although 5 days had passed as a war god, the blood of the fire python had yet to coagulate. The fire dragon flew down and sniffed with its nose. Its pupils constricted slightly as it muttered, "This is the blood of my idiot nephew." Then, it raised its head and scanned its surroundings, its eyes flickering. Did you hear what he said? Idiot nephew. Inside the black tortoise world, Qin Feiyang had been monitoring the situation outside, so he already knew the moment the fire dragon appeared. Although the fire dragon was muttering to itself before, it was still clearly heard by Qin Feiyang and the fire python. It has scolded me like this before. What can I say? The fire python said. Idiot. Qin Feiyang sneered. With a wave of his hand, Lu Zheng appeared and said, "Cousin, go out and talk to it." Lu Zheng looked at the fire dragon in the image and said unhappily, "Aren't you asking me to go out and die?" "Don't worry, I will help you." Qin Feiyang laughed. No, you go out by yourself. If I'm not careful and lose my life, won't Hong Er be a widow?" Lu Zheng shook his head like a rattledrum. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said angrily, "Even if Lu Hong wants to be a widow, I won't agree." "What do you mean? Don't tell me that after I die, you and Hong Er will continue your fate." Lu Zheng frowned. "I say, what are you thinking about all day long? I mean, I won't let you die outside, understand? As for me, although I can go out, the rule force will also appear. If I go in and out, it will be troublesome, you know?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Lu Zheng frowned and said reluctantly, "Then you have to watch carefully. If the fire dragon does anything wrong, immediately help me." You don't have to worry at all. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Lu Zheng pursed his lips and said, Fine, I'll believe you this time. Send me out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Lu Zheng immediately appeared outside. The fire dragon also noticed Lu Zheng and looked up at Lu Zheng. His eyes flashed coldly as he asked, Where's Qin Feiyang? Lu Zheng said lightly, My little cousin ate the fire python's meat and is refining the energy in the divine meat. He specially asked me to come out and ask you if you want to try it too? What? Even the fire python was killed by you? The fire dragon's body shook as he said with grief and indignation. Don't pretend to be sad and indignant. Isn't this what you want? Lu Zheng said with disdain. Huolong lowered his head and looked at the blood that had yet to dry up. He immediately laughed out loud and said, Haha, that's right. This is what I want. Inside the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and said lightly, Do you believe me now? Impossible, Uncle Fire Dragon. I've always treated it as my most respected elder. The fire python shook its head and cried out sorrowfully. Outside, Lu Zheng said with disdain, Before the fire python died, it couldn't forget your uncle. How could you treat it like this? Do you have a conscience? Conscience? Ridiculous. If it weren't for its father telling on me, would I have suffered so much all these years? Moreover, I killed its father, so I naturally have to kill it. Otherwise, when it learns of this one day and runs to the beast god to tell on me, wouldn't I be punished again? Now that both father and son are dead, there is no evidence. The control of this divine relic has returned to my hands. As for you, the beast god won't believe your words at all. This is the pleasure of covering the sky with one hand, do you understand? Haha. Chapter 1680. Damn it, it's really him. That heartless, ungrateful bastard. This emperor must kill it. In the Black Tortoise realm. Hearing the fire dragon admit it, the fire python was furious and roared again and again. Calm down. Didn't you hear him say that he has become a guardian? After becoming a guardian, he can control the power of the rules of the miracle. With your cultivation, you are no match for him. Qin Feiyang said. Outside, Lu Zheng's face was full of disgust. He looked at the fire dragon and snorted coldly. You are such a hypocrite. Hypocrite. The fire dragon laughed and said, The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Don't you understand this? Call Qin Feiyang out. Why did you call my little cousin out? Don't tell me you want to kill him? It's not like you don't know our foundation. Even if you become a guardian of the miracle, I'm afraid you can't do anything to us. Lu Zheng said contemptuously. Then I will kill you first. The fire dragon flew into a rage out of humiliation. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. It shattered the sky and rushed toward Lu Zheng. Little cousin. Lu Zheng's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Swish. The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared beside him and looked at the fire dragon mockingly. The good show is yet to come. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Zheng and disappeared without a trace. What's the point of hiding? Come out if you have the ability and fight fair and square. The fire dragon roared. This bastard is taking advantage of me. In the Black Tortoise realm. Looking at the flustered fire dragon, Lu Zheng frowned and said. Let it be. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The fire dragon was stronger than the giant python. Now that it had become a guardian, it could not fight it head-on for the time being. Let it be? Although it has become a guardian now, as long as we trick it into coming to the Black Tortoise realm. Before Lu Zheng could finish, the fire python's eyes lit up. Yes, as long as we lure it into the Black Tortoise world, it won't be able to use the divine ruin's power of laws. Do you think it will come to the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The fire dragon was such a treacherous person. How could he be so easily fooled? Lu Zheng frowned and asked, What should we do next? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and remained silent. The fire python suddenly said, Send this emperor out. Lu Zheng was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked up at the fire python and asked suspiciously, What are you going out for? I'll go find Lord Beast God and ask him for justice. The fire python said word by word. That's a good idea. That small beast is extremely powerful. If it knows the truth, the fire dragon will definitely be in trouble. Lu Zheng smiled. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why not? The fire python and Lu Zheng were stunned and looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Zheng, then looked at the fire python and said, We told the fire dragon that you were killed by us. If you go out now, won't it know that we lied to it? That makes sense. Lu Jing nodded. Once it knows that we lied to it, it will definitely think of ways to kill you and stop you from going to the third level. So, we have to think about this matter at length. Qin Feiyang said. When this emperor thinks that father died in its hands, it feels like a knife is cutting my heart. I really don't want to wait a moment longer. The fire python said. You have to wait even if you don't want to, unless you want to die too. Qin Feiyang said. The fire python fell silent. Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted. Don't worry, when I enter the second level, I will find a way to let you meet the small beast. Why are you helping this emperor? The fire python frowned. Our goal is the same, to get rid of the fire dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. But there was another purpose that he didn't say, and that was to kill the small beast. The fire python took a deep look at him. By the way, there is something that I don't know if you know, Qin Feiyang said. What is it? The fire python was suspicious. Back then, your father took a group of people from the Black Tortoise world. Do you know where he settled these people? Qin Feiyang said. The fire python was slightly stunned and shook its head. This emperor really doesn't know about this. Are those people important to you? Yes. Very important. Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python lowered its head and pondered. After a long time, it looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, although this emperor doesn't know about these things, this emperor knows a little about the Black Tortoise world's devil imprint. When father took them out of the Black Tortoise world, did their devil imprint disappear? Qin Feiyang said, only a few people don't have the devil imprint. Everyone else has it. These few people were naturally Wang Yu, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang, because they were taken out of the Black Tortoise world less than half a year ago. No, the fire python murmured. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and said, this emperor knows where they are? Qin Feiyang quickly asked, where? The ancient world. Creatures with the devil imprint, other than the Black Tortoise world, can only survive in the ancient world. The fire python said. Ancient world? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. This ancient world is the same as the Black Tortoise world, an independent small world. But the difference is that the ancient world is a battlefield. The fire python explained. Another independent small world? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were stunned. Lu Zheng's heart immediately burned with passion. Qin Feiyang had already obtained the Black Tortoise world. If he could also obtain this ancient world, this emperor knows what you are thinking in your hearts. But this emperor advises you to dispel these thoughts as soon as possible. The fire python glanced at the two and said in a deep voice. What? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were puzzled. Because this ancient world has no guardian. It is personally controlled by the Lord Creator. Even guardians like my father and the fire dragon can only enter through the entrance. The fire python said. The two of them were stunned, and then they could not help but smile bitterly. Controlled by the Lord Creator? This was really a piece of news that made one despair. Although the Lord Creator is not at the divine site, as long as someone dares to have ideas about the ancient world, he will immediately detect it. The Lord Creator's methods are not something you can imagine. The fire python said. Understood. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded. Lu Zheng asked, just now you said that the ancient world is a battlefield? Yes. Legend has it that the ancient world was once a very ancient continent. Not only were there many powerhouses, but there were also as many gods as dogs. But because of the desires and ambitions of humans, the flames of war on the continent continued. In the end, the people were plunged into misery and suffering, and the essence was lost. Gradually, the essence energy was exhausted, and the continent became a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. The living beings on the continent also stepped into death step by step, and in the end they were all wiped out. Later, the Lord Creator appeared and merged the continent into the divine site, forming a battlefield and named it the ancient world. Of course, this is just a legend. This emperor does not know whether it is true or not. The fire python said. I see. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng nodded in realization. Wait. This emperor suddenly remembered something. Father once told this emperor that when your ancestor entered the divine site for the second time, he also inquired about the ancient world. The fire python said. What? My ancestor inquired about the ancient world? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. But the ancient world is on the first level, and your ancestor was a war god at the time, so he could not enter the ancient world. The fire python said. The ancient world? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Could it be that there were some secrets hidden in the ancient world? Otherwise, why would his ancestor inquire about it? Could it be that his ancestor led his subordinates into the divine sight for the second time because of this ancient world? Qin Feiyang asked, "Where is the ancient world?" The fire python shook its head and said, "Except for the Lord Creator, Lord Beast God, and the guardian of the divine sight, no one knows where the ancient world is." "How is that possible? Didn't you just say that the ancient world is on the first level?" Lu Jing frowned. The fire python said, "It is true that the ancient world is on the first level, but it has no fixed location." No fixed location? What does that mean? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng became more and more puzzled. The fire python said, "It means that the ancient world is mobile." Mobile? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other. Yes. The ancient world floats on the first level of the divine sight, drifting aimlessly and silently. Even if it floats in front of your eyes, you may not notice it. But if you notice it, it will be a great opportunity. The fire python said. A great opportunity? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Yes. Although the ancient world lacks essence, there are countless ancient ruins hidden inside. For example, divine weapons and techniques. According to my father, there are countless of them. The fire python said. Lu Jing said excitedly, "According to what you said, this ancient world is also a blessed land." Yes. But according to my father, it is also a dangerous place. As for the details, I am not very clear because I have not entered it. The fire python said. Just now, you said that there is an entrance to the ancient world. Since there is an entrance, even if the ancient world is drifting, there should be some signs or traces, right? Qin Feiyang said. There is indeed. The ancient realm is silent, but wherever it goes, all living creatures will feel a fear that comes from their souls. The fire python said. Us too? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Any creature, including you humans. If you walk to a certain place and suddenly feel fear in your heart, but there are no humans or beasts around you that make you feel fear, then you must have encountered the ancient world. However, the divine sight is so vast that it is harder to encounter it than ascending to heaven. The fire python sighed. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The divine sight was too big and the ancient world did not have a fixed location. It drifted everywhere. Such a situation could only be encountered by chance. It was completely dependent on luck. Lu Jing asked, "Before your father died, how did he find the ancient world?" Although my father can't enter the ancient world with his identity as its guardian, he can sense the location of the ancient world. As for Lord Beast God and Lord Creator, needless to say, they can directly enter the ancient world. The fire python said. Chapter 1681. It's already an indisputable fact that they are in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, although he knew the whereabouts of Mu Qing and the others, it was impossible to enter the ancient world. Wait. Fire Dragon delayed for so long on the first floor before reporting the death of the giant python to Small Beast. Was it because of a trip to the ancient world? No. Fire Dragon hadn't recovered his guardian status at that time, so he couldn't sense the location of the ancient world. Fire Python suddenly said, "If you're lucky enough to encounter the ancient world, then it won't be difficult to find the ancient world again." Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. Because after encountering the ancient world, you will know the direction of the ancient world. As long as the time interval is not too long and you follow the general direction, it won't be difficult to find it. Fire Python laughed. Understood. Qin Feiyang muttered. Although Fire Dragon hadn't recovered his guardian status at that time, he must have gone to the ancient world with the giant python before descending into the Sea of Fire. In this way, after killing the giant python, he followed the general direction and found the ancient world. This also confirmed his speculation. But now, whether it was Fire Dragon or Mu Qin, he didn't care too much about them. He just wanted to understand why his ancestor would ask about the ancient world. Was it purely out of curiosity? Or were there other factors? Fire Python said, "Actually, not everyone can enter the ancient world after finding it." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" After finding the ancient world, you must stop it first. It means to stop it temporarily so that the entrance will appear. And to stop the ancient world, you must at least have the cultivation of an early-stage war god. Fire Python said. I see. The two of them nodded in realization. Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. He looked at the Fire Python and said, "I've heard you mention something about initial stage war god and minor stage war god. Could it be that after breaking through to the war god realm, there are still differences in realms?" Of course. Every major realm is divided into smaller realms. However, the difference is that every major realm from a martial artist to a battle emperor has 9 minor realms. War God, on the other hand, only has 5 minor realms. They are the initial stage, the initial stage, the initial stage, the Dashang stage, the peak stage, and the peak stage. For example, my father and the fire dragon are both at the peak stage. The fire python said. Peak stage? I remember you said that when the fire dragon took over my ancestor's body, my ancestor was at the small completion stage, and the fire dragon was at the Dashang stage. Qin Feiyang said. Why don't you look at the time? 10,000 years have already passed. The fire dragon will definitely have a breakthrough. The fire python was speechless. That's true. Qin Feiyang patted his head, looking rather embarrassed. He was truly smart all his life, but he was foolish this time. He actually didn't think of such a simple logic. Lu Jing thought for a while and asked, is there a big difference between the 5 minor realms of the god of war? Nonsense, of course there's a big difference. For example, a war god at the small completion stage can kill dozens or even hundreds of war gods at the early completion stage with a wave of his hand. This is the same as a 9-star and 8-star battle emperor. The fire python said. Lu Jing smiled embarrassedly, feeling that he had asked a rather stupid question. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python curiously and said, then what realm are you at now? Early completion stage. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang said, 10,000 years ago, were you guarding the passage here? Yes. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you doing? The fire python looked at him suspiciously. Do you know? Before I entered the divine site, I heard a senior mention you. She said that 10,000 years ago, you were only at the false god stage. At that time, we were still worried that after 10,000 years, would you have broken through to the war god stage. In the end, you really did break through to the war god stage. But fortunately, we became friends. Qin Feiyang laughed. So it's like that. The fire python suddenly understood, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, do you really think of me as a friend? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never thought that the fire python would suddenly ask such a question. The so-called father's debt is paid by the son. The fire python's father had also secretly helped the fire dragon to harm his ancestor. As a result, he did not give up on the idea of killing the fire python. This also caused him to not know how to answer the fire python's question? Fine. I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I also had a part in killing your father. Qin Feiyang said. What? The fire python's gaze trembled. The situation at that time was like this. Qin Feiyang told the fire python everything that had happened at that time. After listening, the fire python's eyes spewed out thick flames of anger and it roared, I didn't expect you to be an accomplice. Calm down. At that time your father wanted to kill us and he even used a woman to threaten us. If you were in the same situation, would you sit still and wait for death? I believe that you definitely wouldn't. In the end, this matter is your father's fault. Besides, your father really died under the plot of the fire dragon. It has nothing to do with us. Because without the plot of the fire dragon, even if we wanted to kill your father, we wouldn't be able to do it. Lu Jing said. I won't listen. The fire python roared. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows. Back then your father secretly helped the fire dragon to harm my ancestor. Now I'm helping the fire dragon to kill your father. This is actually an eye for an eye. I told you the truth because I wanted to tell you that if you can accept it, I'll make friends with you. If you can't accept it, we'll fight. Qin Feiyang said. Little cousin, you've already done your best. Based on his character, you dared to harm his ancestor. Even if you didn't participate with your relationship with the giant python, he would still kill you. Lu Jing snorted coldly. The fire python glanced at the two, its expression uncertain. Lu Jing became vigilant and said in a deep voice, I believe that you are also a reasonable person. Don't make the wrong choice. No need to say any more, let it think for itself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Lu Jing nodded. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became solemn. After a long time, a cold light flashed in the fire python's eyes. It raised its huge tail like lightning and slapped toward Qin Feiyang. You're courting death. Lu Jing's eyes turned cold. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and shook off Lu Jing. Immediately after, the battle formula was activated. Boom. The giant tail slapped Qin Feiyang, and he immediately smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Little cousin. You beast, we've already given you enough face. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Jing roared in shock and anger. However, the fire python turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Feiyang below. Qin Feiyang slowly got up, blood flowing all over his body, and looked up at the fire python. The fire python said angrily, "Why didn't you fight back?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Because I found that you didn't use your full strength." The fire python fell silent. "Didn't use my full strength?" Lu Zheng was stunned, flew to Qin Feiyang's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, but he kept coughing up blood. "You call this fine?" Lu Zheng glared at him, looked up at the fire python, and was about to speak. "Forget it. The cycle of karma, an eye for an eye. The grudge between us is written off. But you have to promise me that you'll help me kill that damn fire dragon." The fire python looked down at Qin Feiyang and said with murderous intent. Lu Zheng was stunned. "It's a deal." Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire python's expression also eased a lot. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a little unpleasant, it was a blessing in disguise and gained the fire python's trust. The fire python guarded the passage and was a war god. It would definitely be helpful to them in the future. Lu Zheng looked at the scene in front of him. The fire dragon had already disappeared, and there was only dead silence around the stone gate. He said, "Little cousin, are we going to find the ancient world now, or are we going straight to the second level?" "Ancient world," Qin Feiyang murmured, looked at the fire python and asked, "What do you think? Let's not talk about whether we can find the ancient world. With your cultivation you can't go out now. I think we should go to the second floor first and help me find the beast god. When the beast god finds out the truth, he will definitely abolish the fire dragon's position as the guardian. At that time, it is very likely that I will take over. If I really take over the position of the guardian, then I will be able to sense the location of the ancient world. At that time, won't it be easy for you to enter the ancient world?" The fire python said. "That makes sense." Lu Zheng immediately perked up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little cousin, even if we are lucky and can find the ancient world, it will waste a lot of time. It's better to do as the fire python said." Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. "What about Yan Wei and Wang Zicheng? When the fire python becomes the guardian, won't it be easier to find them?" Lu Zheng said with a smile. Qin Feiyang hesitated. "Time is of the essence. We'd better go now. Because once I die, the fire dragon will definitely bring other divine beasts from the second floor to guard the passage here," the fire python said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, we'll do as you say. We'll go to the second floor now, but before that there's one more thing we need to do." "What is it?" The fire python and Lu Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang did not answer and scanned the ground below. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on a stone that was more than 100 feet in size in the distance. "That's it." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, and with a flash, he landed on the stone. What is he going to do? Lu Zheng and the fire python looked at him from afar, their faces full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang glanced at the boulder and suddenly waved his hand. With a rumbling sound, the boulder was split into 4. Then he waved his arm, and a wisp of pseudo-god power emerged and wrote 4 words on the 4 stones. "No trespassing." After writing, Qin Feiyang took the 4 stones and returned to Lu Zheng and the fire python. "No trespassing? What do you mean?" Lu Zheng glanced at the 4 stones and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Chapter 1682. Why? Lu Zheng was puzzled. "Of course it's to warn Yan Wei and Wang Zicheng. They all recognize my handwriting. Once they see the words on these 4 stones, they won't go near the passage. And the fire python just said that the fire dragon will let other divine beasts guard the passage. What do you think will happen if Yan Wei and the others break in?" Qin Feiyang said. "Understood." Lu Zheng nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Zheng and the 4 stones out. Lu Zheng also immediately took the 4 stones and flew away. The fire python retracted its gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. It sighed. "You really are far-sighted. If it were me, I would never have thought of this. Some things have to be long-term. After all, everyone follows me because they trust me. I can't put them in danger." Qin Feiyang smiled. The fire python looked at him deeply and fell silent. Lu Zheng returned. Qin Feiyang also immediately controlled the Black Tortoise realm and rushed through the stone door. Not long after the Black Tortoise realm entered the stone door, the fire dragon appeared again with a ferocious beast with a griffin's head. This was a griffin with 2 black wings on its back. Its body was more than 10 meters long and its power was extremely terrifying. You will guard this place now. Anyone who breaks in will be killed without mercy. The fire dragon looked at the griffin and said, "Yes." The griffin responded respectfully and sank into the ground below, disappearing without a trace. Qin Feiyang, do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have the Black Tortoise realm? When the beast god finishes studying Changshui, it will be your end. The fire dragon smiled coldly and disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. Back to Qin Feiyang. As soon as the Black Tortoise world entered the stone door, the image in the void fell into darkness. But not long after, a ray of light appeared. Very soon, they entered a space of nothingness. The space was about 10,000 feet wide and was shrouded in white mist. In the middle of the void there were 3 tall stone doors. Each of the 3 stone doors was dozens of feet tall. They were like 3 majestic mountains, emitting a majestic aura. Lu Zheng scanned the 3 stone doors and said, "It seems that this should be the vacuum zone that the mysterious madam mentioned." Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious madam had said that there was a vacuum between the first and second levels. In the vacuum there was a stone door that led to the outside world. Lu Zheng looked at the fire python beside him and asked, "Which of these 3 stone doors leads to the exit of the divine sight?" "The middle door leads to the outside world. The stone door on the right leads to the second level. As for the stone door on the left, it leads back to the first level. However, only I can return. For outsiders like you, once you enter the stone door to return to the first level, you will immediately be killed by the rule force." The fire python said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Can the people on the second level enter here?" "Of course. Whether it's the people on the first or second level, if they want to leave the divine sight, they have to come here. I heard from my father that when your ancestor came here, he tried to enter the first level, but he was intercepted by the rule force." The fire python said. "I know about this," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. His ancestor seemed to want to break into the first level for a woman. It seemed that his ancestor was also a sentimental person. Lu Zheng said, "I remember that the mysterious madam seemed to have said that you need the flame of heavenly thunder to open this passage. Is the flame of heavenly thunder still there?" "Yes. Although everything on my body was shattered along with my physical body in the hall, when the Heart of Origin helped me reconstruct my physical body, these things were also reconstructed. Including the armor," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "That's good." Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. If these flame of heavenly thunder didn't disappear, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. The fire python glanced at Lu Zheng and shook its head. "You're worrying too much." "What do you mean?" Lu Zheng was taken aback and looked at it suspiciously. The fire python said, "The 10 flame of heavenly thunder that opened the entrance will not disappear." "Not disappear?" Lu Zheng was stunned. "Yes. Even if they are shattered, they will be reborn without anyone's help," the fire python said. "So magical?" Lu Zheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang was also very surprised. "How can the things created by the Creator not be magical?" The fire python smiled and said, "Let's go." Qin Feiyang nodded, controlled the Black Tortoise realm, and silently rushed through the stone door on the right. The image in the void fell into a state of darkness again. About 10 breaths passed. A dot of light appeared in the image. As the Black Tortoise realm continued to move forward, the dot of light became brighter and brighter. 5 or 6 breaths later, finally, a vast expanse of mountains and rivers appeared in the image. The mountain ranges were like giant dragons lying on the ground. The giant peaks were more than 10,000 feet tall, like battle swords, towering into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. The ancient trees with luxuriant branches and leaves towered into the sky. The thick vines were like entwined dragons, incomparably vigorous. The rivers were like giant pythons winding between the mountains, extending to the end of the earth. This place was completely different from the first level. The first level. Not a single blade of grass grew without any life. But here, the vegetation was lush and spring was abundant. And there was only one sun in the sky. Similarly, this was also a place full of danger. In the mountains, ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. High in the sky, ferocious birds soared. Just 1,000 miles away from the Black Tortoise realm, there were 2 ferocious beasts fighting desperately. The 2 ferocious beasts both had the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, with wings on their backs. Their bodies were more than 10 meters long, and their ferocious auras were monstrous. And right below the Black Tortoise realm, there was an ancient square. The square was about 1,000 feet wide, paved with a layer of black stones, and mottled with ancient ruins. In the center there was an ancient stone door standing tall. The fire python said, "That stone door is the passage to the vacuum zone." Qin Feiyang nodded, and looked again at the two ferocious beasts fighting in the sky. Although there was a distance of 1,000 miles after breaking through to the false god realm, his eyesight had reached an unprecedented level, and he could see everything clearly. Eagle head and lion body, isn't that a griffin? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The griffin was an extremely ferocious beast. Any prey that was targeted by them would end up in a miserable state. Because they would not directly kill their prey, they would seriously injure their prey, and then tear off the flesh of their prey bit by bit, eating them alive. Yes. It's a griffin. And both of them are at the early stage of the god of war. But I remember that there is a griffin at the early stage of the griffin realm here. It is the emperor of all griffins. Why doesn't it do anything and just let the two griffins fight? The fire python was suspicious. Lu Jing said, "Let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang controlled the black tortoise realm and quietly approached the battlefield. But before he got close, he found a familiar beast on the top of a mountain. It was the fire dragon. The fire dragon lay on the top of the mountain, raised its head, and looked at the two fighting griffins, its eyes full of ridicule. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I just came to the second level and I met it. Lu Jing snorted, his eyes full of killing intent. Just wait and see, it won't be proud for long. The fire python sneered. The two men and one beast looked at the battlefield again. The fierce battle between the two griffins had reached its climax. That's not right. Although these griffins are ferocious by nature, they are usually very united. What's going on? The fire python was suspicious. Suddenly, one of the griffins shouted, "Admit defeat. The new king must be me. You should be the one who admits defeat." The other griffin also roared, its voice like a bell resounding through the sky. "The new king? Don't they have a king? Why are they still fighting? Could it be that the griffin at the lower maturity stage has died?" The fire python was more and more confused. Wait. Suddenly, the fire python looked at the fire dragon, then at the two griffins, and its eyes suddenly trembled. "What did you think?" Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing looked at it and asked. "If I'm not wrong, the original king of the griffins should have been taken to the first level by the fire dragon to guard the passage. That's why these two griffins are fighting here for the position of king. However, they must be fighting here because of the fire dragon's order," the fire python said. "The fire dragon's order?" Lu Jing was stunned. "Yes. The griffins are very united. Generally, the succession of the position of king of beasts is designated by the previous king. In other words, the griffins will never fight for the position of king of beasts. Coupled with the fact that the fire dragon is squatting here and watching the show, I conclude that it must be the one who ordered the two griffins to fight here. The winner will become the new king of beasts and the loser will die," the fire python said. "This bastard, although the griffins are ferocious beasts, they also have dignity. How can it play with others like this?" Lu Jing looked at the fire dragon angrily, his eyes full of disgust. After so many years, it has been restored to the position of guardian. It must have found some fun to entertain itself and show off its power. Qin Feiyang said. "The more I look at this bastard, the more I hate it. Fortunately, you had the foresight to leave a stone engraved with the words 'No trespassing' on the first level. Otherwise, when your friends break in with the ferocity of the griffins, none of them will survive." The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Where is the passage to the third level?" "We are now in the southwest direction, and the passage to the third level is due east. With my speed it will take about 10 days and you will naturally take longer to control the black tortoise realm. It will take about 30 to 40 days. The fire python said. "The difference is that big?" Lu Jing was shocked. "That's for sure. The speed of the black tortoise realm is determined by Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Qin Feiyang is only a pseudo-god now, and the speed of a pseudo-god is only in the black tortoise realm. Although there is only a difference of one level between a pseudo-god and a beginner god of war, the difference is 3 to 4 times. But now I can't go to the black tortoise realm. Because once I leave the black tortoise realm, the fire dragon may know my whereabouts, and it will definitely think of ways to kill me. You saw it too. There are as many ferocious beasts as dogs on the second level. With its current status as a guardian, it will be easy for it to kill me. So, we can only control the black tortoise realm and secretly go to the passage to the third level," the fire python said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing nodded. 30 to 40 days, that's 300 to 400 days in the castle. It should be enough for me to break through to the peak. Little cousin, you guys go ahead and send me to the castle, Lu Jing said.